Okay, good evening. And welcome to the regularly scheduled January 14th meeting of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Trustees. The board previously met in closed. We engaged in some personnel review and possible action, and also discussed 3 items of anticipated litigation. Resulting from that closed session, the board voted unanimously to deny a government tort claim. Do we have consensus on the order of business? Yes, okay. Then we will move on to, well, actually, let me say that we have translation services available this evening. In the back of the room, you see one of our friends holding up headsets. If you need those, they're available. If you are joining us via Zoom, you may press on the globe icon on your screen and you will be directed to translation.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a esta sesión del Consejo. Nos juntamos a puerta cerrada antes de esta junta y discutimos posibles casos de personal y litigios. Esta junta va a tener interpretación al español. Para poder accesarlo, por favor, en la parte inferior de su pantalla pueden seleccionar español una vez que yo termine de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. So our first item of business then is item 5.01, the Sinsheimer program highlights.
All right, good evening. I'm going to try to pull up our presentation really quickly here. See if I can find it. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so you will see behind me many of our student council and student senators here, and they're going to introduce themselves as they come up, but they are going to be leading most of our presentation today. So I am going to, once that presentation pops up somewhere, I need to pull it up. Okay. You come on up and we'll make like a line in front of it. And we can do both sides too. Okay. Yeah, come this way, come this way.
Chairman, you guys pulling it up? So far, so good.
Sorry about that. No worries. Thanks, Jeremy.
You're welcome. What's the agenda item, by the way? Let me see here. Roll call, public comment. You got it?
So good. All right. Perfect. Okay. So, hello. We are Sinsheimer. I'm Jessica Miller. I'm the principal here at Sinsheimer. And we have an amazing school, an amazing group of students who are going to walk us through some of the cool things that have happened at Sinsheimer this year and some of the things that we are working on. Next slide, please. Do I have control over that? There we go. All right. So I'm going to pass it off to Tanner. He is one of our student council members.
Hi, my name is Tanner. I've been a Proud Stinger since kindergarten. And what we're working on this year is academic progress, social emotional learning, and building our community. And that's what we're going to talk about with you today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Finn. I'm a 5th grader at Sinsheimer Elementary School. Something we have started this year is math interventions and language arts interventions. Thank you.
Hi,
My name's Vincent, and I'm a sixth grader at Sinsheimer Elementary. And we have a new ELA curriculum, which is Benchmark, and we're working on trying to get people to like it more and getting the teachers to understand it because it's a little different from what they used to do and what they used to learn back then.
We're very honest here at Sunsheimer. One of the things you'll notice on there too is our S cubed and success time, and that's been a huge support for our teachers this year. So they're working with our S cubed position and really learning that curriculum, diving deep into it, and figuring out how to best use that and implement it to support our students. So that's been amazing as well.
Hi, I'm Leo, and I'm in sixth grade at Sinsheimer Elementary. At Sinsheimer, we have the SOAR expectations. These guide our students to be the best students that they can be. The 4 expectations are safety, ownership, achievement, and respect. These are all essential for our school. Sinsheimer also provides plenty of leadership opportunities. Some of these opportunities are student council and innovation team. We also have students clean up after lunch. This can inspire kids to want to be leaders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sierra, and construction has just started at our school in December and will make classrooms more comfortable. In addition, we also have spirit days on Fridays where we wear black and yellow or sting our wear to school.
Hi, my name is Kyla, and I'm a 5th grader at Sinsheimer. Sinsheimer has lots of extracurricular clubs and athletics. From August to December, we had boys soccer, girls volleyball, and cross country. Coming up early this year, we have girls soccer and boys basketball. Some of the clubs that Sinsheimer offers are science, yoga, and theater.
Hi, my name is Taylor Parsons, and I'm a 5th grader at Sinsheimer Elementary. At Sinsheimer, we do lots of school events, including the walkathon, where we raised lots of money for our school. And my favorite event that we did is the Sky Dome Assembly, where we got to learn about planets and constellations in a really fun way. Thank you for listening.
We also did events like the book fair and the time capsule. At the time capsule, we opened it at an assembly and then put it out at lunch for everyone to explore. And at the book fair, we raised $2,800 for the library.
All right. Thank you to our amazing stingers for coming tonight and participating in our presentation. And thank you, board, for your continued support. I didn't ask for questions. Are there any questions? Okay. You all know how to get hold of me if there are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item is student representatives to the board. And tonight we'll begin with Morro Bay, and that is Nate Landwehr. Help me out here.
Nate Landwehr.
Thank you.
So for those of you who don't know me, like she said, I'm Nate Landwehr. I am an ASB co-president at Morro Bay High School, along with
Zahara Segler. I'm also the ASB co-president at Morro Bay High School.
So what we have to share with you tonight is just some future things we're looking forward to and amazing things that have been going on at our campus.
And I can't.
There we go. So first off, the drama performance of their miscast production, which will be Mean Girls, is this Saturday at 7 p.m. The show will be super fun and hilarious, and it is free for everyone. So if you're available Saturday at 7, please come and enjoy the show. It'll be a great time. Coming up on February 1st, Dance Fusion is hosting Dance Beyond, a countywide high school dance convention. The day includes taking 2 classes of each student's choice, hip-hop, lyrical, or contemporary dance, taught by guest teachers from Cal Poly, Allen Hancock, and Klein Dance Studio. Any student wanting to participate can do so, and they can be a beginning to advanced dancer. Everyone is welcome, regardless of skill level. The day will end with local high schools showcasing their school in a performance for all to enjoy. It'll be an amazing show, emceed by some of our students at Morro Bay High. And thanks to our dance fusion team and Mrs. Smith for putting on such a great local dance convention. And just a quick share, I don't think we've done this before, but an amazing club we have at our school is the student-led peer tutoring club. Students needing help in any of their classes from math to history and science can get support from their fellow students if they're struggling and kind of go over topics they may be struggling and get some peer insight on how they can improve and better ways to understand topics. That meets Tuesdays and Thursdays at lunch, and it's amazing opportunities that students started at our school.
I wanted to briefly talk about the seniors at Morro Bay High. MBHS has a senior job shadow project. This project builds upon the required job research project that all students complete during their junior year. Students contact a job shadow prospect that will afford them the opportunity to have a real life experience being able to shadow someone in a profession that they're interested in pursuing. Students will spend 4 hours shadowing and then interviewing their job shadow and getting a first-hand opportunity to see components of the career. Today, I actually went to do my job shadow and with Miss Faye at Monarch Elementary, and it was a wonderful experience, and the students are so lucky to have her. And just a little bit about college as well. Things are in high gear for our seniors. Both the MBHS local scholarship application and the SLO Community Foundation application are now open, and our students are working on their applications. Our financial aid night in December went great. Students and families were able to work on financial aid applications with in-person support from Questa's financial team and Miss McIntosh from the College and Career Center, and super awesome. Also, seniors began to work on the Quest to Promise with a presentation from our counselor, Ms. Hoyt, about how to choose a major, the steps for applying to Questa and receiving those tiers for fee-free, as well as just the timeline and registering for classes. So we're super excited for all of our seniors.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. And for sports, league kicked off last week for all of our winter sports teams, and all the teams are super excited and ready for league competition. Our surf team competed last week in Carpinteria, and we were head-to-head against Dos Pueblos High School. Our team continues to have success as they won yet again. Another recent highlight is our girls and boys wrestling teams at the Lady Apache tournament at the Selland Arena in Fresno. Our girls did amazing. As a team, Little Morro Bay High School took 10th out of 51 teams. Boys varsity wrestling did great at the Santa Ynez Battle for the Valley. Shay Dawson took first place in his weight class and was named the outstanding wrestler of the tournament. So special shout out to Shay and all he's done. Also, our annual CIT wrestling tournament, one of the largest high school wrestling tournaments in the nation, will be held on Friday and Saturday, the 24th and 25th of this month. Last year, there were 85 high school wrestling teams that participated. We have
Over here.
and we have 90 teams participating this year, so 5 more teams than last year. This tournament was started by longtime teacher and coach Sam Boyd, and this year will be the 69th year of the tournament. It was also worth noting that Albert Garza, our boys and girls head wrestling coach, competed himself in the tournament in high school. He won his weight class during his sophomore and junior years at Sanger High School in Fresno County. The CIT is a big part of MBHS history and culture, and we are very excited for this year's tournament. The boys soccer team had their first league game on the 10th against Mission Prep. Morro Bay came out with a win of 1-0. This was an amazing way to start off the season for the boys. The girls soccer team also had a great start to their season with leaving their game in Mendota with a win. We are so excited to see how the girls do for the rest of the season, and we're excited for the rest of winter sports, and spring sports are not that far away, so all amazing things ahead.
It's up there. Yeah. I have one more note. This year, we have been so proud of the work that our Wellness Center has done because it has been crucial to the student wellness, with many students finding safety and understanding with the center. But sadly, in March, we are losing one of our teammates, Anna, because she is being let go. Anna has personally built relationships with so many students on our campus, being the original opening and ribbon cutting that many board members and admin attended, and MBHS will be devastated to lose her. Thank you again for the opportunity to share tonight. We always love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, let me say that I neglected to introduce Zahira Segler, representing Morro Bay, and I apologize for that. And now we have Linda Aguirre Rojas from San Luis Obispo High School.
Good evening, everyone. Wow, I'm so excited to be sharing all fun stuff with this many people. I've got lots of stuff to talk about, so let's get into it. Firstly, in the world of ASB, we've been working really hard and we've been coming up with some really cool ideas. And one of them was a senior rally. So we had this on Monday during our tutorial period, and we had lots of fun with the seniors. We got a chance to talk about some important topics and talk about stuff like the senior breakfast and senior showcase, where we even had one of our own, our ASB secretary, do a performance for our students and sing a song for them. So that was really cool. And then we also got a chance to play some games and just kind of connect on that level of being a class. Let's see if I can get some pictures up here. There we go. Yeah, we played some knockout basketball. It was really fun. It really felt like we had a connection. So it was really cool. Another thing we have coming up is our Club Rush #2. If you recall, we had our first one earlier in the year, and it's basically where all of our clubs come out, and we kind of have it in like a farmer's market style where we have every single one of our clubs on campus come out, display what they're about. It happens during lunch, so everyone is welcome, and everyone can see what clubs we have on campus, and everyone is welcome to join. So we're having our second round tomorrow during lunch, same place, same time, so that everyone can come out. If some students missed it, or if you want to join more clubs, this is a perfect opportunity for those students. Another thing we recently started is every Wednesday, we will have a different activity for students who are on campus to participate in. We have some big Jenga coming up. We've built gingerbread houses in the past. We've done sidewalk chalk, just fun stuff for people. And yeah, we're hoping to keep all that fun stuff coming. In the FFA world, we are very busy. We are having our annual FFA bowling meeting at Cal Poly Mustang Links coming up on January 16th. Many of our students are applying for state proficiency, and those are applications that students go through, get some awards at the state level. We have 3 students applying for that this year. January 25th and February 1st, we will be having our first 2 parliamentary procedure contests of the season. We have an advanced team and 2 novice teams. Both of these teams are really well trained, and they have gotten state levels before, and they've gotten first and second places. So we're really proud of them and everything that they're doing. On February 4th, we will be having over 20 students. We will be taking at the sectional public speaking competition. These are competitions such as impromptu, prepared public speaking, extemporaneous speaking, and job interview, and a couple other ones. We are also gearing up to begin our middle school outreach committee and present to the 8th grade science classes about opportunities in agriculture and FFA. So be on the lookout for that because I'll be reporting about that soon. In our athletics world, our Tigers have been very busy. Our boys basketball defeated Morro Bay on Tuesday, but we fell short to St. Joe's on Friday. Our girls basketball defeated Templeton at home, and our girls soccer defeated both Atascadero and Rigetti to start 2-0 in league play. And wrestling had a great showing at the tournament in San Ynez on the weekend, where 3 wrestlers placed in very competitive fields. We had students take 8th, 2nd, and 4th place to one of the best in the state. So we're really proud of our wrestlers. Additionally, this Friday, we are having a Super Spirit Night and our Future Tiger Night for basketball. And me and the ASB secretary will be heading out to both of those games. Our girls soccer will have tacos for the people who would like to come out to that. So I'd encourage you, if you can, come on out, show your support for those teams. It'll be really fun. We are starting something new called Tiger Talks, where we will be interviewing the players or the coaches or anyone who attends the game, and just to get a feel for our community and all that support that we show here. Some other upcoming dates are, let's see here, 1 second. 10/2 to 2/14 are tryouts for spring sports. So those are going to be coming up. We're excited to see everyone come out and show some love for that. On 2/20, we will be having a choir concert, and our winter formal is also coming up. So our ASB sophomores are working really hard to get all that planned, get everything prepared for everyone that's going to come out. We also will be having our spring sports parent meeting that will be at 6 o'clock on February 24th. So lots of good stuff to come. And I think that's about it for tonight. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you all for coming and sharing with us tonight the goings on at our high schools. We are mindful that you have other things that you should or maybe would like to be doing. So you're certainly welcome to stay with us. We would love that, but we understand if you need to excuse yourselves. Okay. The next item is we have our annual report from Dr. Jim Brescia, our County Superintendent of Schools.
Good evening, President Roger, Superintendent Prater, and well, student trustees that just left. Thank you. It's one of my functions to report to all school districts throughout the county, the Board of Supervisors, and the various city councils on the status of schools throughout our county. Okay, so I guess, and I have a brief presentation.
We can't see.
I wanted to just start off with reviewing where we are and the over 4,000 square miles that we cover. If you look at the map right here, just reminding everyone again, our smallest school district, Pleasant Valley, which has under 100 students, and our largest being Lucia Mar, which is over 9,000 students across the county. We span into multiple counties. We provide services for Monterey County, for Kern, for Kings, and for Santa Barbara, depending upon the school district and the overlap. All of the school districts are solvent. Everyone has reported positive certification, and I'm pleased to say that we're not examining closely any of the districts at this point in terms of their fiscal health and what's being turned in. So there's just kind of a brief overview right there. Let's see if I get this correct. Oh, there we go. A few of the stats that I wanted to share with you, and I thought I would take a 10-year snapshot and just look at the state of California, because there's some accurate and somewhat misleading information that's out there about schools and population. If you just look at the state as a whole, in terms of the number of students 10 years ago, we were at 6.2 million compared to 5.8 million currently. Our student enrollment is going down. If you look at the enrollment for San Luis Obispo County, the same trends are occurring, slightly higher percentage drop than other areas. I think some of this has to do, if you look at the population of California, though, the population has increased since 10 years ago. There was, however, a spike in 2019, and we've dropped since then. So if you look at a 10-year average, we have more people in the state than we did 10 years ago, but we actually have less people than we did in 2019. Excuse me, 20 years ago. Oh, where did we go? I'm not touching anything. Is that you in the back? The biggest thing that I wanted to report in the 20-year span there that we were looking at is housing. And I think that this is one of the challenges that we see for our enrollment countywide. If you just look at what median housing prices in SLO County were and the state compared to 2003 with 2023, you see a huge shift right there. And by the way, that is SLO County. If I drilled that down to San Luis Obispo proper, those numbers go up even more, because this includes Shandon as well as Pismo Beach. So we have the averages across the county. What we're seeing, and I presented this to a group of educators Saturday morning, is that we're seeing the population growth in our county go up, but the student population go down. And where we are starting to see enrollment growth tends to be at the middle school and secondary level, because you're seeing older families with possibly a little higher resources coming in. We did see a population jump during the pandemic throughout, but less children than you would have anticipated. And that's one of the challenges that we're seeing. So 30,000 more people in the county than 20 some odd years ago, but we have less students. So those are some of the challenges that we're seeing in our county and even across the state. Okay, we can move to the next one now. A few things that I just wanted to provide you in terms of updating our school-wide or our county-wide participation. And I really wanted to just focus on some of the positive things that are happening. We have our webpage in our site where we're articulating things that are happening through all of the school districts. And let's see if that will play for me. Can you hit that first one? Is that you over there or me? There we go.
Good.
That's it.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will ensure you.
Okay.
Good things are happening in schools throughout San Luis Obispo County. Our schools have an incredible impact on shaping San Luis Obispo County's unique character, and we're proud of our success. Through innovative education, we're addressing the needs of learners in a rapidly changing world, embracing change and creating inclusive, equitable, and engaging learning experiences. Further, we're forging pathways for students to live and thrive here into adulthood, equipping them with career-ready skills and qualifications to meet the demands of local employers. Beyond the classroom, we know the success of our schools extends far into our local communities, contributing to the prosperity, safety, and health of future generations.
I hope you'll join me in recognizing and amplifying the positive accomplishments of our schools throughout the county. Good things are happening here.
Learn more at goodthings.sloco.org.
And this is emphasis of positive aspects that are happening in all schools across the county. There are several articles that are referencing San Luis Coastal, Shandon, all of the school districts. These are the public service announcements that are appearing on KSBY, and all of those shots of classrooms were classrooms in our county. So I was really pleased to see that. And those are just some highlights of the good things. Your district is very good about providing material to us of all the positive things that are happening in the community, and we would just want to share that. I think that's very important because if you look at that population going up in our county and the population with children or grandchildren in the schools going down, we have more people that live in our county that have no interaction with our schools than people who do have interaction with our schools. So we have to carry that message. I wanted to comment again about board support and thank you for the trustees here, Ellen especially, that support other trustees across the county. We had about 20 individuals that were newly elected show up to the workshop Saturday morning just to learn about governance and service in our community. You, as the trustees, are part of the largest group of elected officials, not only in the state, but in the country. If you look at school board members and what you do is very important. So I thank you for that. And I appreciate your continued professional development. I wanted to share a little bit about the governor's message on career technical education and some of the uptick that we will have. I don't know if any of you, maybe Chris, might have been on the old ROP board, the JPA. So it was Mark. Okay. When I started in this position in 2014, I was asked to take that over. The county office had no operations of career and technical ed, so the career and technical education director was me. And I have to admit, I had no experience in career technical ed. We hired someone, we brought them on board, we rallied the troops for all of the districts. This county, San Luis Obispo County, by percentage, has the largest number of dual enrollment students in the state by percentage, because every K-12 school district has students taking dual enrollment with Cuesta College. As a parent, that saved me $10,000 when our daughters matriculated to high school. So I want to thank San Luis Coastal for participating in that. And I'm proud to announce that we're expanding to a second facility to promote career and technical ed, as well as apprenticeship and our boot camps. We have the one where we took the old supply depot that we had in the county office across from Cuesta, where the film strips, the slide projectors, the maps, and 35 millimeter films were stored that went out to every school at one point in time. It was just a warehouse, turned it into a training facility. We've just signed a lease with a property in Paso Robles on Railroad Street that's about 5,000 square feet that will be the same thing. So it's another facility in the county to promote dual enrollment, career technical ed, and pathways. So I wanted to talk briefly about disaster and emergency preparedness. All of our school districts met at the beginning of the year with the sheriff's office, all of the police departments, and we discussed safety, looked at the digital mapping, reviewed all of the changes in landscape at all of our schools, because we have multiple schools that have gone through bond issues and renovations. The sheriff's office coordinates the digital mapping so that every law enforcement and emergency services has a digital map of school sites when they're responding in real time. And your district has been very good about working with law enforcement and emergency services on that. So I'm pleased to see where the preparedness across the county is for that. We still have the benefit of the emergency preparedness because of Diablo. So we coordinate not only with the K-12 public school districts, but all the private parochial schools and the child care centers as well throughout the county on emergency preparedness. Our district attorney and our sheriff consistently attend these meetings, and we have a fairly solid communication chain with all of them. I wanted to briefly talk about employee education fund matching, and that I'm continuing to put $500,000 a year of County Office of Ed budget to match dollars of school districts paying for any educational training or upskilling of our current employees. The three questions I have to ask is it good for the employee? Is it good for the agency they work for, meaning the school district, school, charter? And do they work for us in some capacity? After that, it's up to the school district. I'm pleased to say that we've moved almost 250 people who are employees across the county through this program since I started it 3 years ago, and all of the LEAs and charters are participating throughout the county, and we'll continue to move that forward. I want to advocate the grow your own. Your principal, Jessica, that was here, was a local student when I worked at Cal Poly. I had student teachers placed in her classroom. She's an example of someone we tapped on the shoulder and said, hey, would you consider, and I think I remember talking you into that, Eric, and saying, would you teach a class at Cal Poly with me? And let's look at some of your teachers that have potential to be leaders. Because of the cost of housing in this county and how difficult it is, we have to look in our own backyard for employees. And the best way to do that is to fund their training out of Cuesta. And if they're going to Poly or to UMass Global, help pay for that. So thank you, San Luis Coastal, for doing that with your employees. I will continue to offer those funds. On the fiscal front, you've heard the governor's report. You're probably, for you as a community funded district, you're just looking at your COLA increase for certain programs and whatever property tax bump. The good news is it's not going to go the opposite direction that we've seen in previous years, but the three community funded, or four if you count Pleasant Valley, do need to look at their budgets and be mindful of where your spending is as you're going forward, because I don't see any one-time dollars. Those have all timed out this year. And those letters I'm sending, the same letters every district gets about being mindful. It's not any slam against Ryan or his department. It's just that you need to mind the fund balance there. The housing project, we've moved forward with the Board of Supervisors. We have the permits. I'm hopeful that we will be breaking ground in the next few months on that project, and that will bring 7 units online. The property that we have across from Cuesta, those will be offered up to not only county employees, but district employees at reduced rental rates. They won't be able to buy them, but they can rent them at a reduced rate in hopes that they can save. Our first prototype, we have 2 classified employees who are a family, and they live in that unit. They have saved enough, and they're actually getting their own place here in San Luis Obispo this year as they offer that up for someone else. So I'm very pleased about that. And then the last 2 topics I wanted to just highlight. You can look at the video clips on your own. I know you have a full house tonight, so I'm trying to speed things up. Our SELPA governance has been very effective. We're continuing to lobby with the state for additional funding. I don't know where things will pan out with the feds on the change of administration with funding for special education, but I do want to quell concerns. Education is a function of state government. There's a portion of our budget that comes from the feds. We'll know more as the year progresses if that is in jeopardy or not, but the majority of our funding comes from state government. So just kind of reminding people on that. The final piece there is our school district superintendent's council, where all of the district leadership and the 2 college presidents come together and we meet to discuss collective issues. We're meeting again this Friday, mainly to discuss things such as the grand jury summons we've had, the Public Records Request Acts, consistent litigation. Our legal consortium has saved school districts about $400,000 over the last few years if they would have had to pay for some of those things on their own. We try to combine resources, so when there's a common issue for all districts, my office takes it on, gets legal information, then disseminates it to all the 13 agencies. So that's just a little overview. And then the last slide were just some happy pictures there I wanted to share, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Dr. Brescia?
Upper left is our Signing Santa program at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. And Santa there was doing a signing song with students. I believe it was at the Fireside Room in Lucia Mar this year. The upper right is our Grizzly Youth Academy program, where we're back in full force. We've added an additional female cohort this year. So it is at capacity. We can't take any more students each cohort, and the Guard is looking at possible expansion. We've also opened up the post-residential program in Orange County. We were finding that a lot of the Grizzly completers, graduates, wanted to stay. They did not necessarily want to return to the environment where they were struggling. Orange County, we have 3 programs, one here in SLO, one in Orange County, and one in Stockton. The Orange County program is allowing graduates to stay on the base and go to a community college until they are able to move out. But that really is only for our 17, 18-year-olds. Our 15, 16-year-olds, they're not eligible for that. Lower left-hand corner was our treat to all employees across the county, and that was the Beauty and the Beast show at Cal Poly. We will do that again this year in May. The Education Employees Credit Union is our main sponsor for that, and I will offer tickets to whatever production is appearing at Cal Poly, the melodrama, blues, baseball, and that's offered to all school district and charter employees across the county and their families in the month of May, just to say thank you for your service. And then finally, we had a very successful hospitality boot camp this last summer, and we'll offer that again for 75 young people across the county, one in South County, one here in SLO, and one in North County. This was a hospitality boot camp put on by our office, as well as individual businesses, Farm Supply, Vina Robles. It ranged depending upon who was there. Out of the 75 students, 72 were offered employment post completion of the program. Now, these are part-time jobs, but the idea was to upskill, and the hospitality agencies have been asking us to do that. We'll continue to provide those boot camps. So I tried to make it short because I know you're busy tonight. So anything I can answer, any questions that you have for me or from my office right now?
Dr. Brescia, I don't see any questions. Oh, Mrs. Baltadon.
Thank you for the presentation. I also just wanted to thank you and also Ms. Sheffer, who was involved in the new trustee training that I got to attend on Saturday. That was very helpful.
Wonderful. And we will provide the ethics workshops again for free, and we'll continue to that. Also, your trustee dinner is coming up next month. That is for any of the trustees as well as the superintendent, and we're hosting that this year in Madonna. We try to alternate back and forth between North County and SLO. So that'll be at the Madonna Inn. All right. Well, I just thank you again for your service, everything you're doing. And
Mr. Clausen.
I'm sorry, Brian. Yes.
Hi, Dr. Brescia. In regards to funding for community funded districts like San Luis Coastal, do you expect any notable changes, particularly in regards to things like transitional kindergarten or other programs that have been really big topics over the last 6 months?
Sure. Good question. I understand that there are multiple community funded districts that are lobbying with the state right now to have some of the funding that the LCFF districts or the revenue based districts are receiving. This is a hard year for that ask with the state, but I know it is being asked. I know it is on Senator Laird's agenda. We've discussed it. I'm not getting any indication that that will come forward, but I know it is one of the agenda items that's out there. Because you similar to if you take our revenue limit or our LCFF districts that have different levels of funding, the same thing for you all. You don't receive funding per student across the board, only for certain programs like Title I and other things, or lottery, where you'll get those fundings. So a wait and see on that one. I don't see that occurring in this year's budget unless some magic happens between now and the May revise. I mean, Ryan, you want to add any more to that? That's sort of my read of the tea leaves there. Yeah, I know. There's a fiscal update coming up in my office on Friday. I didn't get any indication from the governor's office on that. And with the expenditures on the fires, I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to hold status quo on state allocations to schools. We may even see some revisions in the other direction.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Brescia. Thank you for your
thank
time
you. Have a
tonight.
lovely.
Next, we have item 6.01, correspondence. And at the time the agenda was published, no official correspondence had been received. 6.02 is public comment. And I have something I'd like to read. Thank you to all members of the public who are here tonight to listen to and or participate in our board meeting. The board has a number of important matters on our agenda tonight that we need to discuss. Based on the large number of public comments we received for tonight's board meeting, it is clear that we need to hear from the public and our community on these important issues as well. I want to welcome you all and thank you for sharing your voice. Our board has always prioritized receiving feedback, ideas, and opinions so we can make more informed decisions. As we have done in the past when we receive a large number of public comments and correspondence, I want the board to consider how we can hear the public's thoughts wisely and efficiently. I want us to hear from the public, but also make sure we end our meeting tonight at a reasonable time so that we are not making any midnight decisions when the public is asleep. I propose to the board that we act consistent with what is listed on the agenda and board bylaw 9323, that we have the initial time for public comment be reserved for individuals to address the board on non-agenda items. And then we ask that the public give their comment about specific agenda items when that item comes before the board. Also consistent with the agenda and board bylaw 9323, I suggest we limit the initial time for public comment on non-agenda items to 20 minutes and then provide 1 hour of public comment for each agenda item. I need consensus from the board for these suggestions. Yes? Yeah? Mrs. Baltazano? Yes? Okay, thank you. With that consensus, for those of you who are planning to speak, please make your comments brief so that we can hear from as many members of the public as possible within the 20-minute time limit. I'm also asking that you not repeat the comments of those speakers who came before you. If you are going to make the same comments, I ask that you merely indicate your agreement with the previous speaker or speakers and not restate what we've already heard, so that we will be able to hear from others who wish to address the board. Additionally, for those who have submitted written comment before the board meeting, you may have noted that the agenda states that we will hear public comment in the order of in-person comments, then virtual comments, and then written comments. If we do not get to your written communication, it will be entered into the record and included in the board agenda packet for tonight's meeting. Depending on the communication, it will be in the packet as either correspondence consistent with board policy 1100 or as public comment. More details are listed on the agenda. We are a board that prides ourselves on reading all comments and correspondence sent to us. We did it during COVID, and I expect we will do the same for tonight's meeting. And I thank you all for your cooperation in advance. So, which is to say that all of the written correspondence that has been received by the district as of 4 o'clock, that was, I think, 206 letters. Were we to read those tonight, that would be, well, upwards of 7 hours of reading correspondence before we got to the board's business. So we will all be receiving those letters, the packet in its entirety, and you may be assured that all of the board members will be reviewing them and considering the positions that people have stated.
Okay, so what I have done is, the form states, I went ahead and pulled out those that said, for the listed agenda item, I prefer to speak during the public comment period. So the others at this time will remain to address during that agenda topic when we reach that number. So I'm going to read out a few names, and if you could approach, and then we'll know when I'll be informed when we've reached our 20 minutes. So we'll be able to get some headway here. So I have Fiona Lloyd Moffett, followed by Amanda Alexander, followed by Emily Capilano. They're going to help us. I'm good.
Mine is an agenda item.
Oh, okay. Well, it is, but it says I prefer to speak during the public comment period. So the general public comment period. Would you prefer to wait? And you are? Okay. Then is Amanda Alexander wanting to speak now? Okay. We'll do it this way. And Emily, you'll wait. Julie Dodson. Kristen Eldridge. Kayla Townsend. Okay, so is there anyone who would like to address the board at this time during the general public comment period? Anyone who's present? Okay. Did you fill out forms?
Yep.
Okay. So they're in here somewhere, but I didn't reach those because it wasn't at this time. Okay, Mr. Lowe. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
We're good.
On July 1st in 2024, a letter was sent from district office to dozens of teachers at Laguna Middle School informing them of my wife's request for copies of their contracts. The letters indicated that Dr. Jacqueline Lowe was seeking records regarding their employment with the district. It goes on to propose an option for teachers to obtain a court-issued protective order to preclude their contract from being disclosed. It concludes with bold underlined font stating, if you have any questions about your legal rights, you may wish to seek immediate legal counsel. If you have legal representation, please immediately forward this letter to your attorney, as this information is time sensitive. A copy of that letter has just been provided to you. This unnecessary letter with this alarming rhetoric went to 5 of my son's 6 teachers. We pleaded with Dr. Puccia that this approach was actually a violation of the California Public Records Act because the CPRA explicitly states that contracts for public officials are non-exempt from disclosure, meaning that there is no option under the law to withhold a public official's contract for employment. As a result, we filed a petition to the court for a writ of mandate demanding the disclosure of these records. Our position regarding the letter that went out to staff was ultimately adjudicated in the ruling to dismiss our petition, and is the reason why we were not required by the court to pay the district's attorney fees. You can see this in the last 2 paragraphs on the last page of the packet. When trying to resolve this matter, we were told with attorney Joshua Whiteside with Lozano Smith, we requested 4 items from the district, which were provide the documents we requested, provide education to staff regarding proper administration of public records. We also asked for an apology and to help with our son's teacher, clarify confusion with our son's teachers, and to pay our $435 petition fee. We eventually got the documents.
We're done training, Fred.
The judge's ruling states that the letter wasn't legally required, and I'm sure the district paid far more than $435 in legal fees. This means that all the district achieved in court was the right to not have to render an apology nor clarify the confusion with our son's teachers. Frankly, I find the need to defend the egos of district officials unnecessary and kind of embarrassing. I also find it ironic that the district went to such lengths to conceal public employees' contracts, but didn't take care to conceal my wife's identity with our son's teachers. It seemed to us that the district took exception to us requesting public records for the purpose of filing complaints against the district. I want to share with the board that we should not be viewing the complaint process as contentious. In fact, it is simply the only process available to members of the public to hold their public agency accountable, and the very reason why the Public Records Act exists. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Lowe, and I'm here tonight to request that the board prioritize an open discussion about how the district engages with the community. Since it is clear that I am not allowed to participate in the parent task force that I advocated for over a year ago, I am requesting that the board provide the community with opportunities to speak about our experiences. I'm grateful for the forums that are being provided this week, and I invite a similar forum that allows the community access to the board. Dr. Puccia and Mandy Dawson significantly hurt my family and my son's experience at Laguna at the start of this school year. I had to take the district through a legal process because Mandy Dawson and Dr. Puccia unnecessarily exploited a simple public records request for non-exempt public records. Further, when I requested that they repair the harm they caused, they refused. I bore the costs of time and my own financial resources in order to bring evidence to this board that the district leaders are using public funds to pay for legal fees in order to block and dissuade the community's right to scrutinize how this organization is being operated. This board must act on district leaders' waste of public funds to hurt the community because they refuse to be accountable for the way they operate this school district, as well as the blatant waste of public funds to violate the public's civil right to access public information without procedural delay. So as you hear the pleas of parents and families about the importance of transitional kindergarten programs and hear from our teachers as they advocate for their needs, remember that your leaders continue to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for lawyers to clean up the mistakes of Dr. Prater and his cabinet. This district administration must learn to work with all parents and to meet the needs of the community as we express them. And if these leaders can't get it together, then it is the board's responsibility to protect the interests of our community. I am requesting again that Dr. Puccia send communication to my son's teachers that I was not infringing on their privacy and that they exaggerated a public records request that did not violate their rights. I am not an adversarial parent, and I am requesting that the board requires the HR department to repair the harm they caused to my son at Laguna Middle School with 5 of his 6 teachers he has this year. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board at this point? Anyone on Zoom who would like to address the board now?
I would like to make public comment on the non-agenda item.
Okay. Are we ready back there? Okay, could you state your name, please? And
Sure. My name is Elizabeth Coleman. I am one of the parents in the TK class. I understand this is non-agenda public comment. I just want to comment on the procedural decision to hear an item where over 300 people have logged in, no doubt with serious interest in this question, to compress commentary down to 1 hour. I did submit a written comment, but on such an important matter that is a matter of both equity and education, I would urge the board to reconsider that decision and agendize this for a longer time where they can, excuse me, address the matter more completely. Thank you.
if there is anyone else on Zoom who would like to address the board, please use the raise your hand icon. Anyone else?
I have my hand raised.
Okay.
Good. Okay, hello. My name is Caroline Cotta. I'm a teacher at Los Osos Middle School, as well as the secretary of San Luis Coastal Teachers Association. I'm speaking today to express how disheartened I was after the December 17th board meeting, when many of your employees spoke about the untenable demands placed on them due to increasing needs for our students in special education. After they left, one board member and 2 cabinet members made snide comments about them leaving. 4 separate educators who stayed or watched the video later have spoken to me about how disappointing these comments were and how hurtful they were. These comments were made after these educators waited 2 full hours to speak to their elected board members. In case it wasn't abundantly clear, they had many other things to do that evening. It was not their job to be there. They came to explain to the board and cabinet just how much is being asked of them and how much it has changed in recent years. One cabinet member referred to their comments as complaints. I was shocked and dismayed by this. If you think it's complaining when special educators tell you what their workload is, maybe that's the point, because what they're describing is simply too much. After hearing your responses throughout the rest of the meeting, I can't help but wonder, if this is how you talk about your employees in public, how do you talk about us in private? Thank you.
Julian Metcalf.
Hey, good evening. My name is Julian Metcalf. I'm a parent of 2 students in the district. I do not have a student eligible for TK, but I just learned about the news today and I want to express my concern. Learning about this issue just now, it's my understanding the district has been spending money, bond money, obviously not from operating funds, preparing for TK students, and it seems like there might be a short-sighted planning in some of this and anticipating some of the long-term needs. I appreciate your consideration. I realize the budget from the state is very difficult to manage, and some of these decisions are outside of the district's control. But nonetheless, this is not new information, and I'm surprised this is being discussed now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Corinne Collin, and please excuse me if I mispronounce any names.
Hi, my name is Corinne Colin. I am an educator locally as well as a parent of the San Luis Unified School District. I'm here tonight to ask the board why you, even in education, like how can you be doing this? How can you even be considering taking the TK away? This is just to even suggest removing the TK is like suggesting removing 6th grade. It just seems so unreasonable. TK is where students start to learn, start to form their social relationships. And I just feel that it's so important. I have a son who missed out on TK, and I have seen the firsthand effects of having a child miss out on TK. And, it's probably going to affect him his entire life, as well as many other students in his position. So please adhere to your public position and fiscal responsibility and provide TK to the children of this district. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. Okay. So at this time, we'll come back for public comment throughout the meeting as we address the agenda items.
The next item is item 7.01, business and budget updates. Mr. Pinkerton.
For the board's sake, in light of the, we're going to have a fiscal update tonight, I'd like to just defer any comments about the budget to that board agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Then the following item 7.02, educational services update. Mrs. Yamashita.
Good evening, board and community. We have kicked off this new 2025 year in a busy fashion in the Educational Services Department. Just today, I had the opportunity to be at Laguna Middle School with SLO High staff and also Mrs. Baltadano with our Leading Equitable Schools teams, speaking with students and taking a culture walk around the school. Also, last week, I had the opportunity to collaborate with other district partners at the San Luis Obispo County Office of Education's Educational Service Council. And there we were talking about learning more about the new math framework that has been adopted by the state of California and making plans for implementation in our school district, as well as the reading risk screener assessment that is going to be required of all kindergarten, first, and second graders next school year. Had the opportunity to do a couple of school site visits throughout our school district, as well as we led a few principal meetings. Our elementary principals met today, secondary principals met last week, and then we also had a collective joint principal meeting just yesterday, and collaborated on a couple occasions with our foundation, SLCEF Foundation Board, on upcoming projects for the new year, as well as I wanted to highlight and celebrate our school and school district is getting ready to celebrate Martin Luther King Day next Monday. Students aren't in school, but all of our students and have opportunities to learn about the great legacy and work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Pinkerton, you're up next with the Measure C update.
Yeah, so in terms of Measure C, again, bond projects going right now at several of our school sites. I'm happy to say that we finally got Los Ranchos out of DSA. That right now is in the bidding process. We'll be bringing that to the board very soon to begin construction there. Hawthorne just kicked off. Sinsheimer kicked off. We have some schematic designs for Baywood Elementary School that we'll be sharing with the public, with the staff very soon, as well as the board. And most likely looking at moving our next study session maybe to Bishop's Peak to see that construction there, so the board can get a visual on some of the projects that are happening right now. Again, we're difficulties in terms of getting things through DSA from the structural standpoint, more so than ever before, but have been working with kind of the DSA leads to make some adjustments with some of the people they have working on our school sites, as long as with our architects. We expect Pacific Beach to come out next month and get that project kicked off, as well as Pacheco. So hopefully that those are kicking in. So again, it's just nice to see, and for the public to see some of those bond projects kicked off, moving, and looking forward to having construction at all of our sites, the elementary, the middle schools, and as well as PP.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item 8.01. It's a public hearing regarding initial proposals for SLCTA and SEIU negotiations.
Good evening. Can you guys can you pop that onto the agenda? Good evening. The San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Education, SLCTA, and SEIU's initial proposals for negotiations are being presented in accordance with Government Code Section 3547. This public hearing provides the opportunity for public comment on those proposals. And just for the public's information, item 10.4 actually holds those documents and the initial proposals from the district and our bargaining partners. And the last piece of information is to share CSEA's proposals are forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing no one then, I'll close the public hearing. And we'll move on to item 9.01, which is a resolution number 16-24-25, authorizing the filing of applications for state allocation board administered programs.
Yeah, so the next two resolutions that we're asking the board to approve tonight basically are two new steps that that have been put in by the Office of Public School Construction, that we have to have a facility master plan in place in order to go after both state matching funds, any basic state matching construction modernization funds. And so that is what this first resolution is asking the board to do. That's basically letting OPSC know that we do have a master plan in place, and that when we do move forward to apply for these funds, again, we've got $349 million in bond funds coming to the school district over the next 6-7 years. We hope to turn that into another $100 million, maybe $450 million by the time we're done, by obtaining as much matching grants as we can. So again, tonight, asking the board to approve this first resolution, which is basically stating that we have a facility master plan in place and that we will provide it when we apply for those funds.
Okay, thank you. This resolution, I am seeking a motion and a second. Oh, I beg your pardon. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board, and I'm now seeking a motion and a second.
I move approval of resolution number 16-24-25, authorized filing applications for state allocation board administered programs.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Unger, a second by Mr. Banfield. This is a roll call vote. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously.
So the next resolution is kind of along the same lines. It's the same exact requirements that OPSC is asking us for. And this would be if the districts move forward with the need for any facility hardship grants or hazard mitigation, seismic mitigation programs. At the current time, we don't foresee that, but just in case something were to happen, we want to make sure that we have this resolution in place to go after any funds that the state may have should they be needed.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this resolution? Okay, seeing no one, is there anyone on Zoom? No. Okay, then I'll bring back to the board. If there's no board discussion, then I am seeking a motion and a second. Mr. Banfield?
I'll move that we authorize resolution 17-24-25.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I have a motion by Mr. Banfield, second by Mr. Buckman. This is a roll call vote. Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. So we'll move to item 10.01, which is an action discussion item. California's accountability system, the school dashboard update, state indicators. Mrs. Yamashita.
Good evening, again, board and community members. I am here with Ms. Sheffer and Mr. Neff to speak with you about the outstanding performance of our students on the California State Assessment System. And the dashboard is the way that our state compiles the information and compares schools and school districts and their performance across the state. As I stated, it's a data-driven approach to give a big picture view of how school district programs are doing and to communicate to the educators and their parents things like graduation rates and other measures of student success. It also allows us to identify areas of strength, or schools that are particularly excelling in one thing and copy those and replicate those items across other schools in our district. And it also lets us peek into student groups or certain areas of our performance that are weaker relatively than others, and allows us to work together to design changes and tweaks in programming and staffing to support our students and staff. The dashboard indicators include state indicators, and there are 7 of those that are all the same across schools. Academic performance, which is English language arts, mathematics, and science are the 3 test areas on the state assessment right now. There's discussions about adding on social studies at a later time, but that is not assessed at the state level. We also measure chronic absenteeism, English learner progress, high school graduation rates, suspension rates, college and career readiness, and I already mentioned science. And schools and districts overall get 5 levels of status. Red is, uh-oh, problems. Take a look at this and figure out what's going on and how to make changes. All the way up to blue, which is like very high excelling, woo woo, everything's going in the right direction. This is also kind of compiling 2 years of data. It's your current status, how your students are currently performing, combined with the progress or lack thereof they're making. So it's not just how your students are doing this year on any one measure, but instead, how are they doing relative to last year? Did they improve, or are they struggling more than the year before? Okay. Was that it?
Good evening, board. I'm Stephanie Shepard, Director of Elementary here in San Luis Coastal. I'm going to review a few of the measures and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Neff, who's our Secondary Director. So in terms of our academic performance measures, we have conducted already in the fall a presentation around CASP, our California Assessment of Student Progress and Performance. And that is what the state then utilizes, as Mrs. Yamashita said, to take 2024 as well as a comparison to 2023 to then determine where do we fall on a 5x5 grid that is color coded, as she explained. Also included in this score report or status report that we have given to us is the California Alternative Assessment. A final piece that we are weighed on is our participation rate. And I'm really excited to share that through the work of our teachers and our principals, we met our 95% participation rate for 2024. So we are looking very healthy. Thank you. We are looking healthy, as you can see, and in the green in both English language arts as well as mathematics. The way that we are calculating this, or the state is calculating this, is looking at our distance from standards, and that is then turned into a point conversion. And so you can see the summary is that within ELA on the left-hand side, we increased 3.8 points. And then as we look over at mathematics, we maintained, although we have that 1.9 points. I will be sharing along with Mr. Neff and Mrs. Yamashita in our Friday notes. I'll be sharing all of the 5x5 grids that show you exactly where we fell across school sites as a district as well as within our subgroups, so that you can dive deeper into this data outside of the public presentation. New this year, you'll see more rainbow colors along the bottom. There's an equity report, and this is very helpful for us because it allows us to take a look at, although we are scoring green in both ELA and math, where are we falling within each of our subgroups? So for example, you'll see the red indicator on both English language arts as well as mathematics. We have one subgroup that is falling into that red category. For both of those performance indicators, it is our LTELs, our long-term English learners, that are falling into that red group. So again, I'll share more in the Friday notes along with my colleagues. A second indicator is our English learner progress measure. This particular measure is it's the only measure that only looks at one subgroup. And so it's looking at our progress of our English learners through our LPAC assessment. Again, we have a celebration here because in comparison to last year's performance, we're seeing that increase of 3.6% proficiency. We have one group in the blue, and those are our LTELs. So although they're scoring and showing up in the red on the previous slides here, we are celebrating the fact that within the LPAC, in terms of their English language acquisition, they're actually making significant progress. And chronic absenteeism is another measure. This is something that we dove into as a leadership group very heavily last year, and we were able to see the benefit. And this is one in which it's a little backwards because, of course, we don't want to see an increase in chronic absenteeism. We actually want to see this measure decline, and we did. We saw that 6.9% decrease, which is a big celebration and reflective of the work that's being done at our school sites. And here's Mr. Neff.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Board members, community members, I'm Dan Neff, I'm secondary director, so I get to share a little bit about some of the secondary things, one of which would be the graduation rate. So that's an important metric we use for our high schools. I'd say pretty self-explanatory. There's a little caveat. It can conclude students that finish in their 5th year. Not very many, but it does include that metric. So as we look at it, great news. We increased 1.9, almost 2% this year, or sorry, for 2024 at a little over 96% graduation rate, which is very high. We're in the blue, as Ms. Imasha explained earlier. That's where you want to be, right? So doing good there. And an increase from, we were actually in yellow last year at 94.4. So we both moved a percentage and in our indicator color dial thing as well. So good celebration there. And then looking at our subgroups, some work to do, one in the orange, but majority of our groups are in green and blue. So it's great news there. Suspension rate is, I would say, probably self-explanatory as well. Students that are suspended with a caveat for 1 full day or more. Sometimes the students are suspended for maybe a part of a day, but this is measuring those 1 full day or more. And so this would one, like with chronic absenteeism, we actually want to see a decline. Most of these indicators, you want to see an increase, right? This one we want to see down. And that's what we saw a little bit. So we declined almost 1% from last year, and we are in the green. So obviously still work to do, and those things we are addressing very much in our MTSS, our public behavior intervention systems, and work that we're doing in our equity work at our schools. But we are seeing that work started last year, was happening last year as well, but seeing growth there as well. So that's a good thing. College and career readiness is a great indicator, looking kind of overall, how are we preparing kids for their post-secondary lives? The caveat is it's complicated. And so that some of that will be in this Friday Focus, and the links are in there. There's a number of criteria. It's not just one thing that it's measured. It's multiple things. So you can have, if you pass a certain number of AP tests, if you get passing scores on your CAPS test, if you take certain number of semesters of college courses, if you're A through G, which is, when I presented that in the fall, is meaning eligibility to apply to a university, that plus one or more of other things. So there's this kind of rubric in a sense of that they use to calculate it. But overall, what we're seeing, they have maintaining a little bit of an increase. And you can see we, obviously still work to do and how we're providing options and helping support kids be ready. Post-secondary is a big part of our work at the high school level, but even at the middle school level as well. And so we're in the green, which is great, but we always have work to do to improve that and better prepare kids in what we're offering and supporting them being successful in those CT pathways, AP courses, and the CAPS exams. Lots of different, as I said, kind of metrics built into this particular indicator. So overall doing well, but we have work to do to continue to support our subgroups as well as overall get into that blue, right? That's where we're shooting, get into that blue. Science has been part of the CAPS test for a while now. The data has not really shown up. And so this year, the data sort of showed up in that there is not a performance code. This year, or 2024, I should say, so I guess last year, is a baseline year. And so there isn't a you score low, high, low, whatever sort of thing. It's a baseline year for everybody. We can see where we're at in terms of kind of point wise, and then in terms of state overall. And so we have some work to do, but there is not an association with a particular level or color that will come next year. And so science, kind of what we've seen with English, language arts, of mathematics for the last several years. Now science is coming on board with that of starting, you have a baseline, and then each year on out, they'll do comparison. So we'll see that in a year from now when we report on our 2025 CAPS data. Science will be then part of that dashboard indicator. But for now, it's just a baseline year for everybody. So there is no color or indication with that.
So, in conclusion, I am here to celebrate the excellent work of our students and staff, and the additional staff and programs that we have put in place in San Luis Coastal definitely are helping students achieve more than ever before and get back to post-pandemic numbers. And none of the school districts around us in this county's dashboard looks anything like ours. And so I want you to take away from this presentation tonight, as far as academic indication goes, we maintain very high levels of performance in ELA and math. Don't get me wrong, our work is not done, and we're not going to leave any students behind in our tracks. But overall, it's looking very good. We did a great job significantly reducing chronic absenteeism. Again, we're not quite back to pre-pandemic rates of chronic absenteeism, but we are significantly better than the rest of the nation at large and doing very well, working with families and connecting with students to come regularly to school. Our English learner progress also has moved all the way from low up to high. As you know, with the implementation of our benchmark curriculum and the designated ELD portion of that reading language arts curriculum, we believe is making an impact and difference last school year just during the pilot, as well as at our 2 DLI schools, which had started benchmark a year before. So we find that to be very promising. Our graduation rates increased, and again, that's much to celebrate. Our suspension rates, which we know that when students get suspended, they can feel like they don't belong and school is not the place for them, and then are more likely to reoffend or not be able to engage academically. And we are pleased to report that we are reducing the number of suspensions. There are certain groups of students, like students with disabilities, that are still being suspended at higher rates than we would want them to be. And we are going to continue to work with our special educators, as well as our general educators and school leaders, on how we can help support those students with disabilities to make choices that are more in line with school expectations. And finally, our college and career performance is very high. If you would like, I invite all of the community members as well to dig into our dashboard data in more depth. This was very high level, all levels, but there's lots of interesting information there. And these are some of the resources you can use.
Okay, thank you. Comments from board members. Mr. Buckman, followed by Mr. Banfield.
I do have a question. And I just want to point out that Lisa and I spoke for 15, 20 minutes today. So I only have one question as opposed to all the ones I started the day with. First of all, I want to congratulate the administration, but I also want to congratulate all the teachers. All these numbers are looking just great. And it's always good to come to a board meeting and see that. So my question that was most pressing this morning was, this is great, chronic absenteeism K-8, but where's the chronic absenteeism data for 9 through 12? And
Sure.
I thought the answer was important enough to have it shared here.
Yeah, let me explain. So as I understand it, and as I said, the state of California on the school dashboard does not include chronic absenteeism for our high schoolers. because high school attendance is kept a little bit differently, period attendance. Also, some high schoolers finish early, and some schools across our state will allow students who have met minimum requirements to not be enrolled in a full schedule of courses because they may be dual enrolled in other colleges, etc. So they would look truant, but really they're seeking education in other places. And so the state decided that a better indicator of student engagement at the high school level is related to graduation and how many students get across the finish line, not how many students come to school each day.
Okay.
But what I thought was most interesting is while the district could get by on that and the graduation rate, you want to share what you shared with me? Because
Well,
I
we
thought
have
it was
been working very hard alongside our two high schools and have included them in our work on reducing chronic absenteeism with our principals, with Mr. Dowler and SAR board meetings, as well as communicating and developing tools and resources for families to get our high schoolers to school. And what I had shared specifically with Mr. Buckman was that when, for example, Morro Bay was digging into their chronic absenteeism information, they quickly discovered a habit or pattern of students with disabilities being absent more than other student groups in their school. And so they started to create specific systems through their site equity challenge work that we're doing with Inclusion and Belonging 201 and 101 to develop specific systems and supports to address those needs of those students with disabilities who may be more likely to not be attending school. So while the state is not actually keeping record of the high school chronic absenteeism, we are still monitoring it by student group at our high schools, and you get monthly updates as well in the Friday Focus.
so thank you very much. And thanks to all the teachers as well.
Mr. Banfield.
What combination of things do you think has brought about that 0.8% decrease in suspensions?
Oh man, I wish Mrs. Gould is here because her group and the work of it takes a village to make a change like that. And primarily, it starts at the beginning of the story where students need to understand what are appropriate and expected behaviors at schools. And that is done through our Tier 1 work that we are trying to refine across all classrooms. And that involves counselors and administrators going into classrooms and helping teachers and students understand what kind of behavior is most conducive to learning in school. Then we also have secondary Tier 2 systems in support of students who maybe make mistakes or behavioral challenges, and they can meet with counselors, they can meet with administrators. We have referral meetings with care teams, etc., that can help work together and make plans to help students succeed. I think also helping educate our educators about alternative means of corrections. And traditionally in schools, oftentimes it was thought that if a student did something that was outside the bounds or disrupted the learning environment, they were kicked out of that learning environment. But instead, we're trying to refocus on repair and reteaching skills and alternative behaviors so that those students can still learn and kind of make amends for whatever damage to the learning environment has happened, but they still have an opportunity then to re-engage in a more positive frame. I think those are some of the things, and as well as we have particularly also focused on communicating more effectively to families about the importance of coming to school, and if their children are experiencing barriers to coming to school, we want to know about it and become their partner in solving the barriers and those problems. And we have a lot of tools in our toolbox when we know that a problem is happening.
Mrs. Baldonado.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation tonight. There's definitely a lot to celebrate. I do encourage folks to, go online and dig into the details. It's actually very interesting. And I appreciate that the details in those individual equity reports that we see for each indicator will be included in the Friday Focus. And so I just want to know when you drill down into the details of the data, particularly in that equity report, does that then guide your direction or your interventions, or can you just speak to that, please?
Yes, of course. We and our team with the principals dig down into those equity reports and look at areas of challenge that are presented, and then collaboratively come up with solutions or systems to provide extra assistance. So, for example, one of our elementary schools was a red indicator last school year. And in specifically their ELs not achieving and passing at the LPAC like we wanted them to. And so as a school and cabinet team, we were able to put our heads together, provided additional staffing at that elementary school. That we also redid the way assessments were being done at that school. We also looked into how parental notification was being done at that school. And I'm happy to report that that school now has shifted all the way to green, and they made huge growth and strides in one year. However, we had another elementary school now flip and land in the red exactly for ELs. The good news is we have a system in place that already worked in another school and those supports. So we do drill down into the data to look for student groups or schools that need specific help and support, and then make sure resources are directed there.
Thank you.
Is there any additional comment? Mr. Unger?
Yeah, I also took a look at the individual school reports, and overall our schools are doing a great job. And mostly blues and greens, the few yellows and orange occasionally. And we actually have a couple of schools that were blue and green all the way. And I think those schools are to be congratulated. So everybody, I think, is working hard and looking at the data and taking into account the needs of our students. So I want to congratulate all of our school sites and all of our school staffs for the hard work that they're doing, and the parents too, for supporting our kids at home.
Thank you. I neglected to go to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Okay, we'll take the public that's present in the room before Zoom. So I see, please come forward.
Oh, you need to come to the microphone, please. And thank you. I know it's all official.
I'm just curious if we're cutting funding for the para educators and for their support staff, how we are going to be working with these like chronic absentee issues, and then also the special, I think you said the disabled students who are chronic offenders, if we're taking away all the resources from those classes in this big budget cut. Like, do we have a plan for those students?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the board cannot respond. We can take your comment and hear you. If Mrs. Yamashita has an answer at the ready. Dr. Prater?
I just think this is like something a lot of the parents are very concerned about, taking away, resources.
Tonight, I appreciate the question. It's been in what you're asking has been something we've been wrestling with for a long time, and it's part of this process that we haven't gotten through yet. Tonight, we're just talking about where we're at in our fiscal update and potential reductions. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Jerry L. Sidney.
Jerry?
Jerry L.
Jerry L. From my perspective, the question about how we're going to structure our interventions, how we're going to help the kids, that all is part of that spring process. Once we determine how our budget's going to land, then we backward in our supports. So we will engineer those supports. You see it in our dashboard. We will figure out a way to do it. And we don't even know what those reductions are going to look like yet. So it's premature. I can't speculate, but what I can tell you is we'll find a way to do it.
it seems though that this year, before we've had these large budget cuts, the special education has suffered dramatically with increased class sizes, with reduction in teachers, with reduction in aides.
We can't engage in.
Yeah, this will,
It's
we'll
not
never
a
get
town
through
hall.
this evening.
Yeah,
So,
it's not a town hall meeting.
but
It's,
I have lots I could say to
Just fine.
that, but that's not what tonight is. Yeah.
I don't mind being interrupted.
What was that?
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak on this subject? Okay, yeah, we'll get to Zoom. I'm just checking in the room. Okay, if you would come forward, please, and state your name, and then we'll start the clock.
Hi, my name is Katarina Howald. I just wanted to have one comment, which is that college readiness and all of those things increase when you have TK. That's all I wanted to say.
Is there anyone else present in the room? Yes, please come forward and state your name.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah McGrath. I have two students in the district. I have a son who entered the school system needing a lot of IEP support because he was born with a genetic disability. When we first had our first IEPs, the team, which was only the school people, recommended he be in an isolated special day classroom so that he could learn how to learn. Luckily, I had a daughter who was already at our neighborhood school blocks from our house that had a bilingual program. My son already knew English and Spanish. He already knew how to learn because all 4-year-olds are learning how to learn. They're all the same at that age. Because we had, it was at the time, it wasn't TK, it was preschool. Because there was a teacher there who said, of course your child belongs here. Of course he does. We started our education journey in TK or preschool, and my son with a speech delay and a lot of speech support needed amongst other things was included in the typical population in general education throughout his time in school. He is now taking general education classes at Laguna Middle School. He has paraeducator support, and he has a really bright future because of how his education started. Even when an administrator came to that first teacher and said, are you sure you want this child? Can they be in your classroom? Are you prepared? And that teacher said, yes, they belong. And it's made an impact on his life, our family's life, all the students who have been educated with him for the past 9 years. It's influenced their life as well. And I don't know where all the budget things will end up falling, but support for TK, support for special education services, the things that happen early on, they last a lifetime. And I just wanted to share a personal story to kind of bring some of it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Erin Chickatini. I teach 5th grade at Hawthorne Elementary. I was also a member of the piloting committee last year. I heard some information shared about the success rate of our English learners, and I just want to make sure that we do have all the facts. Yes, the benchmark program does come with a designated ELD component. It's my understanding that aside from our dual emergent schools, that designated ELD component was not given to our EL resource teachers until January. Many of our LPAC assessments are given in the middle of the second trimester. So we are crediting a program that maybe wasn't entirely responsible for that success. What I can tell you is responsible for that success are programs like our academic intervention, our social emotional intervention, and support for our resource programs. Many of our English learners also cross over into needing those supports as well. And those are three of the things we're talking about cutting. So I just want to be mindful about where we are taking things from for our most, our most disadvantaged students. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present that would like to speak? Please.
Good evening, Superintendent Prater, Assistant Superintendents, board members, and families in the room. My name is Lucia Stone. I'm a parent, a wife of an educator, and a City of San Luis Obispo local, elementary through Cal Poly. Educational preparedness. That is your fiscal responsibility as a representative of the public education system. Tonight's board recommendation is the beginning of San Luis Coastal Unified School District's demise and the detriment of our children. You all have a fiscal and moral responsibility to provide our kids with a quality public education, and tonight you're failing us. If this is a political ploy against the state of California to fund TK because we're a basic aid district, please know you're doing so on the backs of local families, your neighbors, your friends, and your family. We are already struggling to make our mortgage, feed our families, and pay our taxes, which is your salaries. We are not here tonight to hear about why the district has not prepared and planned well enough for TK, knowing you've already spent the ESSER COVID funds on 174 new hires and already spent the funds from $349 million Measure C to build brand new TK classrooms. But yet you lack the funds for TK for my daughter Sienna and thousands of other children. The district has had the time, the foresight, and the acumen to prepare to fund TK. The proposed savings of $2.8 million next year is detrimental to our children. Your budgeting negligence will cost each household an average of $21,000 a year in childcare, which is not locally available for the 400 plus stranded TK students. You need to reevaluate each budget item and explore utilizing the $10 million funding at the San Luis Education Foundation. TK is the first and most important step to learning, superseding other programs you're looking to fund. TK gives every student an opportunity for a quality education instead of just those who can afford private school. Eliminating it is an educational justice issue. Additionally, TK allows districts to discover and address learning disabilities when it is easier to address the problem early on. A quality TK should cut remediation costs in the upper grades, which you all know all too well. San Luis Coastal Unified School District is blatantly defying the state's mandate, showing a malice disregard for families when eliminating TK. We Californians pay for it through the state and receive the service. We need it here too. We cannot afford your temper tantrum with the state. Please don't put this on our backs and let our students thrive. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else present? Okay. Let me just say that we're talking about this agenda item. We're not talking about the budget item in transitional kindergarten at this time. So if you spoke to TK now, please know that you'll not be speaking to it again. Okay.
Hi, my name is Rita Rodriguez, and I'm very proud to say that I'm a teacher here at San Luis Coastal. I began my career at San Luis Coastal back in 2011. The reason I bring that up is because that year, the 2011-2012, I helped open the first preschool here in San Luis Coastal. So I was here at the beginning. Before there was TK, there was preschool. In the beginning, there was approximately 3 preschools and 4 TKs. From there, we expanded to 9. The reason I bring that date up and that information up is because on the board docs that I was looking through, the slides, no data was stated prior to the last couple of years or last few years that there was TK. There was preschool data that was left. Those numbers were not included back in 2011, 2012. That impact that those programs made was not included. Currently, according to that information, there's 323 students in our TK programs. Next year, it's projected to go up to 400. If we look at the numbers and those with those types of eyes, we can see that that's basically one elementary school. I believe currently Hawthorne itself has about 422 students. So that closing of TK would actually be similar to closing an elementary school. I want that to be stated in there. We've also experienced life without counselors or not enough counselors. We also experienced what it was like returning to the classroom with students that did not enter preschool. They did not have play dates. They did not have TK. We're still feeling the ramifications of the pandemic. To get rid of or underfund those programs is not doing a service to anybody. I really want to make that point clear. Also, being back in that 2011, I remember many times hearing LCAP presentations stating that we needed to cut preschool. That's one of the reasons why I left the preschool classroom. I was afraid. Now I'm afraid that if we let go so many new teachers, so many counselors, we're going to end up with a really sad district. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Rod Scothrow. I have a question regarding the suspensions. It's maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'm just wondering, I appreciate the fact that we're trying to establish good behaviors, but what are we doing to those disruptive behaviors that are forced to stay in the classroom? What about the other kids that are eager and wanting to learn? So now they're having to stop learning in order to address this bad behavior. When I think it's just a matter of having the stats looking good, that the suspensions are going down, but at what expense to the rest of the kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, please.
My name is Callie Walter. I work in the Wellness Center at San Luis High School. And mine is about the suspension rate, but at the high school level. We have a 0.9 decrease in suspension at San Luis High School. And I think it's important to note that suspension decrease is directly correlated to appropriate wellness center use. So that funding there is really important.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, then on Zoom.
We have Carol Casaboom.
Yes, hi. I have a student in a parent participation preschool at the moment, and we're looking forward to being able to have him attend TK. We were pretty shocked to see that this is on the cutting block, specifically after your message about having good metrics. Good metrics don't just materialize out of thin air, especially with your hoo-ha about absenteeism being down for K through 8. Well, I feel like not having TK preparing these young kids to be in school, be happy to learn, that's gonna, I think, greatly impact your absenteeism. So I think while we want to congratulate our teachers and our schools for bringing that metric down, I do want to say, how do you plan on maintaining that metric in a positive trend when you take away such a resource that can correlate directly to seeing success for these kids. Also, I do want to say that trying to limit people talking about TK and then saying you can't speak about this later on is in bad faith. I do think that this comment that I'm making right now is about the metrics, the success rates, the budget issue, I think is still a valid issue that parents should be able to also address. So while I think comments about why TK is so important for our educational metrics, we also should have a say about why it should be prioritized in our budget. So I think, again, limiting parents from being able to speak on those two matters, even though they share a commonality, is in bad faith. And that's it.
Okay. Anyone else on Zoom? Okay, thank you.
Okay, then if there's no additional comment in the room or on Zoom, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is 10 point.
There is a hand raised.
I beg your pardon?
Sounds like we have one more hand raised.
One more on Zoom?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, with one comment, I was gonna see how this is like the.
Okay, we're ready. The clock is running.
This should be quick, but I did just want to say that while the 9 through 12 chronic absenteeism is not available on the California dashboard, it is reported and collected and available via DataQuest. So it is out there and available if anybody was interested in looking at it. It definitely has nuanced variables that were mentioned, but it is available if anybody was interested.
Thank you. If there's no one else, then we're moving on to item 10.02, the fiscal update and programmatic impacts. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yes, so thank you for having me tonight. And I have a few slides I'm going to share in this presentation. We have Mr. Yamashita, who's going to share a few slides, and Dr. Puccia, who will also share some slides. Love the fact that people are here to hear kind of, the information tonight so that they can, again, understand kind of where we're at as a school district, where we're headed. And again, for everyone to know, we also, again, Dr. Prater will share at the very end. We have a couple public forums coming up for people to share their thoughts and kind of go more in depth tomorrow night as well as the following Wednesday as well. So without any further ado, I'll get started on the presentation itself. So this is the purpose of this presentation, and I told the board about this, that we'd be coming back to you when we did our first interim budget presentation back in December. So December 17th, we did first interim. I shared with the board our 10-year budget, which basically outlined that we had overspent last year by $7 million, and we're projected to overspend this year by $5 million, and that we have a structural deficit ongoing that we have to do something about. I wanted to wait until the governor came out with his budget summary, which happened last week, so that we could share that information, and then we would start to dig in and start to look at, first of all, why are we even having this conversation today, as well as what are some of the items that the board will have to wrestle with as we try to cure this structural deficit in terms of ongoing. So again, from the governor's budget update, and for the people in the audience, we are a community funded district. So it's called a basic aid school district. So basically our property taxes fund our students. Other districts around us that are state funded, you can look at it as a jar of water or a glass of water, right? The property taxes fill it up about 3/4, and then the state fills the rest of the glass. For us as a basic aid school district in San Luis Coastal, our glass is full because of our property taxes, and maybe even a little over. We get a little extra because of it. There are some basic aid community funded districts that have 3 glasses of water filled with property taxes. So that's part of the issue when we ask the state for funding or we go after funding. They oftentimes don't want to, hey, you're funded enough, you have enough money as a basic aid school district, not realizing that there are very different levels of being in community funded status. There's a Palo Alto, a Carmel, and then there's a San Luis Coastal. So just good information to know and to have, right, as we have these conversations. Again, key takeaways from the governor's budget. Hearing Dr. Brescia thinking about the fires in Los Angeles, it does concern me. That's maybe some of the one-time dollars, different things that the governor had kind of planned potentially for this first budget may go away because of what's happening, as well as, again, for everyone to know our budget and the state budget is really based on property values as well as how the stock market goes. Right, people's paying taxes, and so it's an interesting dynamic for California in terms of how that funding happens. But again, a couple of programs that the governor is focused on. One is to continue the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELO funding. This is dollars that are required to be spent on extending the school day for our English learners, our economic disadvantaged, and our foster homeless youth, as well as adding 30 days to the school year. So that's what ELOPE funds do. It's what we required to be spent on. So for us in San Luis Coastal, we have been doing that. We have free childcare before and after school for those groups that I described, as well as we have our summer experience program for students that give them that extra 30 days of education. So it's good, right? Those are dollars that are given to school districts outside of the local control funding formula. So we actually receive those as a basic aid school district. And those have been great programs for us. Summer experience, we have, as the board knows, thousands of kids have benefited from that program, as well as, of course, helping those parents with before and after school care and a place for kids to go is incredible. Also, along with that, the governor is focused on continuing free meals for all. So that is something, again, with our food service department has been huge, right, in terms of being able to offer free meals to all students, both breakfast and lunch, and even after school meals at some of our schools that have higher rates of economic disadvantaged students. So those are great things. 2.43 cost of living adjustments state program. So we do receive some money from the state outside of that student funding, such as special education funds. For everyone to know in the room, we have what's called a maintenance of effort for special ed. So we cannot spend less dollars on an annual basis on special education. So we can't cut. The presentation we'll talk to you tonight is about we have such a huge growth in the number of special ed students and the number of staff we were hiring that's having an impact on our budget. So it's not cutting back. It's it's looking at the system itself and process for that, right? So I think there's an important understanding. So anybody who's a special ed parent, we won't be cutting special ed staff, right? We can't. It's part of the maintenance of effort that we have to abide by. So there was one other caveat. There's lots of other things in the budget. You can go on the link. It's the governor's summary that lists everything in terms of education-wise. He did describe a little bit of some potential one-time funds, which would be great, right? Again, we're not going to receive $1.8 billion. That is for every student in the state of California. So we don't. I have a budget update tomorrow, webinar I'll be attending to kind of see, so how much money does that mean potentially for San Luis Coastal, right? And so, hey, again, it's one-time funds. So one-time funds help for a little bit, but they don't, they're not ongoing, right? So it may soften a budget woe for a year, but isn't going to help you long-term. So those are, again, just the key takeaways from the governor's budget. So really not a lot there, right? In terms of San Luis Coastal, and just for everyone's edification, right, to know, so we received a large amount of one-time funds for COVID, and that was because our kids were struggling after COVID. Our teachers were struggling, right? So to get back into school, to get kids online, to from computers, I mean, just when they were home versus coming back to school. So we have been, and the board allocated a plan. It's public. It's on the board agenda. We've been following that plan over the past 5 years, right, to provide those extra supports for kids to get them back on track. And it's nice to see that in both our academic as well as our student data, right, from our surveys and things like that, that we're seeing growth in those areas based on all those things that we've put in place. So those are wonderful things. We wish we could continue them forever. and grow them and expand them. It'd be great, right? But a lot of those, unfortunately, are one-time funds. But again, back to our expenditures, we are a people organization. So most of our budget is people. So when we talk about making budget reductions, well, why don't just cut outside the class? Don't cut people, cut contracts. But 88% right now, 87.8% of our budget is people, right? So yes, we are looking at non-personnel reductions, and we will be cutting some of those back. But the reality is, if 88% of your budget is people, then like 88% of the cuts should probably be people, right? Long term, in order to cure that structural deficit. So those are the tough things, decisions the board has to make. Again, you see certificated salaries, classified salaries, statutory benefits, which include, and you'll see a slide later about the cost of retirement benefits, healthcare, Social Security, all those things, right? Workers' compensation, all of those go into the benefits part. Again, benefits now, the cost of benefits for the school district is more than we spend in certificated or classified salaries. That's how much that amount has grown over the past 10 years, 15 years, due to some of the things that the governor has put in place. And at that time, it was Jerry Brown. You'll see other service operations, books and supplies, capital outlay, other outgo. So again, this year we are projected to spend about $5 million over what we are bringing in. And so some of that is on purpose, right? Because we had large reserves from the one-time fund. So we have spent those down. And so now we're at a place where, okay, we spent them down. We have kept these programs in place, kept low class sizes, done other things. But now we have to do something about it because our revenues aren't keeping up with our expenditures. Again, from the board standpoint, we've always tried to maintain a 10% reserve. It's been a board goal for the past 24 years. As a focus, right? And that's as a basic aid school district. If something happens to property values, we drop out of basic aid status. I mean, you can imagine Los Angeles right now with the fires or destruction, things like that, and the impact that that's going to have on property values and the corresponding loss of revenue to schools, right? And so that's the reason for the 10%. That's the reason for the 10% reserve that we've tried to maintain, right, in the past. So again, there's a mandatory 3% that you have to have as a school district by law. We won't pass our budget. The board has tried to maintain a 10. If we continue on the same path and don't make reductions, we will not have a 3% reserve in 2 years. That's why we're having this conversation, right? So again, school services, kind of an organization that focuses on budget, 17% is what they recommend. We're not recommending that. But just so you know, that's something that is part of the recommendation for districts. So again, why is this happening? Why are we at this place? So many different reasons, right? So the first one is because we received a ton of one-time funds, which was great, fantastic, like $13 million. And we hired a lot of people and put them in place and kept class sizes low and added interventions and added counselors back and added more special education. All those things, which were great, and it has made a dramatic difference for kids. But those people are still in place and those one-time funds are spent. Special education staff and program growth, we've added a ton of support systems in place. Intervention, AITs, the counseling support we've talked about, S-Cube teachers working, new interventions for kids. And even with that, our special ed numbers are growing. And with that growth, we're seeing that, again, there's a need for more personnel that goes along with that, right? And so that is something that we have to look at and examine, and why and how is it happening, and what are the supports we're having in place, and are they working or not, right? And so again, that's one that's kind of a mandatory we have to have. Our employees, it's really expensive to live here, and we negotiate with our employees, and we have over the past. Again, we've had good labor relations. We've come together for deals. The past 3 years, we've given our employees excellent compensation increases, right? Really to maintain what other districts around us have given. And so those are ongoing costs that we've, again, added to the school district. So we've added personnel, we've added special education staff, we've added raises, right? The STRS and PERS amounts, which are the benefits rates for our employees for for their retirement has gone up. So dramatically over those years. Again, you'll see a slide that talks about it. We also have the unfunded implementation of transitional kindergarten. So we have added a grade level in our school district, right? It is something that the board's strategic priorities 15 years ago, 12 years ago, when you put it together, you were the first board to have like district preschools, right, that we paid for, and we hired certificated teachers to teach those classes because we felt it was important. The board felt it was important to have the best staff teaching our kids, right? And so they're here tonight. Those first preschool teachers that started our program are here, right? And so it has been something we've tied in when TK started. Again, okay, yes, it's great for kids. Let's do it. Let's get it going. So we started with a few classes. It's grown each year as the amount of months expanded, right? So this next year, it's supposed to expand another 3 months up to 400 students. Again, we have tried letter campaigns. We've worked with Schools for Sound Finance, which is kind of a lobbyist for basic aid school districts. There has not been a desire at the state level, the legislature, to give to San Luis Coastal for TK, right? Because they see Carmel, they see Palo Alto, $40,000 a kid. They see other districts and they equate that with us, right? And so there's just not an appetite at this point, even though so we've had to go, basically school districts have had to go the route of trying to go to like the mandated program through the state and go through that process to show them that this is an unfunded mandate that they have placed upon our school district to try to get that funding. Again, Dr. Prater and our community newsletters have put out to send letters, those types of things. We've never had like a huge amount of support, right, in terms of moving forward in that direction and trying to get that accomplished. And so it's been tough. So, but we've continued to, again, try to get that funding, try to have it in place. I mean, you have your superintendent almost, getting in fisticuffs with our state senator, right, over these issues, types of things. No, that didn't happen. But just, again, a battle, right, to try to get what's just for our kids, for our school district. So don't think for a second that we don't love the program, want to keep it, and would love to get funding to do it, right? When I did the numbers with my director of fiscal services, it's about $6 million we would receive if we were a state-funded district. So if we were to receive the funding that goes along with TK, because he's not only expanding TK to 20 to 2 from 24 to 2, he's actually even putting extra money into the budget to provide an extra adult in each of those classrooms. We would love to have that funding and have that in place. So again, that's one of the things that's put us in this situation. We also have the closure of Diablo Canyon. So Diablo Canyon brought our school district, and one of the main reasons why we were a basic aid school district was the amount of unitary tax that we received at the time. So when I first started in this position, it was roughly $10 million that we received in unitary tax. With the potential closure of the plant, of course, we had to fight to get SB 1090 passed, which basically gave us about 7 years of funding as they depreciate the plant and pay less unitary tax. So that has continually decreased over the past 7 years, right? Next year will be the last year that we receive SB 1090 funds. It's about $4.5 million that goes away after next year. And again, Diablo is going to stay open. It's going to keep going. We should get, not yet. There's no plan to begin to have unitary tax again, for the plant to stay open for 20 more years, even though we think it is. And we're actually hopeful that it is at this point, right, to hopefully get those funding levels. But there is no indication at this point that unitary tax will be reinstituted if the plant stays open. So are they just going to depreciate the plant and keep it running? And it's like, hey, it's a used car that's not valued, and we think we're going to keep going for 20 years and not pay taxes on it? Or are they going to have to reevaluate the plant and move forward? So for everyone to know, we are currently lobbying for those funds. We're going to be meeting with PG&E, meeting with state, working with our community partners to try to get unitary tax reinstated. But again, that funding goes away. So next year is our last year. So that's another revenue drop of $4.5 million that we have to take into consideration. is why we're here. And then also, as everyone else in the room knows, your electricity bill's more, your water bill's more, your sewer bill's more. Well, it's the same for a school district. Those costs have all gone up dramatically over the past 5 years. And so again, you'll see all of these 5 or 6 things that I've presented tonight are why we're here tonight in this situation of having a structural deficit. Okay. It wasn't one thing or the district didn't plan or, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. No, I've had a 10-year budget at every single one of our budget meetings. And they're 4 times a year, first interim, second interim, budget, development, unaudited actuals, where I've showed this happening, right? We've known this is going to happen. We're just there now, right? We're there now. And again, our employees, we're going into negotiations with all 3 of our unions, as you'll see tonight on the agenda. And so, yes, they want compensation increases as well, right? So again, there's all of these things go into our current fiscal condition. And so it's something we just have to address it, right? The board has to bring us our fiscal solvency back so that we can move forward and be financially stable as a school district.
I wanted to review and share some of the fantastic pandemic and post-pandemic work that your leadership team and all of you have approved, that plan that Mr. Pinkerton was referring to. So since the 2019-2020 school year, these are the full-time staffing equivalent positions that we have increased in San Luis Coastal. And again, hats off to the great work and programs. Our students are soaring, many of them, most of them, doing better than ever with these additions. But in short, there were 3 principals placed on special assignment at the district office to work on special projects. Those positions were eliminated in the 23-24 school year. We've also grown and added the 14 TK teachers and 14 instructional assistants that are ever so important and working in those classrooms. We've added additional 5.2 elementary school counselors because there were part-time counselors, and then we increased them to full-time elementary counselors. We've also added 3 secondary academic counselors to our high schools and middle schools. We've added 4 school psychologists, 5.1 speech and language pathologists. Those are both roles that play an integral part of our student services special education teams. We've also added 11 academic intervention teachers, and those are teachers who work part-time on a reduced year calendar to deliver interventions, specific Tier 2 programming to students who are identified through screening process as needing extra support in reading. We have added the 9 student success specialists. We call them S-Cubes. They were formerly MTSS teacher roles that their job description and title has changed because they are focused primarily on ensuring all student success. So they look at student achievement screening data, they help design intervention learning groups, they support the AITs, working with student groups. They also coach and support our classroom teachers in delivering our curricular programs in an inclusive and supportive way. We've opened and added the 2 Wellness Center SEL counselors. We've added 29 paraeducators. Those are adults that support our special education students as they move about campuses during the school day. We've added 1 assistant principal position at Laguna Middle School as their enrollment increased dramatically, and a 0.5 summer experience a 0.5 summer experience principal, as well as approximately 11.6 EL and other instructional aides. Those are other classified staff members that support students in classrooms around our campuses.
So just to put a little bit of kind of make it look a little bit easier, the information that Ms. Yamashita just shared and Mr. Pinkerton's overall, from 2019 to 2020, or 2019-2020 school year to 24-25, you can see at the top, we've added additional 27 certificated classroom teachers. We have an additional 53.23 non-classroom teachers. Those are our counselors, our school psychologists, the TOSAs. Again, these are the people that are in the class at the site level, providing much of the intervention that Ms. Yamashita was talking about. Part of the learning recovery and the information that the goals that were set forth in the pandemic funding. Certificated administrators, we've shared with you up there. You just saw 1.5 increase, and that was an assistant principal at Laguna, and then the half principal for the summer program. Classified staff. This is a
Mr.
little. The classified staff is a little bit more complicated because many of our classified staff work are part-time. So the number on the left are the total number of people, and on the left is the FTE, which is the full-time equivalent. So again, you can see that we've increased by 69 total people and 93 FTEs. So again, and much of this is in support of students in the classroom, which again, very, very positive. Our confidential classified staff, these are some of our classified management, as well as our classified confidential staff here at the district office. That has increased by 2. And so our total increase across the district in this 5-year period is 173 FTEs. And at the bottom, you can see we have increased by a total of 110 students. And typically, basic math is 30 students equals 1 FTE of a certificated FTE, and then the ancillary supports that come with that. So you can see we've far exceeded that. We've just wanted to share a little bit with the general public and the board as well. The district, San Luis Coastal, has continued to strive to have really low teacher-student ratios or staff-student ratios. Our school psychologist at this point in time, statewide average is 1 to 1,000 students for school counselors. Now, yes, there are recommendations by the American Association of School School Psychologists. The recommendations are much lower than that, but the reality is that these are the statewide averages in this moment in time. So our counselors, again, we have 25.3. The ratio is 1 to 306. In our K-3 classes, our CBA, which is our collective bargaining agreement, the state would allow us to go up to 33 students in a K-3 classroom. We've worked with SLCTA to have a cap of 28 students. Currently our average across the district in the K-3 range is 24 students. So again, you can see we're below the average that we've even negotiated and far below the state average, which is 1 to 30. And then our 4 through 12, our negotiated number is average of 32, a max of 35. Currently, we're at 1 to 20. Now, do we have classes that are higher than those numbers? Certainly, but so that means we have classes that are far below that number. And then our last one is just the certificated administrators. Currently across the district, we have 30. The recommended state ratio is 8 to 8 administrators for every 100 teachers. Our number is 6 administrators to 100 teachers. So we're even still below, we're not staffed, we're not overstaffed from a certificated administrative standpoint. And then this slide is just, again, gives you a breakdown of our enrollment over the past 10 years and plus a projection for next year. You can see again, we've in the K-12 ranks, we've actually stayed very flat, and where we've added is in the TK range. So again, we've maintained a relatively flat enrollment with an addition of, again, 170 additional people supporting our students. Wanted to share a little bit with the district related to our just our historical compensation and through our negotiations with our respective unions. So you can see year over year, we have strived to keep up with COLA and our property taxes, and we've done a pretty solid job of that. So that is, and again, that's, we want to do that as a district. We want to compensate our staff. They are the backbone of what we do. We're here to serve students, and we want to make sure that our staff, both classified and certificated, are compensated and are satisfied in their work and can come to work and be focused on work and not worried about things outside. But again, one of the big hurdles that we are facing, and again, this is all districts, is the increase to the district STRS and PERS contributions. That's the state teachers retirement system, as well as the public education, public employee retirement system. In 14-15, it was 8.3 and 11.7% respectively that the district would contribute to each of these employees' retirement system. In 24-25, for our state teachers retirement, it is currently at 19% and 27.5% for the PERS. So again, for every dollar that an employee is paid, the district puts in 27.5 cents, for every $100. So it's not insignificant. It's a big contribution to retirement, and that is what it is. And that's a statutory benefit, and there's no way around that. And we're happy to pay that. But there's also the other piece, just so everybody understands, that there is a pay raise built into what's called step and column in each of our pay scales. So every year that a teacher and or a classified staff member works, there's a 2.5% increase for our certificated staff and a 4.5% for our classified staff. At some point, both teachers and our classified staff hit the tail end of that salary schedule, but again, that is built in an increase year over year. And then we also pay statutory benefits to Medicare, FICA, et cetera. This next slide just shows a little bit of, again, the compensation across the county. Dr. Brescher was here a little bit and talked about all the districts across the county. We talk about large districts and small districts across the county. Cayucas currently has the highest max compensation, which is their pay plus their district contribution to benefits. But they only have 180 students, which equates to roughly, I'm going to go on a ballpark and say probably about 10 teachers maximum. So you can see in San Luis Coastal, our max compensation is at 135, which is the salary plus a contribution to benefits of $15,000 plus. So again, we have strived to and have maintained, salaries commensurate with our neighboring school districts across the county. So this slide, just again, this talks a little bit about some of the potential reductions that the board should consider in where we go. We think that we're hoping that, we'll work with all three of our bargaining units to see if we can get folks who are planning on retiring or not coming back, resigning, so we can get those folks off the books. We know they're leaving. That means we could probably save somebody who's intending to stay here. And there may be some temporary staff that would be released. That would be, most of this could be met through that again. And that's not a positive, but that's just to say, when people think about and consider the options, that those are some of it. We may be reassigning non-classroom teachers back to the classroom. Potentially, again, we've talked about this pretty in depth at this point, is the closure of transitional kindergarten would be an option. Reduction of the post-pandemic, all the programs that we've put in place, all the interventions, all the social emotional supports. And so again, not ideal, but these are things that we'd ask you to consider. Develop and adhere some special education staffing ratios. So again, just kind of understanding, the number of adults that we need in a classroom to support our students with special needs, and what that ratio would look like, and trying to maintain those ratios and be mindful of that when we meet with families. And we want to make sure that our students have the services they need. But at the same time, not making, we have situations where in some of our classrooms, there are more adults than there are students. At this point, hiring freeze, just looking at as people retire, as people leave at the end of this school year, not backfilling those positions unless they're absolutely necessary. And then the other thing would be an implementation of a formal reduction in force, a RIF. People typically think about it as a pink slip. The upside of doing that process is we can be a little bit more strategic with and work with our 3 bargaining units to, work collaboratively on what that looks like. And really, at the end of the day, make our cuts as far away from the classroom as humanly possible. That's, we don't want to impact the instructional program any more than we have to. So that's our goal. And that'll be addressed through the LCAP adjustments as we get into the spring and you make those recommendations. And Ms. Yamashita and her team will go back out to the community and seek input and make edits as necessary.
So again, it goes without saying that these reductions are going to be painful and uncomfortable to students and staff at our school sites. We are charged with trying to think creatively and outside the box with how we can deliver the high quality education and instructional supports to our students. While we may be having fewer adults and personnel on our campuses, and pending the decisions that you will make in the future will define as we move throughout spring how we intend or plan to do that. If I could wave a magic wand and sprinkle money down from the ceiling and keep every wonderful program we have, I would very much choose to do that. So some possible areas recommended for reduction, we already discussed. Starting at the district office is important, and looking at all the roles and positions here, as well as non-personnel related costs. So we do hire and work with excellent consultants. We have contracts with professional organizations, community-based organizations throughout San Luis Obispo, professional development organizations. And we're going to look to reduce some of those. We are going to be staffing our classrooms at the ratios that our collective bargaining units, collective bargaining agreements currently allow us to, which will be higher than the rates that you saw currently today. We are going to look at and recommend the closure of the TK program pending future funding. We are also going to look currently at the academic interventions and supports that we've been able to put in place in the past few years that provide opportunities for students who are falling behind to get the supports that they need, as well as look carefully at the social emotional learning intervention programming through our counselors and other mental health supports that provide our students behavioral training that goes beyond the hard work of our regular standard classroom teachers are already delivering and administrators are already delivering. But these would be the out of the classroom sorts of supports that we currently have in place.
I'll go a little bit off script, but not too far, because I know there's lots of people that want to speak. In 2010, I know members of this board who were there at that time remember that you adopted 10 strategic initiatives. Part of those strategic initiatives was to address what was missing in San Luis Coastal at the time. There's no defined preschool program in our district. There was Head Start, there was state preschool, but state preschool was not assisting us in this district, the students in this district. So part of that initiative that we created and you adopted was the initiation of preschool at our most needy sites. We started at Pacheco, Baywood, and Hawthorne. We were so thrilled with with what we saw that we began, as Rita mentioned, we began to, as the money allowed us to, we began to add additional programs at additional sites. And now I share that with you because this board was at the forefront of this work. And it's important. And so I can't imagine I really can't imagine I'm standing here even talking about this because it's a jewel. Our TK program is, I think, one of the best in the state. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. With that said, each year as I fight and I can't seem to get any traction, I'm very, very disappointed, and I'm still not done fighting for this. The state has caught wind. AB 167, I believe it is, where Governor Newsom came out in 2021, 2022, and declared that transitional kindergarten was indeed something that we should pursue as a state. And so with that, we all cheered and we all rallied. But with it also came this surprise. And that surprise from my circles as a superintendent in the basic aid world fell like a ton of bricks. And that was a decision by the state legislature to carve us out of that funding picture. So that is the primary reason, as those costs escalate and more kids come into the program, and you look at the perfect storm that's in front of us, and that's the new framework that I'm really trying to talk about here. I wish we had more options than we do. I really do. I sincerely wish we had more options, and I've been figuring out all kind of creative ways, but every creative idea that I have to sustain it, either the ed code or some sort of board policy, or I should say state ed code law, prevents us from doing that. Partnering with other districts, partnering with a charter, just won't allow that to happen. So I'm still seeking out alternatives, but what I'm left with is a shrinking pie of resources due to the things you've heard about tonight. And I won't go through them all, but suffice it to say that San Luis Coastal is in a really precarious spot right now. And we have some really tough decisions. The toughest decision that didn't come out loud and clear tonight from the presentation, but it needs to be mentioned, is that it's really an if-then statement. If this, then what? Because those choices that you make in this next cycle will determine. So there's not a single person in this room that doesn't value TK. But there's not a single person in this room doesn't value counseling, doesn't value intervention support, doesn't value reasonable class sizes. And all of those things equate to people. So when I share this with you tonight, or when we've brought this before you tonight, it's not recklessly, it's not without a whole lot of thought and consideration. Yes, I am fighting and will continue to fight for TK funding, and I hope the energy in this room follows me to Sacramento, because really that's $6 million that we're not getting. 6 million. That's a big number. And I'm here to tell you it's growing. So you can't just ignore that. Then I will say to you, Diablo Canyon, PG&E is announcing they're going to extend the life of that plant. We're waiting for some other details, but that could be another sizable chunk of money, anywhere from $5 to $10 million a year for us. So hopefully in the coming months and certainly in the out year, we'll have some good news on those two fronts, which will bring us back here and have a much better conversation. But absent that, I don't see how these choices, none of these options are good. Not any of them. So I'm here tonight just to tell you that we have to make these tough decisions. We can do tough things. Now, beyond that, we can also circle back around and figure out, well, if not that, then what? Right? And these are the things that I'll be continuing to work with you on. So with that, we do have in the next slide a timeline. And you might say, well, geez, that timeline is really tight. It is. It's tight because we're up against a timeline with our employees. We're up against a timeline with our parents. We're up against a timeline with local agency that can support us. If we don't have that, then how can our local agencies help our families? We have a lot of planning to do and a lot of work to do. And it's not lost on me that time is of the essence. So if we can somehow get a budget trailer bill for TK funding for basic aid districts, which is the right thing to do, then we'll be back here again. Okay? If we can work with our outside agencies and come out with some creative solutions for our working families, I'm all in and I'll make that happen. So I'm here tonight just to say, here's the timeline. This is what we're up against. And I appreciate your patience as we go through this.
Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a couple comments. I know I'm looking forward to a lot of input and hearing what everyone has to say. I think the first thing I want to say is I just really appreciate everyone that's here. This is a community discussion, and the fact that you're all here to be part of this discussion is really important. Also, as we kind of dig into this over the next couple hours, I want to convey that any discussion about reducing or removing TK just makes my stomach sick, and I think that's true for so many people up here. And this problem can be solved two different ways. One is by finding new sources of income, and the team's touched on those a little bit, but I think we all need to advocate Sacramento. That's a general thing, but we're losing $5 to $10 million a year from the nuclear power plant. And a lot of that is through some clever accounting that occurred because the plant was going to close. It was devalued. It's not closing, but we're not getting our funding. And if we can fix that, we're all having a very different discussion. So the more you can all advocate in the community on both of those topics, we'd really appreciate it. I guess my other comment, though, is when it gets to this decision, there's some things that aren't in that presentation that are really, really important. Over the last 5 years, we've put support infrastructures in place through counseling, through support systems at our elementary schools at the K through 12 level. And I mean, we could talk for hours about how valuable transitional kindergarten is, and we can talk for hours about how valuable those support infrastructures are. And I don't know which is right, but there's things being kept in place at the K through 12 level that will benefit every child in our community. And it's just a really difficult trade-off. But more than anything, again, thank you for being here. And we're going to do our best to try to do what we can. But thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other board comment? Mr. Buckman?
I think all of us are, but I just want to say, I think Brian's talking for a lot of us, and I appreciate him coming up with the words, but I think for me, and I think for everybody I know on the board, it's pretty much the same thoughts.
Mrs. Baltadon.
I'm sorry. I want to just add to that and just remind the folks that are in the audience. I really appreciate you being here tonight. I echo all of my colleagues' comments, but I just want to remind you how important your voice is from an advocacy perspective. I come from an advocacy background. It's very powerful to have numbers of parents and teachers and educators to voice their concerns with the powers that be. And so it's one thing for us to advocate. I will be sending my own letters. We are collectively constantly advocating through our lobbyists, but I know from experience that you get a letter signed on by multiple families and parents and teachers. That's very effective for our elected leaders, and phone calls to their office as well are very effective.
Please.
I would like the public to know that as a board member and studying all this is a very painful thing to me. Some of you know me. I taught in this district for 31 years. And as a teacher, I remember so well how I became so jaded towards the district office. It was always a us and them kind of mentality. And when people say, well, how's the board, Rob? What's it like? And I'll say, well, it's a straight up learning curve. I am learning more and more that there are really two sides, and both sides are very important. My gosh, we're talking about people. We're talking about children. And this is painful. But we do have to do something. We can't be fiscally irresponsible. We just can't do that. And if you have listened tonight, even with half a heart, to what our district office has been trying to present, you will understand that we are between a rock and a hard spot. Or as we used to say in the 60s, we're facing a catch-22. This is really something. I hope you've been listening. I hope you are willing to understand what we have to approve. My gosh, I want to right now tell you I have never worked alongside a group of more dedicated, honest, earnest individuals as this board. They have no hidden agendas, none. They don't favor one program over another, nothing like that. I hope you will understand what we are facing. Long after you go home, and we go home, it will be on our minds. What are we going to do?
Okay, Mr. Schriver. Okay, thank you. All right, we will, as Mrs. Rogers stated at the beginning, we will have an hour of public comment. You might be mindful that we have many names here, and the shorter you are, the more time for others to speak. So I'm going to call about 3 names at a time. So if you can come forward and be in line, then we'll be able to, if you haven't filled out a sheet, they're in the back, but we'll be doing these in the order received. So, yeah, I have the online forms. So if you could move forward to kind of be in line as I say the names, and that will help things move along also. So I have Lucia. You know, we need to be able to move this along, please. I have Lucia Stone, followed by Jessica Boone, followed by Josh Warren. So if you could, the three of you come up, please, and get in line, and then we'll get going.
I spoke, but I'm willing to speak again or on the record.
Well, if you spoke already on this topic, if you wouldn't mind to give others an opportunity.
Sure.
Okay, so you could just let me know. So then I've got Jessica Boone, Josh Warren, followed by Fiona Lloyd Moffett. And we're ready to go.
Hi, thank you for your time. I won't take long. I just want to reiterate what we've already heard tonight, and that I've had one daughter go through the TK program. I have one enrolled currently and one hopeful for 2026. And it's been amazing to see the progress that my children have made through this program. And I'm hopeful that will continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona Lloyd Moffett, followed by Amanda. Oh,
Josh Warren.
Oh, Josh Warren. I'm so sorry. I'm going to get ahead of myself. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Josh Warren. I live in Los Osos, about 100 yards from Baywood Elementary. I have a soon-to-be 4-year-old daughter, and I teach special education at Rio Grande High School. Mr. Pinkerton mentioned that the SPED budget and services cannot be cut because the district is legally obligated to provide them, and he's absolutely right. It's protected by federal law. TK is a service the district is legally obligated to provide by California state law. According to the California Department of Education, TK is the only option within the broader UPK frame that will be universally available and free of cost for all 4-year-old children. We asked the district representative if the district knew you were violating the law, and we were told yes. But the punishment from the state is usually revoking funding, and because the district isn't receiving those funds as a basic aid district, you are going to take the risk. I don't think the district is adequately assessing the risk. Separate from the negative effects on our children, you are joining districts in the most affluent counties in the state, including Del Mar and Solana Beach that Mr. Pinkerton mentioned, to deny legally obligated services to hundreds, maybe thousands of students. This is simply a recipe for a lawsuit, perhaps several, from parents with the resources to pursue legal action. Please understand, I don't mean to threaten. This is merely a risk assessment from a fellow educator. The state will not be your reckoning, parents will. As a special education teacher, my students are protected by FAPE, rightfully guaranteeing them a free, appropriate, and public education. I absolutely believe our general education students should receive the same protections. It's possible this is just posturing by the district to coerce the state to blink and send funds to support the TK program. I just heard the superintendent say the district began TK before the mandate, but now that it is a mandate and you didn't get the money you thought you were going to get, you want to cut it. Mr. Pinkerton said there were all budget issues we knew were coming. So why didn't you include that in $340 million bond you got 2 years ago? I don't really care. I don't want my daughter's education or professions of others educators used as vehicles in your game of chicken with Sacramento. Again, it is not my intent to threaten, but if I have to drive my daughter 50-mile round trip to Harlow Elementary every day next year to receive the services she is legally obligated to receive, I can tell you who's going to be paying my gas mileage. Thank you.
I have Fiona Lloyd Moffett, followed by Amanda Alexander, then Emily Capilano.
Thank you to Dr. Prater and to our leadership and to the board and to all of our community here who has come in person and on Zoom and have written so many letters in support of TK and my colleagues, my Hawthorne colleagues, and Rob and Mr. Manfield. I'm listening with my whole heart. My heart is breaking right now. Because these are our youngest children, our most vulnerable children. We have to find a way. We have to find a way to provide this service to all of our children. We know, and all of you know that, and people will speak to this, that TK this year has the opportunity to help our children succeed, not just in school, but in life. We know that their cognitive skills and their language skills and mathematics and science, and their curiosity, their joy for learning, their self-confidence, their ability to self-regulate, to cooperate, to share, to become the humans we want them to be and that our world needs them to be: resilient, empathetic, loving, ones who believe and are curious and motivated to learn. And all of that we create in this TK, in our TK classrooms every single day. And I think I have cried so much. And my heart, again, feels like it's going to break. And then when school started, Amanda's my colleague, the children walk in, and we know that every day we meet them with love and compassion. They are known, they are safe, they are loved every single day. And I truly believe with this engaging, joyful, magical, hands-on, meaningful environment that we provide them and learning community, they will soar and they will thrive. And I know we want our children in the blue and the green, and we believe so deeply in that, in equity and providing every child with this access. And we have to start with our youngest children. We've made that commitment. You have made the commitment. I'm so proud that you did that years ago. And I just trust that you're going to find a way. And I believe in you, and I believe in this community.
Amanda Alexander, followed by Emily Capilano, followed by Julie Dodson. Amanda Alexander, Emily Capilano, Julie Dodson.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Amanda. I'm proud to be a transitional kindergarten teacher in San Luis Coastal Unified. Well, this is my first year here in the district. I've been in early childhood education for many years and previously taught TK in the Bay Area. When my family moved back to San Luis Obispo, I had several offers, but I chose San Luis Coastal because of your vision and commitment to early learning. Your belief in giving our youngest learners the strongest possible start is what drew me here, and it's what sets this district apart. Every day I have the privilege of watching kids discover, grow, and thrive in ways that are nothing short of magical. Taking away a program that ensures that all 4-year-olds have access to high-quality early education would be a significant step backwards. Research shows that every dollar invested in early childhood education saves money long-term by reducing the need for intervention services, improving academic outcomes, and raising graduation rates. But beyond the numbers, it's about the children. TK changes lives, families' lives, and children's. Builds confidence, curiosity, independence, and the foundational skills that set children on a path to success, not just in school, but in life. Cutting this program would mean turning away from the very values that brought me and so many others to this district. I urge you to keep your focus on what you know is right. Investing in our youngest learners. It's an investment in their future, in our community, and in the legacy of San Luis Coastal. Thank you.
I'm Emily Capilano. I teach second grade at Hawthorne, and I'm also the vice president of the union, teachers union. I want to thank you all for your time and your thoughtful consideration of what is our concerned citizens, parents, educators, and community members are saying here tonight. As I study the recommended reductions in slides and the ones prior to the reduction slides, the recommendations, I'm left with a lot of questions. I'm hopeful that all of you, our board members, are also left with questions. I'm specifically concerned about some staffing ratios that I saw on the slides that are inaccurate. And additionally, some of the slides that appear not to tell the full story and history of some of our programs. And for this sure can hinder making an informed decision on important programs that will have a devastating impact on our students. Therefore, I urge you to continue to dig deeper, ask questions, for our board members to keep looking at funding sources. What's funding this? What's not? How much is coming out of our general fund? What's not? Because I know we have things that we can't touch, but there are some things that we're probably using. And I just want to make sure that we dig deep, that we ask more questions, and we scour these spreadsheets. Our students, families, educators, and community members need our inquisitiveness. They need all the work that you have been doing and continue to do for us to be successful and to save our programs that are really important for student wellness and for success. Otherwise, we're going to see a different picture in a few years. It's not going to look like this. When you see the dashboard, it's not going to look like that. And I know that's really important, and I know you do important work, but we need to actually dig deeper. Not just if someone tells me something, I was taught to do, to always question, but in a healthy way, right? And so question this in a healthy way and question and ask, where did this come from? How much are we using? What else can we get from this? I think that's a really important piece, next step in your in the board, because we haven't had these kind of funding cuts in a long time. And I think that that's something that we really need to scour. So thank you.
Julie Dodson, followed by Kristen Eldridge, followed by Kayla Townsend.
I'm Julie Dodson. I'm a grandmother, and I have a girl who's a 6th grader in our classes. When it became for her to be in TK, there were only 3 schools that had TK, and we picked C.L. Smith to be TK. Her mother is a teacher as well, so when she finished with TK, she was moved over to Hawthorne because her mother wanted her to be there. She felt that was the best place for her to be. And when I was working with her in the TK class, I learned a lot. I got a check, and they said I could spend some money to go in and help them out. I could go in and maybe I could help them out. And I asked the teacher if they needed anything, and she said, we'd like to have you come in and be the office or be in the building for maybe 10 o'clock to 11 one day a week. So I did. I spent a lot of time with those kids. I watched them, and I saw them help learn how to work with each other, how long they learn how to find things, how to build things. We did a lot of painting and all those things that they did. They had so much that they learned. And then when we moved to junior high, to Hawthorne in kindergarten, there was a difference. There was quite a difference between those children learned to those who are learning from kindergarten. There was a very big difference. And so one of the other things too, I'm not just a grandmother. I'm a volunteer with Dental Coalition, and I screen kids in February and March. And I also was asked by them to do kindergarten roundup. So I was working with children that were going to be in kindergarten, kids that were going to TK. And the one thing I really found out this last year, that surprised me was that some of the parents who were ready to take kids to kindergarten wanted to get the kids in TK first. They were saying, we don't want to go into kindergarten yet. We want them to do TK. And so they were asking, please do TK first, so then they could learn their other one. So I think that's important, very important. And I'm hoping that you don't take it away because I think it was very, very important for those kids. And so please don't take them away if it's possible to hold them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Eldridge, and I am a teacher at Hawthorne Elementary School, and I've been teaching for 22 years, and this job is hard, and I keep doing it every day because I care deeply about my students, and I believe in them, and I am not a TK teacher. For the last several years, I've taught 6th grade. This year I'm teaching 4th grade. And you would not believe what an invaluable resource to me and my students is our TK program. My team at Hawthorne, I could not do my job without them. My TK team at Hawthorne has supported me with my upper grade students tremendously. Our TK classroom has given individual students as well as my class through buddies, but individual students more so like that space to grow and lead and mentor and play. Learn through play without a screen in front of their face. And it's just, I honestly, some of my students, I'm thinking about specific individual faces right now. Like, I don't know how they would have made it through the year without the support of our TK program. So I don't envy the decisions you guys have to make. A teensy side note that popped into my head tonight. I was shocked to hear about the cost of benefits, health benefits. I know my husband's work, he gets a tiny cut kickback for foregoing his benefits, so he's on mine. So I don't know, maybe that's something we could look at, but I just want to say that I appreciate your thoughtful decision making. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kayla Townsend, and in 2022, I had the honor of being hired as one of the new full-time elementary counselors that this district agreed was essential in order to support their students. I was so eager to work in a district that was choosing to prioritize student wellness and could not wait to be a part of a foundational group who got to establish what it meant to have a full-time elementary counseling program. Since then, I have built trusting relationships with my students, families, and staff that has allowed me to do this important work at my site. Since my very first welcome meeting, I have repeatedly been told by district staff that part of my job is to make sure that I continue to prove my worth because my position may not be able to stay after our first 3 years. Knowing this, every counselor has spent hours of time each week, often outside of contract time, collecting data and creating reports, trying to do the impossible of numerically representing the job that we do every day. Having counselors on every school site is worth it. Not only that, but the reality is that we're currently being asked to work beyond a sustainable level. Between our 10 elementary sites, elementary counselors are currently working at an average ratio of 1 counselor to 412 students, even though our national governing board recommends a maximum of 1 to 250. For my own site, between August of 2022 and now, I have logged 2,262 points of data for individual interventions I've done with students. I've taught 284 classroom SEL lessons that I researched, created, and prepped for 8 different grade levels. At my site, I've seen our universal screeners change from showing that student belonging was our lowest rated area starting in 2022 to this year not only being our strongest area, but the highest rating of any school in our district. Yet these numbers do not truly reflect why my job has been worth it. My job is worth it because of the kids this week whose mom passed away, who could not wait to come back to school because we've made school such a safe place for them. My job is worth it because of the student I'm working with who's been having panic attacks leaving home and who has successfully been at school for an entire week for the first time since October. My job is worth it because of the group of boys I'm working with, where one of them today said, "I never knew boys could talk about their feelings like this. I thought I was the only one going through this stuff." I have hundreds of more stories that prove what I already know. Our counselors are an essential part of our school community. Yet despite this, I'm still here trying to remind you of our worth. The budget cuts that have been preliminarily laid out to be discussed in the agenda today put us on a path towards deconstructing the systems that we know are directly serving student needs, such as minimizing social emotional supports, decreasing academic intervention programs, and increasing class sizes. I'm urging our district team to go back to the drawing board and come to us with a better plan to address the deficit and prioritize the programs that are directly benefiting our students' well-being and achievement each and every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Reddy, then Michelle Dornish, and Alyssa Buchholz. And again, please forgive any mispronunciations.
You did a great job on Ready. All right, so my name is Christine Reddy. I am a mother of one, soon to be two future Sinsheimer singers. I've also been a high school teacher at Nipomo High School for the past 13 years, so just down south, and I'm also a professor at Cuesta College. So I'm super well versed in the workings of the TK through 14 school district environment. And I know the budget's really challenging. But I do have a really great way for all of you, and you've heard this before, but to really help out with all of that chronic absenteeism and your suspension rates. And as a bonus, it'll actually probably really help out all those SPED teachers who are feeling extremely overworked. And that is the transitional kindergarten program. So to be frank, I've always felt really lucky to work in Lucia Mar, but to live in San Luis Coastal. And one of the big reasons that that is the case is because of the incredible programs that we offer here in San Luis Coastal. I took my son to the parent participation program. He still goes with my mother every week. It's an incredible program. There are families from Lucia Mar that come into San Luis Coastal for that program, and it's really because of the excellent start that it gives to our kids. But now that we're having this conversation about transitional kindergarten, I'm starting to have to rethink where I want to send my kids to school, right? Maybe they need to go to the district that I work in instead of the district that I live in, because I really want to make sure that my children have that opportunity. So even if it means I have to drive them to Nipomo Elementary every day, that might be the better option for me if TK is on the table there and it's not on the table here. When I heard about that statewide universal TK program, I was super excited about it. As a teacher of juniors and seniors, as well as graduates, I can still see the impacts on students at that level. They're 17 and I can still tell who went to preschool, right? It is a major impact on their lives. It really impacts them from day one through the day that they graduate, right? It's a huge, huge impact. And beyond my own anecdotal experience, people have talked about the educational research in this area. We all know that this is really important. TK is going to make a positive impact on our kids, not only in that K-12 education, but also as they become members of our community, right? We're going to have them for the next 14 years in this school district. And as we move beyond that, they're going to live in our communities. Majority of people stay where they grow up if they have that opportunity, which is harder in San Luis because it's so expensive, but it's really, really important that we do that. As a mom, I also have a vested interest in that TK program for my own children. My son is supposed to go to preschool in the fall. He won't be able to do that if TK goes away because the 2 4-year-olds who are in the program will be taking his spot. So from the perspective of a parent, right, this is going to have huge fiscal impacts on everybody moving forward. And especially only giving parents a few months to plan is really not going to benefit our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dornish. I am a parent and I'm a special education teacher. My son Julian has very patiently waited this whole time, is going to turn 4 in March and should be enrolling in TK for the fall. I do 100% believe that every single one of you believes TK is important and none of you want to cut this, but I also heard that you feel like you are going to have to vote to approve this, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. I do want to piggyback on what Emily Capilano said and say that there's got to be more creative solutions to this problem because we all know how valuable TK is. From a SPED background, I can tell you that our beautiful blues and greens are going to start turning to yellows, oranges, and reds if we let go of this program and if we cut our social, emotional, and academic interventions. It's hard not to get emotional about this, from both a professional and personal standpoint, with my son supposed to be enrolling and me facing a very similar situation where I might have to drive him to a district that is not where he lives, but where I can enroll him because I work there. I would much rather he go to a neighborhood school that he has been expected to go to for over a year. He knows he's supposed to be a Hawthorne Eagle, and he's very proud of that fact. And I would encourage us to think not only of being fiscally responsible, but just morally responsible. We talk about equity and all of these values that we stand for as a city and as a district. And it's not equitable, and it's not going to be equitable because there's going to be families who can afford private preschool, and there's going to be families who won't be able to afford that. I also just want to urge that we've been fiscally responsible by having 10% in the bank, and we only need 3%. And maybe that would at least buy us a year to fight the state with you, because letters are already going out from my friends and from me and my husband, and calls are already being made to our representatives, and we want to be a huge part of that fight. So maybe with one more year of time, we can do that. And at the very least, one more year of time, giving families to actually plan for this closure, because 6 months from now, the local preschools and daycares are not going to have room for 400 kiddos. So we really need to keep all of that in mind as we make this decision. Thank you.
And I think I'm for the next
Are you
item.
Alyssa Buchholz?
Yes, I'm for the next thing scheduled.
Oh, okay, then I'll set that aside. Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Okay, and is that the same for Scott?
Yeah, it's simply 3.
Okay. That's okay. Then I have Rosalind Gothrow, followed by Carrie DiMaggio, followed by Jason Dornish.
Hello again. My name is Roz Gothrow. I have 2 children in the school district, one who is scheduled to attend TK in the fall. I stand before you today as a concerned member of this community, deeply troubled by the proposal to cancel TK. I believe this decision, if implemented, will have far-reaching consequences for our children, families, and the future of our education system. TK is not just another program. It is a vital foundation for young learners. It provides our youngest students with the opportunity to engage in structured, developmentally appropriate learning before they enter kindergarten. For many of our children, TK is the first introduction to the school environment. It helps them build essential social, emotional, and academic skills, setting them up for success in later grades. First and foremost, canceling TK would disproportionately affect our most vulnerable students. TK offers critical support to children from low-income families, English language learners, and those who may not have access to preschool or early childhood education. By taking away this program, we risk widening the achievement gap and leaving behind the students who need the most help. Second, TK is not just about academics. It's about preparing our children for the social and emotional challenges of school. The early years of education are when children develop key skills such as emotional regulation, teamwork, and problem solving. These skills are essential for their future success in school and in life. By removing TK, we are depriving them of the structured environment they need to grow, learn, and thrive. Additionally, the benefits of TK extend beyond the classroom. Parents and families rely on this program for their child's development, knowing that they are receiving quality care and education. The cancellation of TK will create a burden on families who may not have the resources or options to find suitable early education alternatives. It will place undue stress on working parents, and ultimately the entire community will feel the ripple effects. We understand that budgets are tight and difficult decisions must be made. However, we must ask ourselves, can we afford to take away a program that serves as a critical stepping stone for our children's education? Can we, in good conscience, deny them the opportunity for an equitable and successful start to their academic journey? Instead of eliminating TK, I urge the board to explore alternative solutions, whether it be reallocating funds, seeking outside grants, or finding other ways to ensure that our youngest learners continue to receive the support and education they deserve. There's no question that education is an investment, and TK is one of the wisest investments that we can make. In closing, I ask that you reconsider this proposal and preserve TK. Our children are our future, and it is our responsibility to give them the best possible start in life. Let's stand together to ensure that every child has access to the foundation that they need to succeed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie DiMaggio. My husband and I have a child who's currently enrolled in TK at Sinsheimer Elementary. We're both shocked and deeply concerned to hear about the potential funding cuts to TK. I want to just share a little bit about my daughter. When we first learned that she would fall into the right age bracket to attend TK, it was just such an enormous sense of relief to us. She's an early September birthday kid, and she falls almost exactly on the cutoff for TK in kindergarten. And it was very clear to us from an early age that she would benefit immensely from that extra year before entering kindergarten. She's a smart kid, but she has always trailed her peers socially and emotionally. And what she's learning in TK is, aside from academics, is to work with others and to make friends and to solve problems and just to be a developing person around other developing people. If she had been thrown into the academic rigors of kindergarten, and it is rigorous for that age, she would have been trying to navigate the complex social emotional changes that she's going through. And it would have been nearly impossible for her to succeed academically at that time. Right now, she's doing really well in school because she's in TK. And as other people before me have stated, I also can't help but think of those families whose children face language barriers, disabilities, and financial hardships. Cutting TK funding would send a message that the needs of young learners and struggling families are not a priority, and we risk leaving behind families who need the program most. You have the opportunity with this decision to show that our district values equity in education. I want to thank the district for kind of the background and the lesson of the history of TK and explaining some of the complexities of the budget and the way that TK fits into the basic aid district that we are. That was enlightening for me and hopefully for other people as well. Please, I urge you to continue to be creative in finding the money that we need. Please continue to be tenacious and to advocate for our district and for our children. Thank you.
Jason Dornish, followed by Phil Angel, and then Dr. Lowe.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jason Dornish, parent to Julian over there, who's excited to be a TK Hawthorne Eagle next year with his cousin Christopher. If the result of tonight is negative, he may have to become a GUSD Bobcat, which Guadalupe is a district that is not a basic aid district, but somehow they have a successful TK and pre-K program. I will remind Dr. Prater and the board tonight that they can snap their fingers and receive state funding for TK. This comes at a budget reduction of around $10 million by dropping the district's basic aid status. Though I don't envy the board and the staff of the decisions ahead, I am encouraged by the fact that 85% of the other districts in this state do this somehow with less. I will say that the letter handout provided by the district is something. As stated, the budget situation is not a surprise to the board or staff. Tying the fate of the TK program to begging for state funds, which has thus far not been successful, isn't responsible. The rest of my comment comes in the form of rhetorical questions for the board. I do not expect you to answer these, but rather for you to consider these in the decisions ahead. And I will email these to the board after I put my son to bed tonight. Number one, looking at San Luis Coastal's 10-year budget projection and the current 2024-25 budget and update, there appear to be sufficient reserves to keep TK funded through the 25-26 school year as a stopgap. Though you might not meet your reserve quotas, is that correct that TK could be funded? Number two, does San Luis Coastal, as a district, understand the community impact of opening a TK program and then shuttering it? Has the board and staff considered the impact to private preschools and daycares? And is there any initiative to help fix the child care gap that you have created? And by that, I mean that other private daycares and preschools have closed or reduced capacity for their older child daycare and preschool programs. And the district is now expecting to put a 400 student glut into that market. Has the board and staff researched whether San Luis Coastal is the first district in California to end its TK program? Is the board prepared to make the argument with the state, perhaps in court, that this program that they have run for years is not mandatory when CDC guidance clearly states otherwise? Go on the CDE's website, it's there. And has San Luis Coastal researched what happened to Millers Creek School District's proposal to end TK? My admittedly hasty research and about 10 minutes of Googling indicates that this isn't the first time a district has tried to end a TK program, but it seems like they ultimately chose not to. So perhaps there are some lessons learned. Thank you.
Bill, oh,
I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to jump the line for a quick second because I have a future TK member this fall who would like to say something before he falls asleep on my lap. So this is Nico Fernella. And what do you want to say for your public comment?
I really want to go to TK.
Thank you all.
Good evening. I'm Phil Angel, and I'm not quite sure I can follow that last speaker. I represent SLCTA as the president, and I know Mr. Pinkerton mentioned that we've known for a while that we've had to make cuts. On December 18th, we all got the Merry Christmas letter from Dr. Prater, and it is reality. I understand that it is reality and we need to make budget cuts. But it's December 18th when we got that letter. That didn't give us a lot of time to work with you, to have our professional educators and our community work together to find solutions to help our school board out. I don't envy you guys. I've sat there, although I sat there at a better budget time. So I just don't envy you. It's not easy to make those decisions. However, I want you to know SLCTA wants to be involved, and we want to be creative partners in finding ways to support our students. As a general education teacher, Lisa Yamashita mentioned that we will staff to our classroom, our contracted maximums. That's awesome. We've done that for years from time to time. And we've done that before the pandemic. However, after the pandemic, our kids need a lot more support. Thank you. We absolutely are prepared to teach to our 35 classroom, our maximum of 35. We want to continue having the supports necessary that benefit our students. Thank you.
Dr. Lowe, followed by Tim Veach, and then Michael Lowe.
Okay. As I heard Mr. Pinkerton speak, I found myself wondering who bears the responsibility of the fiscal reality of this district. Is it Mr. Pinkerton, Dr. Prater? I think that's too easy of an answer. I am even tempted to believe it's solely the board who must account for the ways they've enabled a lack of discernment and a lack of foresight.
but I think it's us, the community, for not paying attention until we hear that we're losing something personally. I shouldn't be the only community member asking, why did we pay for Hanover research and not use it? Why are we paying so much for litigation for harmful staff members? Why are we paying for litigation to save leaders from their own egos? This district paid $800,000 in litigation over last year just for human resources alone. 1 year. Systems operate as they're designed and budgets operate as they're designed, and we have to evolve this conversation beyond deficits and could-haves or blaming the state or our funding. We deserve fiscally competent oversight. We don't need excuses, we need reform. If our district leaders refuse to evolve, the board has a responsibility to do better. I want an answer to why we didn't plan for the loss of the funds. I can't help but wonder if proposing to cut TK has only been placed before the community so that the district has leverage against the teachers as they're going into negotiations. To the community, I'm proud of you for showing up. Please keep paying attention. We didn't get here all of a sudden. Mr. Pinkerton told us that he predicted this and that the board smiled and approved recommendations over the years. We have to be involved in our educational institution, and I hope that you see tonight is demonstrating that we have a bigger issue at hand. It really isn't about TK. We have to interrogate the story of why we are here, and planning to be here isn't good enough. We have to come together as a community to solve the predicament that this board has created for us. They don't have students in our schools. We do. So to our community, please keep coming and keep paying attention.
Good evening, board. My name is Tim Veach. I am here on behalf of my children and on behalf of my community. I'm a business owner in Los Osos. We go to a dual lingual school. We were very pleased to put our daughter in a dual lingual school, and she got to be part of a TK program there. And I got to see the teachers firsthand have an influence on her life in a way that I hoped that my second daughter would. To learn that you guys will be removing or even justifiably deciding to remove a program that is so essential for a dual lingual program, both for people that speak Spanish and English, is reprehensible. What an embarrassing night for you folks to stand up here and say the things that you said, to pat yourself on your back for all of your green scores that came up on your beautiful little rainbow of how well the community is doing. And then also in the same meeting, come to us and tell us, yeah, we're so good. We're doing this. And by the way, we're going to rip the foundation of what we've done and the reason those scores exist to a community that has done nothing but trust you. You all said that there was 10 years of planning that has gone in to the understanding that this was coming down the line. Yet Mr. Pinkerton and Miss Yoshimi, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name, Yamashita, both promised my wife and I, as our daughter was accepted into the TK program this year. And then 4 days before the start of the school year, told it was an error, a clerical error, and she would no longer be able to attend, that for sure she would attend next year when you knew you were going to cut this from the budget. So this is either BS posturing, which is wasting my time, this community time, and everyone else's time in this building so that you can get your money, or you're liars and you knew this was coming down the pipe. You knew you were going to cut this 10 years ago. Talk to me like real people. Talk to me like community members. I run a business in this community. I see these faces on a weekly basis. I see their children. I have seen the impact that TK has given to Los Osos, to a bilingual school. For you guys to stand here and to be able to look at us in the eyes without shame is reprehensible. We need a new board. We need people that are responsible. We need people who don't look at a budget and say, we'll take care of that later. We need people who can look at a closure in Diablo Canyon and say, we're going to have to make changes. We're going to have to make them now. You are currently cutting the foundation of a good school district out from underneath us because you don't have money now. How are you going to be able to kick that can down the road in 4 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, when these problems rear their ugly head? When the green goes to red, when your notes and your pats on the back lead us down a road of an inept school district that's failing their students. You're welcome.
We have Michael Lowe and then Milan Tolaney, sorry. And then Becca Banfield. Oh, no, I'm sorry. And then, hold on, I just need to get well, go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Good evening. I've been a bureaucrat for a better part of a decade. I've worked with local municipalities and state legislatures. And I just want to share with the board that I'm a little shocked by the boldness of staff to outright blame the board for the pending deficit during the presentation. And I don't think they're doing a great job of supporting you in this moment. I can't believe how many times during the presentation I heard that you knew the cuts were coming. And it made me question if you guys actually knew or understood what it meant while you were being told that the cuts were coming. And I say that because my wife and I have been coming to board meetings now consistently for the last 18 months, and I have never seen a single board member disagree with staff recommendations, meaning that all of your guys' votes have been unanimous in support of what's being presented to you. The county superintendent just told you that enrollment growth occurs in our area because parents are not moving here because of how expensive it is for them while trying to get on their feet. But in July, you all voted to increase developer fees that increased our housing costs. And TK is not just about educational head starts, but it's about a full extra year of childcare for parents that are trying to get on their feet. Continuing TK incentivizes young families to come to our area. And I want you to see that this is an opportunity to exercise equitable governance. And I ask you to recognize the greater social impacts that your decisions or the recommendations that are coming from staff have on our community. Thank you.
Hello, members of the community and board, as well as superintendents. My name is Millie Tolani, and I am an early childhood education advocate in San Luis Obispo. And I just, as an expert in early childhood, would like to share with you all the unintended consequences and the impact that the decision to cut TK could have on 4-year-olds served by San Luis Coastal Unified School District. As you know, our early childhood that sets the foundation for all learning for our students, and that 85% of a child's brain is developed by age 5. Transitional kindergarten is an integral part of the California Department of Education's rollout of Universal Pre-Kindergarten, or UPK. We recognize that there have been difficulties in implementing such an ambitious goal of ensuring all of our children receive high-quality early education. And that being said, we applaud San Luis Coastal's dedication to our young children. However, this proposed cut of transitional kindergarten means that not every 4-year-old, and I argue many 4-year-olds, would not have the opportunity for a solid educational foundation. San Luis Coastal implementation of transitional kindergarten is an integral part in supporting other publicly funded center-based early childhood programs like state preschool and Head Start, as well as all of our privately funded center-based programs and family childcare homes, which can't survive if transitional kindergarten is cut. We urge you to reach out to additional early childhood partners and the families that will be impacted by this decision to cut transitional kindergarten. We know there are many partners and resources that would love to share if the board is willing. Thank you.
All right, we have Matt Cole, followed by Sherry Hamrell, and then Sam Ogren.
Hi, it's late now. Sorry for my unpreparedness. I only found out about this at 5 tonight, and an hour later after dinner was told to come here. I just want to point out, I can just reiterate everything that everyone has said. I just would encourage the board to think about a couple things. One, research has shown that there's one nice paper in the Education of Economics review that says that TK is estimated to have a 4-to-1 benefit to cost ratio. So a lot of these people are talking about the educational benefits and everything else in the short to medium term. But there is research out there for long-term benefits as well in terms of adult earnings. I'll also reiterate the people have talked about these other benefits, and I would urge the board to think about penny wise versus pound foolish. You cut programs here, but are you going to have to spend more to deal with the programs, the shortfalls of, the benefits that these TK produce. Third, I can sympathize with Mr. Pinkerton about telling people about possible side effects and no one really listening. I would encourage you to maybe have a different tact of reaching out to the PTA to find out, to let them know, if we knew about this a year ago, we could have maybe helped you lobby the state and so forth. And it's not just people that are directly affected with TK. My daughter is not in TK anymore. She's in 4th grade, and I still sat through all of this to say this. So you can have support from people that are not directly related, because TK is important. Budgets are hard. Good luck. I'm gonna go home.
Hi, my name is Sherry Hamrell. I'm here with my husband and my daughter, Marley, who is 2.5. We moved to San Luis Obispo 3 years ago from overcrowded and densely populated Orange County, in the promise of giving our daughter a better life in a smaller town and in a much better school district. We have loved every minute of living in this community, and we have enjoyed watching our daughter make lasting relationships of her own. My father taught high school for 35 years at San Clemente High School in Orange County. My entire childhood is filled with memories of my father voicing his own frustrations with his school board and the lack of appropriate appropriations of funds that had a direct effect on his ability to teach in his classroom. These types of situations and lack of support led him and my mother to ultimately enroll their 2 daughters into private school for their entire K through 12 school years. My father once won the California Teacher of the Year award, yet he chose not to enroll his own children in the public school system. I do not want that for my daughter. I believe in our community. I believe in public education, but cutting TK is another example of letting our children down when they are most vulnerable. As many parents in here can attest to, childcare in SLO County is already at a crisis level. It is almost impossible to find a spot for your child, and if you are lucky enough to land a spot, many facilities have plans in place, if they have not already done so, to cut their TK or 4-year programs with the idea to open more space for younger families, since these children are supposed to go into TK. Cutting TK leaves these kids in limbo and creates an even greater financial burden on already stretched families. But TK is not childcare. TK focuses on the socialization and transition into an academic setting in kindergarten. All you have to do is ask a kindergarten teacher to get an understanding of how vital this transition is to these kiddos. The difference in preparedness of children who have been exposed to an academic learning environment at 4 years old is vital to their future academic success. As I said before, I love living here, but this is the biggest disappointment and potential failure of our local officials. Please do not fail the brightest minds of our future. Do not cut TK. Thank you.
We just have time for a few more. Mr. Sam Ogren.
Well, I'm glad I made it in time. I'm going to switch it up and not talk about TK. However, I do hope we as a community can figure it out, because it seems like the taxpayer base has some pretty strong feelings about the subject. However, I am here first and foremost as the labor rep, the union rep for the CSEA classified employees of your school district, a lot of whom are here tonight. And I think probably more of them would have spoken, except they realized kind of the energy of the crowd. And I think they wanted to make more space for the families here, which is very indicative of the culture of classified employees that I found. I also represent the classified employees in the rest of the school districts in the county, and my daughter goes here as well. So just so you know, I'm not here just advocating for the staff, right? I got a vested interest in my own household. What I don't want to give you all any more grief. It seems like you got a lot of that tonight. I would like to, however, help you get to know your classified employees a little better, because I think that frequently they end up being kind of the unsung heroes of public education. Originally, yeah, right? They're amazing. Originally, I wanted to do this whole thing where I was going to ask them all to like raise their hands and then lower their hands if they couldn't afford to live in SLO, because it would have been all of them. But I'm not going to do that anymore, because most of them had to leave because they got to get back in the morning to take care of our kids, right? What I want to direct your attention to is the state of things with a lot of your employees. I know that there was a lot of good stuff talked about tonight about all the great things that your district is doing, and I don't want to take away from that, but I've been spending a lot of time lately talking with your classified employees, and I got to tell you, there's a lot of dissatisfaction. You got tons of clerical staff that are doing medical work. You got nurses that are complaining about too much administration. You have ridiculous amounts of classified employees in almost every school site in the school district that are not taking their breaks. And, you know, look, like there's some shared responsibility here, right? Like at a certain point, they just decide to keep on working. They decide to keep on working because they've got our kids standing right in front of them and they want to do the right thing. But there's a shared responsibility for that. And part of that is on the leadership of this district, because we have allowed a culture where we balance the budgets on the backs of the least paid employees to normalize. And that's not okay. I'm not here with all the answers tonight, but I do want to say we have negotiations with CSEA as well around the corner. The reason why we're not on the agenda tonight is because we're taking a little extra time to really get our ducks in a row. We want to come with some creative approaches, and I hope that whenever we do make ourselves to the bargaining table, that we can meet all of you with open ears and open minds, and we look forward to collaborating together.
Cheryl, I've got
Excuse
Cheryl.
me, I may have to cut the line. I need to go home to my kid and also teach tomorrow at Cal Poly. I'm a professor at Cal Poly. My name is Rodrigo Manjarin, and I think this is important for you to hear. I think that removal of TK is going to create a problem that I've seen in my classroom at Cal Poly every quarter. That is that you're going to create a two population of students. Population of students from rich families that were able to go to preschool at the age of 5. They know how to read. I know what they are learning in Pacheco. They know how to count. And a population of the students that are 4 or 5-year-old that do not know how to count and how to read. Now, in kindergarten and every other course afterwards, you have two serious populations of students, ones that are advanced and ones that are not. What are the professors going to do? Are they going to teach 2 classes in one, as we do in Cal Poly? If we have to, we take the students that are advanced, we give them more information so they can move forward. The students who are behind, we prepare QA sessions, extra class, or they are going to teach to the middle. If they teach to the middle, we are slowing down the ones who knew how to read, but we are slowing down the ones who know how to read only here, not in Atascadero, not in Templeton. Now it's a problem. It's a problem that did not exist before TK, because before we were slowing down everybody in California. Now, if we remove TK here, you're going to slow down only students here in San Luis Obispo, not in Templeton, not in Atascadero. So someone who is rich might say, this doesn't affect to me. I have money, I send my kid to preschool until the age of 5, knows how to read, goes to kindergarten and so on, is great. No, it's affecting everybody, including the rich people, because those rich kids are going to go into a class with kids that didn't know how to read either, and they're going to slow down. So if I'm rich, I will take my kid out of the San Luis Obispo and take it to Atascadero, where everybody is going to be at the same level, not two population of students. So I know the budget. At Cal Poly, you have budget problems all the time. I have grants. I know what the money is and what the money is not. But removing TK is going to cause a problem. Are our professors in all the levels, kindergarten and beyond, able to accomplish that task? It's teaching top populations of students to bring them together and not slowing down the ones who are more advanced. And those who are more advanced are not more advanced, are at the same level than Templeton and Atascadero. There's going to be a problem here. And I don't know what's the solution to this problem. That's a problem.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Cheryl Sharap, proceed. I'm so sorry. And then Elizabeth Turbo and Lauren Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Shiva Prasad. I am a school psychologist in our school district, working primarily at Hawthorne and also at Sinsheimer. I'm also the mother of Everett, who is a would-be member of the 26-27 Hawthorne Eagle cohort. But I know we have a lot of representation of those parents, so I'm going to talk on behalf of the school psychs. Our group went into a little bit of a frenzy when the presentation with the numbers on school psych ratios and increases in staffing, and that, like others have stated, the numbers just didn't seem sound. And looking into it, initially the presentation, it has since been corrected, said that we grew by 10 school psychologist positions, when in actuality, it's only been 4 since COVID occurred. What wasn't mentioned either is that before we increased that 4 since COVID, the past 2 directors have regularly contracted with outside school psychologist agencies because of the impact of our caseloads, and that we haven't had sufficient time. We've been understaffed. And so really where we are now is that we're able to meet the demands of the assessments in our school district, as well as providing our URSIS services. So that was a challenge. Also, our ratios. I think that the way it's been portrayed, it's hard to really nail down the school psychologist position because we can be used very differently across different districts. Yes, our national average right now, not national, our state average, it's not quite 1 to 1,000. The last solid numbers are that it's 1 to 814. That's who we're being compared to in California, and saying that our numbers are 1 to 541 within our district. So that is not the case in the sense that we cover URSIS services. We have 5.5 school psychologist positions that are directly related and tied to student IEPs. So if you look at our allocation purely towards assessments and other school responsibilities, and the way that we're being compared to our other peers in the state, our numbers are actually 1 to 993. So much of our workforce is devoted to direct services, which is a wonderful model, but other districts don't use that same model. So similarly to what other people have said, I see my time is almost up. We are a group that would love to be a part in shouldering the burden of the work that you have to do, and would invite a visit to the school psych group at any time, because we have a lot of input, and we want to be heard as shareholders as well as many other people in this room. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, we have gone over the hour that we allowed for public comment on this item.
These two people.
Can we do these two?
Yeah. So
my name is Elizabeth Martin.
If you would
Can you
just,
hold on?
yeah, hold on one
I
moment,
think
please.
we should at least give this person the opportunity.
No,
to speak because
we
somebody
are. I had
bumped into Lonnie.
indicated, I called the
Thank you.
names of Elizabeth Turbo and Lauren Shaw, and those will be our last 2 speakers.
This is an important enough topic that I think that I'm
If we could have these speakers, and then we'll discuss it with the board. I don't know what.
Well, I thought you wanted me to speak.
let's discuss the 25
Okay, let's
sure.
let her speak. She's up here. Elizabeth Turbo is at the microphone.
My name is Elizabeth Turbo, and my children will be 3rd-generation students to go through this school district. My son is supposed to attend TK in the fall, and he is so excited about it. We go to Bishop's Peak on the weekend, and he calls it his school. He's unbelievably excited, and I don't know how I'd break the news to him if this opportunity got taken away from him. This afternoon was a whirlwind. I spent it connecting with other parents who are scared and nervous for the future because everyone's futures are up in the air. I also spent the afternoon calling my local representatives and state representatives to tell them about this meeting, some of which did not know this topic was up for discussion, which seemed concerning. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but very honestly, the budget
presentation made me very upset. The tone was extremely condescending, and it seemed as though the decision was already made. My big question from the presentation is I truly don't understand how you could build programs on a one-time funds and not plan for the future. It doesn't make any sense. Why are our students the ones to suffer under what seems like bad management of the budget?
Okay, so
Hi, my name is Lauren Shaw. This is my first year for SLO, being hired by SLO. I'm a paraeducator. I did work last year for SLO, but I was an agency para. I am on the para council for Los Ranchos. I just want to talk real quick. I fell in love with my job last year as an agency para, and I got the privilege to be a para this year for SLO, and I'm so greatly appreciative. But I feel like if we cut back paras, our classrooms are getting bigger in SPED, and right now we're not fully staffed, and we're dealing with things that are crazy every day. If I were to tell you, I don't want to complain. I love my job. I love being there every single day. I'm going to drive home an hour to get up at 5 o'clock to be back at work tomorrow morning, and I'm going to do it with a smile on my face, and I absolutely love it. But we have paras who are taking the breaks crying because we don't get breaks. We don't get to tap out. We don't get to do things because we are understaffed and we do not have the staff to be able to swap. We don't have the ability just to be like, oh, okay, I'm just not going to go to work today because no one's going to be there to take our spots. We do not have subs. We do not have replacements, and we're the ones that are going to be online. If we love our job so much. Outside. Come on. We love our job so much to where if we're sick, we don't want to call off because we know we're not going to get that sub. If we have other priorities, I'm a mom too, and my kids don't have a TK school. I am a TK and kinder class special day, by the way, just to put that out there. And I love that when I say I work for San Luis Coastal, they're like, you work for a great school district. I wish I was at your school. I wish I worked for where you guys work. Every time I talk about San Luis Coastal, my kids go to Orchid and they didn't have TK. They don't have TK at Orchid. They have like one school that has it, and it's like half day. And I think it's so important for our kids, especially special education kids, to have that early access because we get to get that IEP in. We get to get them set on their goals, and get them to be in gen ed eventually, and get them to be so on schedule and get them regulated, get them used to school and stop behaviors. I work with kids who have massive behaviors, and if I don't have the staff power to tap out or to have my teacher who's getting hurt constantly because no one is there. If we cut back on paras and we cut back on special education, our classroom's just going to get bigger and our behaviors are going to get worse. Our kids cannot handle being in a class of 30, and that's why they are in SPED. So I feel like that's the most important thing, is that we take a look at special education and paras and keeping the regulated ratios, please, and according to IABs. Thank you.
So now the board needs to make a decision. We're well over the hour that we allotted for public comment on these items. But we have public that continues to want to make comments. What is the pleasure of the board?
How many more yellow forms do we have?
Well, we only have a few yellow forms, but we have about 12 people who had submitted forms online earlier who haven't, some of them have, a couple of them have spoken already, but several have not. So
I think it's important for us to hear from the public. However, I do think that we have other business to attend to, and I would support allowing the people that have signed up to continue to speak. But I would say that we need to reduce the time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
Why? Is your bedtime more important than the 4?
you know, this is a discussion among us right now, so just hold off, please, for a second. Sorry, Mrs. Roger.
Okay.
This is our meeting.
Okay, well, so what we
11, so there would be 14. 13 more speakers.
And what about Zoom? Okay, so we have 14 more speakers,
That doesn't include.
and that doesn't include Zoom.
So separate from my bedtime or your bedtime, there's like there's kids here to present on future topics, and I want to be respectful to our whole agenda, but I definitely want to hear everyone. I mean, I think asking us to be concise and really make a good point is a fair ask if we can hear everyone. Is that spirit good?
Yeah, I would definitely support that to go to 2 minutes.
Mrs. Baltazar.
Yeah, I'd like to continue to hear from everyone, but I would really just implore people to not repeat anything that has been said if you have something different to add to the conversation, because I assure you, we are hearing all of it. We want to hear from you, but we do have a full agenda that we need to get through.
When can we have a meeting where these things can be discussed? I'm not sure if I can be heard, but I think this deserves more time.
This is, I don't either. So are we going to go to the?
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hear public comment from the people who have submitted requests and those who submitted online. So the 14 people, but we'll reduce to 2 minutes, please, because we have other items on this agenda and a lot of people here to speak to the other agenda items as well. So.
All right. So hearing that, the clock will be changed from to 2 minutes. You guys got it? Okay. So then we have Heather Benson, Jane Pomeroy, and Sally Lamas.
I wanted to, but.
Okay. Heather Benson. Okay, great.
Good evening to everyone in the room, and thank you for staying so long. My name is Heather, and I'm an employee in San Luis Coastal. I understand the value behind the TK program, but I also fully understand the importance of employees. As Mr. Pinkerton mentioned, this district is run by people: teachers, secretaries, paraeducators, IT professionals, etc. Without people, this district would not function. And without people, there couldn't be programs like the TK program. I would like to urge the board to prioritize staffing and to consider scaling back the TK program rather than cutting it out completely. We have had the TK lottery successfully in the past, and I wonder if this could be a good compromise, at least until we hopefully get the state funding we rightfully deserve. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jane Pomeroy. I'm here wearing two hats. First, I'm the mother of a 3-year-old in preschool at Bright Life Play School, which has been impacted by the TK rollout. They had to close their TK campus. But I'm also here as the Community Partnerships Manager with Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo County. I'm here to ask the district to consider having discussions with CAPSLO and other community partners to develop options for families. We're committed to addressing early learning and childcare opportunities in 10 counties of California and have several partnerships with school districts from San Diego to Monterey. We are open to discussing ways to partner, and we're really good at coming up with innovative, creative solutions to complex problems and doing it collaboratively. So please reach out.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sally Lamas. I've been here with the district 6 years. I was a paraeducator at SLO High School, and then I came to Sinsheimer and was a para there. And this year I'm an aide. And what I think we can all agree is that we love who support our children, and we love the programs, otherwise we wouldn't have started them.
It is our responsibility, all of us, not just you, all of us. And there are things we can figure out about how we use our money and how we communicate to each other so everyone has buy-in and understands what's going on in a good amount of time so that we can all put in our talents and ideas before it becomes a crisis. But it's our responsibility as a community to support what we know is helping. We know that TK is helping. I know that paras help. Counselors help. Intervention helps. We all agree on this. So here's a weird idea. It may not work, but we have been using technology more and more. We did online school during COVID. What about something like a GoFundMe account where we ask our community, this is our school, your school, our school, it's all of our school. Could we do something like a GoFundMe? Would you support one para for a year? Until we get things figured out, maybe with the state. Would you support one resource teacher? How about a TK teacher? How could we think outside the box? Syria did amazing things with technology. Obama perhaps got elected because of technology. How can we use our technology to spread the word to the people who are invested? Everybody, even if they don't have a child, is invested in this entire community. These are the people who grew up to go to high school.
Thank
who
you.
grew up.
Your
Thank you.
time is up. Thank you. Okay, so then we have Stephanie McDonald, Nathan Adamski, and Emily Hardy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie McDonald. I'm coming to you this evening as a human resources professional in the county. I've worked at Cal Poly. I now work for a private business in town and probably interviewed over 100 to 1,000 candidates wanting to relocate back to SLO. The two things that they say are hindrances: availability of affordable housing, which we all know, and availability of childcare. My kids are actually out of the TK and potential scene for this to be a personal issue. This is an economic decision. If you look at the initiatives that the Reach Council are looking to do and implement, if you look at the I Innovate lab initiatives, they all trace back to education and how we prepare our students to become servants in our community and to be able to stay and live and raise a family that contribute to this community. Taking away TK will absolutely impact that.
Thank you.
Hi, first, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to be quick. I just wanted to advocate for my daughter. Her due date was March 16th, 2020, but she was born December 2nd, 2019. She was 1 pound, 5 ounces, and she spent 3 months in the NICU. And by all, by all metrics, she should be behind mentally and socially, just by her development. But in Miss Mac's class, she's thriving, and she's so proud to be a Stinger, and she loves going to school. And I just want to thank you guys so much for giving her that opportunity, and the amount of amazing staff that she has met and how much they've changed her life. I couldn't imagine how I can't even think of what she would be like differently. So I just want to say thank you. She today, like, I was telling her what I was going to do, and we were kind of describing it, and she kind of mirrored, but she said it cuter than I said. She said, "You got to go fight for Miss Mac, Dad." And I was like, "Okay, it's pretty easy." So there we go. So that's it. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, Emily Hardy, then Allison Hobbs, then Christine Slocum.
Hello, I'm Emily Hardy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and making that decision. I'm a mom of two. I have a first grader at Baywood and an almost 4-year-old who we planned on starting TK in the fall. I've seen things go out about TK registrations, so this whole thing about this not being a surprise is kind of shocking to hear because I've seen things about it from the schools. I also happen to be a credentialed teacher and former elementary educator. My family has been happy so far with our experience in San Luis Coastal, but one thing that has come up recently is that we wish that my now 6-year-old son had had the opportunity to be eligible for TK. He was not. So he did struggle some with learning how to learn in kindergarten. And we see that TK helps bridge the gap. I taught kindergarten in a California public school, and I have seen firsthand the difference that TK can make. Our academic state standards for kindergarten are intense, and they are much more intense than when I was in kindergarten, which was in the 2000s. And I imagine much more intense than when everyone in this room was in kindergarten. And understanding the foundation that TK gives for students in kindergarten is important. Importantly, this decision to end TK in the district will not necessarily hurt the children of families with the time, education, and resources to support their children before kindergarten. There are other ways that those families can ensure that their children have a strong foundation entering our school system. Instead, the decision to end TK programs will absolutely disproportionately affect those children of families who do not have access to quality preschool or the ability to spend the considerable amount of time and energy it takes to teach the foundational skills to their children. It will disproportionately affect children of families who do not speak English at home, which are children we've talked about today. It will affect children of parents with lower educational status and children with both parents working outside of the home.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our children deserve better.
Christine Slocum, then Alec Buxton, then Ryan Walter. Okay, then we'll go to Alec Buxton, Ryan Walter, and then Ricardo Cervera Navarro.
Hi, I'm Alec Buxton, father of two. One is in TK right now. One we were hoping to go in 2026 or 2026. I was going to talk about all the things that I've watched my own son gain from TK. It's been an amazing thing, but honestly, I just wanted to take a step back and just say, I think I speak for a lot of us when we say that we're just shocked by this. Most of us heard about it today. You say we've heard about it, we knew it was coming 10 years ago or more. It just, I don't know. I mean, the shock of it is just too much. It feels honestly like a failure. You say that it's Sacramento we should be going to, and honestly, I would love to be there behind you, going back to them if that's really what it is. But it feels like we should have been having that conversation a year ago or more. And the fact that most of us know about it now is it's disappointing. Sorry, just really disappointing. What it makes it feel like, especially as you go through the spreadsheets and the salaries and all those things, is you're trying to pit us against our teachers who are doing so much for our children. And I just really want everyone here in this room to not let that happen, because they're on our side. I want us all to be on our same side. So if there's something we can do to go back to Sacramento or whatever the idea is, we have to go back to it. But I think we can not cut any of these things and still have the school program and meet our budgetary, whatever that fiscally responsibility thing you're saying is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Walter. I'm a local educator at Cal Poly. I also have I'm a proud parent of a student at Hawthorne. He's currently in kindergarten. He had the wonderful opportunity to go with TK with Miss Lloyd Moffett, who you heard about earlier. She's the most wonderful human being that I know. One of them. My wife's watching on Zoom, so don't tell her. She is just amazing, and I can say that TK has been one of the most foundational, influential experiences for my son to this date. And so I won't go on and on about all of the research and evidence base of how influential TK can be from an economic, social, cognitive perspective. Trust me, I can go on and on about that. But what I'm here to talk about today is the decision that you all have before you, right? You look at the reserves. There's currently more than $25 to $30 million, $25 to $30 million currently in reserves, right? And that's according to your website on the budget. And that is for times of economic uncertainty. The state has a mandate or a law that requires 3% of operating expenses. The board approved rate is 10% of operating expenses. 10% is around $14 million. That means there's still 9 plus 10 plus million dollars available in reserves for times of economic uncertainty. The board members are giving me this look like they never knew about that. Dr. Prater, I hope that you can, speak to that. Mr. Pinkerton, I hope that you can speak to that, right? The irresponsibility to know this 10 years into the future. You talk about fiscal irresponsibility. I understand that that is your agenda to limit fiscal irresponsibility, but this is fiscal irresponsibility. 10 years in the making, creating this issue. Use the reserves to keep the foundation of our youngest, brightest minds in this area. Okay, use the $25 million for economic uncertainty. This is a time, okay, and another option.
Your time is up.
Thank you. One, I would like to finish
Thank you. I'm
according
sorry.
to your rules, I'm allowed to finish my last sentence. That is in your bylaws. So I'd like to finish my last sentence in that there are also 3 assistant superintendents that each make $250,000 a year. That right there, one assistant superintendent is the equivalent of 3 TK classrooms if you look at teacher salaries.
Thank
so
you.
if we want to consider all options, let's consider that as well.
This is Ricardo Severa Navarro, followed by Martine Lapp, and then Katarina Howard.
Hello, I'll be quick. My oldest went to TK Pacheco. It was amazing. My youngest is now going to go, and we'll deal with that, it seems. I just wanted to point out in the numbers that you showed us today, you showed us over the past 5 years, an increase in enrollment of 1%, a total increase in staffing of 20%, and an increase in non-class staff of 86%. Or most of it seems to be funded by one-time funds. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Martine LePay. I am a parent of a Hawthorne Eagle, and I'm very proud of that status. I also am a professor at Cal Poly, where I'm a sociologist, and I'm a faculty fellow at the Harvard Center on the Developing Child. And I'm speaking today as a concerned parent about the decision to potentially close the transitional kindergarten program, but also as a researcher who studies the incredible impact that early life has on the life course of individuals, but not only that, on intergenerational well-being. So I want to talk about my own experience of TK. I had the value of enrolling my son in TK in 2022, and it was very clear from the very beginning that it was a magical program. And I encourage every single person on this board to visit the TK classrooms that you are considering closing, because it will change your life. We had the privilege of having Miss Lloyd Moffitt and Miss Monica teach my son Henry, and he thrived. I'm cutting my comments a bit shorter than I intended today in the interest of time, but in short, I want to say that we saw tremendous growth in our son and witnessed his love for learning truly blossom. However, our son also experienced dysregulation and challenges as an early learner that many 4 and 5-year-olds experience. The teachers were incredibly well equipped and uniquely qualified to meet those needs. Those are valuable skills that my son now holds in his heart and in his mind, knowing that educators and adults will protect him, create a safe space for him, and support him. Through the advocacy of his teachers, we discovered that he had a significant hearing loss that he had likely had since birth. It meant his little body was working overtime, and the teachers advocated for him to have the services he needed because the teams were in place to provide those resources. I want to just say that my daughter is also excited to start TK in the fall. You are pulling the rug out from underneath parents who have prepared for years for this opportunity. And I implore you to think about the opportunity to make a more positive decision with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Justison, followed by Kylie Singh. Is Daniel Justison here? Kylie Singh. Okay, those are all the speakers I have.
Okay. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I think that we need to take a short break. Two people signed up online. You don't have
Right here. I don't have them. Okay. If you could approach, you'll have 2 minutes and state your name, please, so we can have it. I don't have those.
So good evening. My name is Dr. Ryan Boyko, and I'm a member of this community and a proud parent of a current TK student, as well as a third grader at Hawthorne Elementary. I'm speaking today on behalf of my family to voice my opposition to the proposal to end the TK program. So my family and I moved to San Luis Obispo in 2021 so that I could start my dream job here, which was a tenure-track professorship to teach Asian American and Pacific Islander studies at Cal Poly. My family and I quickly discovered when we moved here, though, that San Luis Obispo, while beautiful, is an extremely unaffordable place to live. Not only did we find that the rent was astronomical, but regular childcare was almost impossible. The cost for childcare was too high and the wait lists were too long, and it became not practical for my wife and I to both work outside the home. I speak for myself, but I know for a fact that many families in this area struggle with this exact same dilemma. There are many ways to tell people you aren't welcome in this town, and one way is to make it hard to live here. I think and hope that many would agree with me that every family, regardless of their income, deserves childcare, not just those families who can afford it. When our son reached the age to be accepted into TK, we jumped at the chance. Since starting with Miss Fiona Lloyd Moffitt this past August, we have seen our son's development grow leaps and bounds. Every single day, my wife and I get to witness how our son's universe is expanding, how his sense of curiosity and wonder grows every day. Before entering Miss Lloyd Moffitt's class, my son was very introverted, but now he eagerly approaches other kids his age to ask if they'd like to play. His language and his ability to verbally express himself are also skyrocketing. The very fact that all of these developments happen in these ways over the course of 5 short months is no coincidence, and we give all our thanks and appreciation to Miss Lloyd Moffitt and other educators like her, who dedicate their time and energy to tend the delicate garden which is our children. Transitional kindergarten is proving to be an irreplaceable foundation for my child's ability to learn and grow, but most importantly, to enjoy school. It's a successful program that benefits all families.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Make the right decision, make our lives easier, not harder.
Thank you. You could state your name, please.
Yes, of course. My name is Jason Chung. I am a father of a TK student who goes to Hawthorne, and I just wanted to share just real short. So my daughter is enrolled in TK, like I said, over at Hawthorne, and the experience has been nothing more, or nothing short of transformative. TK has provided her with an incredible foundation, helping her thrive academically, develop a sense of community, and grow remarkably in her social and emotional awareness and confidence. This year has been a pivotal time for her, offering the freedom to think independently, explore her world, and under the expert guidance of 2 exceptional TK teachers. Amanda Chasse Alexander and Fiona Lloyd Moffitt, their dedication and nurturing care have profoundly impacted my daughter and countless other students. I cannot overstate the importance of preserving this program for her and for other students. It's an investment in our children's growth and success, and we simply cannot afford to lose it. I strongly urge you to explore alternative solutions, and this is where I go off script. As parents, we will support things that you offer up to us. We will help you. This community is fantastic. Lean on us, and we will help you. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jamie Lewis. I have 3 kids in the district, 2 in high school, 1 in the special education program, and 1, well, she'll soon to be in the district. She starts TK in the fall. And I've just been here crying and sweating for this entire meeting because this is pretty heartbreaking. And I don't envy your position, but it's also really hard for us. And I hope that you have taken to heart all the stories that you've heard tonight and really think about what it would mean to our community to lose this program, and for all of us individually, financially, for our long-term prospects as a community, as a county. I just, yeah, everyone's already said all the things, but thank you.
Thank you to everyone for being here. Parents,
Could you state your name, please?
my name is Jen Somley. Thank you to everyone being here, teachers, parents, staff, everyone who devotes their lives to making sure our community, our schools are the best they can be, and every child's life is important. And thank you to each board member for being here. Your job is tough, your seats are lonely, and I imagine you're exhausted. Every decision is easy if you'll get all the facts. And I hope that if you haven't had a chance to step into the TK classrooms, you will, as community members, not just as board members. And many important things have been said this evening, but one thing I don't remember hearing is we don't just have TK. We have world-class, gold standard TK. And that's because we have world-class, gold standard TK teachers. Please visit Miss Lloyd Moffett at Hawthorne or Master Garcia at Pacheco and be renewed by the energy of what you see there, and more importantly, what you feel there, so that you can go back to those spreadsheets and head to Sacramento renewed by that energy. I had a friend from Africa visiting recently. He went into the classroom yesterday and he said, wow, if we had this type of education, we would have no problems left in the continent. There's a lot of great wisdom from the continent, a lot of tree analogies. One generation plants a tree, the next enjoys the shade. Let's not be a generation that's cutting down the trees that we've planted. And let's remember that if you have a branch with especially beautiful fruit, even if it's the newest branch, that's not the branch that we cut off. Thank you.
Everyone in the room has had an opportunity to speak. We do have some people on Zoom.
Okay, we have some people waiting on Zoom. What is the pleasure of the board?
I need a 3-minute bathroom break.
We
Please.
absolutely need a break. We'll be taking a break, but do we want to go ahead and listen, hear from the people on Zoom with the 2-minute caveat?
And if anyone had written in already, that counts as your comment. Please don't double up.
Okay.
3 people on Zoom. It's my understanding we may run into a battery issue also before long. So when we take a break, we'll be fixing battery. Okay.
Okay, well, if we only have 3 people on Zoom,
okay,
the 3 and then the break.
Okay, so I have Jacob Johnson, Paige Robillard, and Carolyn Berg on Zoom. So you want to sign Jacob Johnson? And 2 minutes.
Am I good to go?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, I'm Jacob Johnson. I'm a paraeducator. I actually work with Miss Lloyd Moffett, or I've had the pleasure of working with her this year. Wonderful. Other people have touched better on all of the benefits of TK. One of the things I want to note and I'm curious about, I think has been kind of touched on, but the costs of not having TK and the value of early intervention, I think are likely to cost the district more down the line in terms of the intervention required to fix problems caught later. And I wonder, as others have mentioned, if it's worth dipping into some of the budget reserve to keep the program to avoid those costs, having to incur those costs later. I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Um, I know you guys have a lot to consider. Thanks for being here for us.
Thank you. Paige Robillard, hit on you.
Hi, thank you. I won't spend time telling you the reasons why we need TK and special services for our kids. You already know them well, and we all know they're critical. Um, it's obvious that it's not a needs issue, it's a money issue. I have the ultra fun experience of being the parent of a student with high functioning autism. He is in second grade. I also have a kindergartner, both at Hawthorne. My son, being high functioning on the autism spectrum, puts him in this massive gray area of students that are in general education settings that need more support. Across the board, I've seen firsthand over the last 3 years in this school district that our students are routinely not being served well because of lack of funding and lack of staff. Our teachers are working overtime so hard to serve our students, and still our IEP meetings are getting missed. My son this school year alone has had 3 changes in his paraeducator. And quite frankly, while the paraeducators are wonderful and well-intentioned, the district's standards for hiring someone as a paraeducator is just north of a warm body with a pulse. So how do we fix this? How does our district get the attention it needs to get funding? Will a lawsuit do it? Sacramento School District knows a little bit about that. When people are named as defendants, does that give them motivation to dig a little deeper? I'm curious about that personally. Just because you've known this is going to happen doesn't make it acceptable. I appreciate that you guys are apologetic, but quite frankly, your condolences are worthless to our children. I understand budgets and administration is difficult. I have experience in the corporate and legal sector in those ways, but when you're failing our children, you're failing, and that's it. Full stop. So we need a better solution. This is what you say to us in these meetings. Many of us know the reality of the situation is what's not put on the presentation slide. I'll close with this. In the midst of fighting through the cat and mouse game of getting basic services for my son, I will finish my sentence. Thank you. I asked one of his teachers if our family, a household with 2 working native English speaking parents with access to resources, have had such a hard time getting the district to budge to give my son basic services that are owed to him, how do families with less advantaged circumstances get any help for their children? And that teacher's answer was, and I quote, "They don't, and the district counts on it." Thank you very much.
Carolyn Berg.
Hi, thank you for having all of us here this evening. I will keep it brief. I'm a new mom of a baby girl and a future family of your Sinsheimer School. And I have a niece and nephew who go to Hawthorne and TK and First. And I just wanted to state at the beginning of this how much of a positive impact and how much our schools have helped those kids blossom and friends' kids blossom and become their full selves. And so I just appreciate all the work of your staff and your leadership. I'm also a local business owner, and well before ever having kids, I've been a huge supporter of the positive impact of schools on communities. And I just there's no need to restate all of the things that you've heard tonight in terms of affordability of childcare, equity of education, and so many other things. But there were a few speakers who spoke about the economic importance of schools as well. And I just wanted to offer up, one potential action that we as a community could be talking about and looking into is, could local businesses be part of a funding partnership? They talk a lot about the need for childcare to create affordability and equity for their staff who can't afford this area. So could local businesses, employers, chambers, and Reach maybe be a part of a conversation on how to maintain, especially TK, which helps parents of younger children? And as my brother-in-law, Jason, said earlier, know that we, not just parents, but the broader community, are here ready to work together and find solutions. And I hope that you'll pull everyone in. I think going deeper than just, several of the speakers giving presentations talked about the need for parents to show up and advocate. but in what ways? It would be really helpful to know the school district's policy platform or specific ways that we could be helpful in the Diablo and or state advocacy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you.
Is that the last person? Okay, I think a break is in order.
Yeah.
So it is 10:27. Let's take a 10-minute break. 10:37. No.
Okay, so these are the.
On to um, item 10.03, middle school programs and the Grow Teach Parent Initiative.
Now you can hear me. Okay. Good evening, board and community. Thank you for allowing us time to connect with our Grow Teach parents and students and former students that are here with us tonight to discuss their recommendation for a possible teach expansion into grades 7th and 8th grade. I want to start with a little bit of history, which was last spring, the board had both public comments as well as written correspondence submitted by many of the community members that are here tonight to encourage us to consider expanding Teach to 7th and 8th grade. It currently is a school of choice for grades 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. There is a lottery for students to join. And currently, for the past few years, all the students wishing to attend the school have been able to attend the school. Because the lottery children leave and then new students get let in over the course of a school year, etc. So these parents had known that we are doing great planning with Mr. Pinkerton around Measure C and the development of the Teach campus. Right now, SLOCA is there. And we have, known that they were going to be moving out so that we could do renovations to the campus. And it seemed to the Teach Initiative parents that it would be the right time to try and make a capital investment and restructure programming. So, after multiple meetings where their presence was known and heard and listened to by the board, it was requested that I meet with the Teach community at large. And we held a community parent forum that was a bit of an informational session. Thank you to Mrs. Contreras, who was there representing Los Osos Middle School, and Mr. Jones, who was able to attend representing Laguna Middle School. Mr. Neff and Miss Shepard were all there. And we were able to engage with the community to hear more about what makes Teach so special and what they would like to see continued at our other middle schools and what other implications they could see might happen if we were to expand Teach. So following that repeated engagement, and I shared the responses with you, board, in a Teach FAQ document back in, I believe it was November. I'd have to see when that was developed. But following that recommendation, their request was to have the board, consider expanding Teach. And so that was the purpose and development of this presentation tonight. So we are actually going to begin looking at really our continuum of middle school programming, because this would be one part of that. So we'll begin with Mrs. Contreras sharing about Los Osos Middle School, and Mr. Minart is here to share about Laguna Middle School with his team, followed by the Grow Teach parents, and they will have 5 to 8 minutes to speak about the proposal, which has been shared with all of you. And then Dr. Prater will share his recommendations moving forward. So with that, Ms. Contreras, if you can please join me up here.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Hello, everyone. I'm Heather Contreras, principal at the wonderful Los Osos Middle School, and I have here
Good evening, board. My name is Vanessa Parsons. I'm the assistant principal at Los Osos Middle School.
All right. Okay. So Loams is a school who cares about our students' growth. We are a student-centered community guided by 3 core values of building community, being responsible, and being thoughtful and caring. The coastal community, including our students and parents, care about the environment, being neighborly, and wanting the best for their kids.
We are on slide 3, just thank you. We are deeply committed to fostering a vibrant and diverse student population where every lion feels valued. Our focus on belonging, equity, and inclusion ensures that all students have the opportunity to thrive regardless of identity or background. Through a supportive and welcoming environment, we are dedicated to helping every learner succeed and reach their full potential. If you refer to the visual that we have on the slide deck, you can see we currently have 486 students enrolled. We have 55% students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is a little lower than our state, but as you can see, a little higher than our county. We have 5% English learners, 17% with student disabilities, and 7% of our students are experiencing home challenges with 1% foster youth.
Loams continues to perform well in statewide assessments. We see the need to personalize support and are always looking at other ways to close our achievement gaps. With dedicated teachers and motivated learners, our students continue to show growth. The following data reflects students who met or exceeded grade level standards. We have 63% in English, 46% in math, 49% in science, and 71% of our English learning students have made progress in English language proficiency. We've also lowered our chronically absent rates and suspensions while still maintaining a safe and restorative approach to discipline. Our Youth Truth Survey was fantastic this year. We had 100% of our students participate, 80% of staff, and 51% of our families. It's excellent. Thank you. And thank you to my Loams community. We saw increases in every question but one, and saw statistically significant increases in engagement, academics, culture, diversity, and inclusion. We are also very proud of our ongoing commitment to excellence. Since 2018, Loams has been recognized as a national school to watch. The Schools to Watch organization ensures that we are constantly reevaluating our programs based on an extensive rubric in the areas of academic excellence, developmental responsiveness, social equity, and organizational structures and processes. We are a school chosen to participate in a national study on using data to improve school climate by the Learning Policy Institute. One reason Loams was selected is because of the work our student senators do with our Youth Truth Survey results. The study's linked in this presentation for anyone who wants to read more about that. We are also a school who was recently named a best middle school, which I wholeheartedly agree with. We also celebrate being recipients of local grants from Slow Subaru and Slow Sprouts. I'd like to give a special shout out to Mrs. Stoneman and her dedication and visionary work to our school garden that earned us a $10,000 Sprouts grant.
Okay. Our students have the opportunity to engage in many enriching experiences. Most recently, we had our band perform at our PAC, and they're also able to participate in enriching, exciting field trips and also see guest speakers. We have over 10 diverse clubs at Loams, including heavy metal, most recently crochet because of the high demand. And their students are able to explore their passions and really find their genius. Additionally, we have a robust counseling support system that really caters to our students' needs. We have our own version of our wellness center called our Counseling Enrich Center, where students are able to check in throughout the day and leave regulated. Additionally, we have a team of 2 counselors. One is bilingual. We also work in conjunction with our county to have a PEI counselor look and see groups of kids. And then we have a true Tier 3 intervention support with our MFT who sees students one-on-one.
Around 40% of our students are involved in a leadership role. Our goal is to be as student-driven as possible. This is seen in our leadership students creating and leading pep rallies, student senators facilitating listening sessions with their peers to learn more about why students responded in a particular way on a survey question, and then follow through with actions. And our advisory representatives meeting as a student council to hear from all of the Loam students.
At Loams, we offer an array of sports, including wrestling and via Morro Bay High School, our brother's school. So students are able to engage with students from the high school and make connections early on. We also have 11 different sports offered annually, so it's no surprise that 60% of our students either participate in one or more of our sports at Loams. So go Lions. In addition, our lunch intramurals and leagues are available for students every 4 to 6 weeks during lunch. We have many students to observe and cheer on, and it's just a fun and inclusive way to get involved.
When we think about Loams, we think about a school where fun, kindness, and giving back are prioritized, along with a place where we learn from both our achievements and our mistakes. We are a school community aiming for every student and family to feel valued and connected.
We continue to celebrate students through their achievements and just to keep them also engaged. So for example, for achievements in academics and citizenship, we have Kiwanis Breakfast, where we recognize students for their outstanding GPA. We also are dedicated to fostering strong connections with our families. So for example, we were able to rent out the Morro Bay Theater recently and have our first annual family night out, our movie night out, and watch the movie Elf. Which was awesome. We also have an upcoming bingo night to welcome families on campus. And then we want to welcome you. We have lunch on the lawn this Friday where families are able to come on our field and have picnics with our students. We're also looking for parent volunteers if you guys are interested as well, as we have over 70% of our students attend our dances. If you'd like to get to know Loams more, please do not hesitate to call us. This is our contact information. Our Instagram has over 600 followers, and so we're very proud of that in our community. We also have our website, email, and location listed, so thank you.
And one more thing. We have our student-created promotional school video courtesy of Mr. Garcia's class linked here for you to view later. And again, as Ms. Parsons said, Vanessa, please join us for our lunch on the lawn. We also have an upcoming pep rally on January 31st. You're welcome to. In addition to gardening, we have something for everybody. So we look forward to having you. Thank you.
Thank you, Loams. We appreciate that. And next up, Mr. Meinert and Laguna Middle School.
pull up the presentation, or do you want me to? Oh, there it's up. Okay, it's just not up here. Well, good evening, school board. We're happy to be here tonight, and I'm here with one of my two assistant principals, Chris Jones. And we apologize, the third member of our team had another commitment tonight, and so they weren't able to be here with us. So Liz Din is also an amazing, outstanding member of our team, and she looks forward to joining us sometime in the future. So we're going to go ahead and jump in. We're excited to talk about Laguna. We love our school. We're really proud of it. Laguna is an amazing place and has been that way for many years. And yet I can say this, our staff is continuously thinking about how we can grow and improve what we do. In fact, we were just today having great, deep conversations, and appreciate you being there, Erica, and Lisa, you were there as well, about just things we could continue to tinker with and make our school a better place. And so it's been a fun process to continue to do that and pursue that over the last few years as I've gotten to be there as a principal. So two things I want you to know. We have two kind of guiding goals as a school site that guide everything we do. First one is about wanting all of our students and staff to be safe, connected, and supported in our school community. We see this as foundational. It's difficult to get to the work that is actually schools in learning and thriving in the classroom and in other activities if these things aren't happening. And so throughout the presentation, you're going to see both of these things and the ways that we pursue this at Laguna Middle School in a lot of fun and unique and very middle school ways. So want you to know a little bit about our community. So we have around 800 students this year. This is our data from last year, and it's a diverse group. One thing I absolutely love is this beautiful moment of bringing together students from across our community, from a variety of elementary schools, even schools outside of our district, into one middle school in which we get to really create this community that then will move together for the next 6 years, 2 at Laguna and then 4 at Slow High. And really just looking around our campus, we have such a diverse campus of students with all kinds of backgrounds and experiences. And it is beautiful to see. And it was fun to see it through other people's eyes even today of just how each friend group even is so diverse and who's interacting and engaging and watching those new bonds build as kids come together in middle school. I also want to add, because a huge part of our diverse community is our parent community. We really see parents as key partners as we work together to help students through what many of us remember as some of our hardest developmental years, regardless of how great it actually might have been, just because of the awkwardness of those transitions that we experience emotionally and socially and physically through middle school. And it is so fun to partner with parents as we work together to do that work. And we have so many opportunities for parents to volunteer. Our PTA is very active and engaged with our school. We have a very interactive ELAC that's super engaged in what we're doing. And there's just all kinds of opportunities for us to collaborate around individual students and around our school in general with our parents community as well. I also want to just point out that we could not do what we do without our incredible staff. We are, as you can see, a uniquely goofy group. And that is important when you work with middle schoolers all day, every day, and they are incredible. And they do such a great job working with students. And each of these people purposely chose middle school. And we all get that same response everywhere we go when we tell people what we do. Middle school? Why middle school? And every single person on our campus is just thrilled to explain that middle school is their favorite phase to work with. So I'm super grateful for these people that I get to work alongside every day as we pursue those goals together of supporting our students and connecting with them, but then also seeing them grow to be the most successful people they can be. I also want to highlight just the fact that we have countless activities at our school. In that top left, you can see a picture of our Monster Mash dance. This last year in the fall, we had 512 students show up to that. And I'm particularly proud that 12 of those 512 were every single one of our newcomer students. Newcomers are students in their first 2 years in U.S. schools. And we work hard to draw in students that might normally try to slip to the periphery of what our school is. And it is a big school. That was something that I was incredibly proud of our team in pursuing and connecting with students to where they felt comfortable showing up to something that they've never even heard of before, many of them, because they'd never had a school dance. And so it was really exciting. And then lots of lunchtime activities and fun chances to connect. We have dress up days every other Friday. And as you can see, our students get very into it. Some of the pictures of our staff, they get very into it. It's just chances to be goofy and fun together. In fact, last Friday was Bring a Stuffy Day, and we had an incredible number of students and staff show up with their favorite stuffed animal. And some of them were ridiculous and silly, and some were genuinely, this is the one I've slept with since I was a little kid. And you could just tell that it was worn and loved. And it's so fun to just get to know kids in different ways through these things. I also want to highlight the fact that we have some incredible things happening in addition to just these fun, big school-wide events. We have 17 clubs this year, and you can see a long list of different things that have existed over the last couple of years that our students are heavily involved in. In fact, currently we have 270 students that are actively involved in our clubs at lunch, and that is huge for these kids to find these different things that they can get involved in and meet their people. It's one of my favorite things to hear is kids say, at my elementary school, I was the only kid that liked this. And now I found a group of kids that all like this together. And that's one cool thing as students come together and connect. And I also want to highlight we have 3 academic teams, 2 of which are new this year. We have an esports team, we have a mock trial team, and we also have a robotics team that are all preparing and competing together against other schools, which is pretty exciting. And now I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Jones for a couple of other highlights.
Good evening. Just to echo Mr. Meinert's comments regarding this time in the students' lives when they're in middle school, it is an awkward time. It's time of transition and time of change. And finding their people is a critical part. This might not be the people they're going to be with for the rest of their education, but for that time, it's an important time to find people that have similar interests. And that's why it's this critical that we have these clubs. And we have to thank our teachers for the time that they put into supporting our students. Also, kind of finding the right place that students want to hang out. It's unique to the student. And our school environment, we have, during our break time and during lunchtime, students have different choices of places they can go. We have students that just want to socialize in the quad. A lot of our students take advantage of that. Others that go out on a blacktop and they'll play basketball, or some that go out on the grass and play football. But then you have some students that just want to go in the library and just want to spend time with a few students doing like a small, quiet task. I actually have a student at Laguna, and that's my kid. He likes to go in the library, and I went in there today to ask him if he was going to see the sunshine at some point, and he was just content building a tower with the Jenga blocks that were in there. And that's that works for him and his social group. I also want to touch on our athletics. And one of the great things about Laguna is the majority of the sports that we have will take all comers. Prior to this year, I was in the classroom at Laguna and I had the opportunity to coach water polo. And we started a new water polo program in the last 3 years, and we took everybody and we taught them the game. And most of our sports provide that opportunity for all students to come out and be a part of our sports program, regardless if it's the first time that they're participating in that sport or if they've been participating in the club program since they were 2 years old here. Mr. Miner, talk about intramurals here.
All right. And we also, in addition to our inter-school sports where we're competing with other schools, we also offer intramurals, which is super fun for our students, and it really has a low intimidation level of just jumping in and playing. In fact, next week we begin a badminton tournament, which is kind of a fun, nobody's great at badminton yet at middle school. In fact, many of them have never played before. They've learned in PE, and now they've finished their PE unit and they're leaving up the nets, and we're going to have a lot of fun with some badminton tournament at lunch. So Loams sent out an invite. I'm going to throw out there, if any of you board members want to come and do some badminton at lunch, come on out and have some fun. It'll be a great time. We also want to highlight, in addition to all the fun things that we do to try to connect our students to our school and make them feel that sense of belonging, that at the end of the day, they are learning and growing and thriving in the classroom. And that's so important for us to highlight. And so just a few things that I want you all to be aware of because it's so important is, first of all, we have amazing academic programs for our students. And 2 of them are things that are measured by our state. and that our school is doing an outstanding job of. And you can see some of the data up there. But we have accelerated math where students actually in their first year at Laguna will complete 2 years of math and then be jumping into what's normally a high school class in Algebra 1 as 8th graders. We also have collaboration math where we have students that are needing a little bit of extra help to really make that jump to being successful and at or above grade level standards. And we actually have 2 math teachers in a classroom working together to support those students with amazing results of those teachers really seeing students grow and move from really a little bit behind in math to being highly successful. And that's in a grade level class with just 2 teachers really doing that tag team work. And then we also have after school math lab where we're supporting students, and we've got 198 kids that have come so far this year, which shows that it works and they want that help. And then very similar structure for our English classes of having advanced English. And then this year it's new, we have collab English classes as well, really targeting specifically our English learners, our long-term English learners. We have a big picture goal of ideally having every long-term English learner be redesignated by the time they go into high school so that they're ready to thrive and be successful in that environment. And Mr. Jones is going to jump in and share a little bit more about some of our other academic programs.
I'll just touch on a couple real quick for the sake of time. You know, we have a robust dual immersion program that continues from our dual immersion feeder school, Pacheco. We enjoy having a history class that existed for many years, 20 plus years. We've recently added science, full immersion science. And then this year we've embedded within our history, it's full immersion history class, Spanish language arts to help prepare our students to be successful as they move off to the high school. And the anecdotal reports I've had from speaking with the high school teachers and students that they're being very successful as they've moved into Spanish 4 as freshmen this year. And then the other piece of it is our program that we have as far as having advisory and tutorials. Advisory we have on Mondays, and it's a 20-minute block of time. It allows for us to communicate with our students, social emotional lessons, and other things that we need to discuss with our students as a school-wide student body. And then on Fridays, our students can sign up for a tutorial period, and that's about a 30-minute period on Fridays, and students can choose whatever teacher they want to go be with in order to receive additional support, opportunities for reteaching, opportunities for retakes, makeup, different assignments. It's been an invaluable opportunity for our students. We've also had guest speakers, and we've had a number of community members come out and present to our students, about 100 students each week, get to hear from a community member. One of the things I also want to highlight is our newcomer program. As we serve our English learners, Mr. Minard referred to it previously, we have 12 newcomer students, and it's an opportunity for them to receive targeted support. I've worked in education 20 plus years, and I've worked with English learners for most of that, and I've never seen a program where students have been so integrated, so supported, and included as part of our school community right off the bat. I can only credit our great team of teachers that do a phenomenal job, and you see their pictures up there. And it's been amazing to see them learn and grow. We have one student that's already transitioned out of the newcomer program and is in grade level English, 2 that have gone into grade level math, and we look forward to the great things we'll see from this program moving forward here.
And I already mentioned earlier about our long-term English learner program that we're doing this year as well. So I'm moved by that. The last thing I want to talk about with our academics is just that we also offer, in addition to this, one great thing about middle school is electives. And so kids get a chance to choose. And we have a long list of things that we offer our students. And they really cover all the different things from art, performing arts, and our more classical fine arts. But then also we have multiple CTE introduction experiences that really build directly into what students have opportunities at the high school. And so it's really this beautiful chance for kids to start to experience things and get ideas of what they're interested in and good at as they then build towards going to SLO High and then being able to continue and maybe even ideally jump in and do and complete an entire pathway at the high school level in those areas. And then lastly, just because middle school is something that is amazing and important and we're celebrating, we have an amazing end of year celebration to celebrate our students promoting to high school. And afterwards, the 8th graders get to enjoy an awesome promotion dance. And so you can see a couple little images of what that is. And just want to shout out our amazing school. We do a lot of great work there, and most of it is about the students and the interactions by students and staff on a daily basis. And yet I do want to say that we're really proud that we've been recognized as a California and national school to watch, and also a California distinguished school. And we really feel proud of what we do every day at Laguna Middle School. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. I'd like to invite the Teach Boosters who would care to speak to the podium.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Chelsea Ruiz. I am the lead organizer for the Grow Teach. Oh, the slides, sorry. I don't know what the slides are.
We don't have them in the board agenda. The board members have the packet.
The board members have the proposal, but not the presentation of the slide.
It's on the screen. On the other screen.
It's on the screen.
Oh.
Sorry. But to advance the slide.
And is this how I advance?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. And then
oh no, it's separate. I'll just look at the screen. Thank you. Hi, Chelsea Ruiz, lead organizer for the Grow Teach movement. First of all, we want to thank the board for taking time out of your numerous and very delicate topics to give us some time to talk about this proposal, and for your thoughtful consideration of all of the parent comment that we've had over the past several months. And I just want my team really quick to give a quick wave of the parent leaders, Scott, Valerie. This definitely was not an effort alone by me. So let's see, what we are proposing is to increase choice in the district's middle schools by the expansion of the TEACH program as an extremely cost-effective and low-risk solution to the district's goal of closing the achievement gap and improving the middle school experience for our students district-wide. What has brought us here, we are asked us to increase choice in the middle school level, and we believe that the expansion of the TEACH school is part of the district's comprehensive plan that will assist everyone. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slide. We just want to be respectful of your time. And also in the interest of time, we're going to skip this slide, but I will direct you to the proposal that we have given each of you on page 9. It talks about some of the benefits of the TEACH program, but I won't go into that, and we'll let you read that later. I want to touch on the success of the TEACH program so that we have some context for why we're advocating for its expansion. TEACH has a legacy of being successful. It was started in 1981, 43 years ago, by the vision of the district creating space for this innovative program. And it actually was, maybe it's not ironically enough, but it was a group of parents that advocated for the creation of this program. And we're also very grateful to the group of parents in 2013 that advocated for the continuation of this program. Okay, and we're going to touch on a few of the successes of TEACH just very quickly. It's been recognized. Can I have the next? I can do it, Scott. Thanks. TEACH has been recognized as a National Blue Ribbon School 3 times, California Distinguished School 3 times, and an Honor Roll Scholar School 3 times. It's ranked #1 for testing in the entire district, and ranked number 28 in all of the elementary schools in California. And all of this is just to say that the TEACH program works. For the past 43 years, it has been working to inspire our high achievers to achieve academic success. And all of this is despite the fact that it only has 6 full-time teachers and has been in portable since 2013. So what we're trying to say is that the success of the TEACH program does not necessitate millions of dollars of infrastructure and staffing and additional costs, but this is something that has been done on a very low budget, and the TEACH program is not about the facility. It's not about a giant staff. It's about the staff that is there and the students. The TEACH program is successful without big amounts of funding. And if you would like to check out page 5, that has some of the specific structural elements of our proposal. And this success that we're proposing is very low cost. We are advocating for a small scale pilot that minimizes capital improvements and minimizes the ongoing staffing costs that we know are a very important issue to the district and to us. We advocate for increasing school choice, investing in a TEACH expansion as very low risk. There is an existing K-8 program, SLCUSD, that has been operating on half of the school site for many, many years. So this isn't, we're not asking for a big, giant investment. And there are some things that we can take advantage of that don't cost any money, like partnerships with Cal Poly that's right across the street, like this IEI lab that's basically brand new, and the school site really is ready to be utilized once the site is made completely available, utilized for other programs. And something that I want to just pause and make sure that we address, which I really appreciate the district bringing up the concern of declining enrollment, especially in our coastal schools. We hear that, and we definitely don't want to be pulling students away from those programs, which, we've seen in the presentations tonight are very successful. Our elementary schools are very successful. Students are happy there. They are thriving there. Our middle schools have high academic excellence and a rich array of extracurricular and sports. And so we are proposing that if TEACH was to be expanded, that we're not going to see a mass exodus from our excellent elementary and middle schools to this TEACH program, that the students who are leaving, it will have a minimal impact to the coastal schools because these programs are so attractive and are so successful. TEACH, the purpose of it is for a very small subset of students that are not able to be served by the traditional programs, and that would not change if it was expanded to the middle school. I want to spend a moment to talk about the cost-effective measures that we are recommending. We are very grateful to the district for your fiscal responsibility. That should be your highest priority. We recognize that, and we are not proposing any kind of unwise spending right now with this budget deficit, but we are advocating to have a formalized planning effort moving forward. So just so we're clear, we're not asking for millions of dollars because that would not be appropriate. So the TEACH program would not be to try to replicate all of the existing middle school offerings. That is not what people value in the TEACH program, and that is not cost effective. We do want to leverage the site and leverage the economies of scale that exist with the current TEACH elementary school program on the site. So the same principal could be used, the same teachers could be used, the NPR could be utilized, the Innovation Lab could be utilized by both the elementary school and the middle school students. And here's a little palette cleanser. Here we have, is Camden still here? Oh, so Camden, current TEACH fifth grader, caught wind of this discussion that we were having and created his own draft facility master site plan. And so we're grateful to Camden for his contributions. And the last thing I want to say is that TEACH students feel empowered to take big problems and solve them. And so thank you, Camden, for illustrating that so well. I'll just have one more thing before I give it to Scott to bring us home. I want to talk about school choice and the achievement gap. And our goal, which we believe is aligned with the districts, is to close the achievement gap for 4th through 8th graders. And we see TEACH as an integral part of that solution. We believe that there are lessons that can be learned and applied district-wide. And we also believe that when a classroom teacher has a very broad range of student abilities in their class, and there's pressure, right, to help the kids that need the most support, and pressure to help the kids that want to do more. If we remove those students through their own self-selection and put them in a school of choice, then that frees up that classroom teacher's time and energy that they can focus on the students that are struggling the most, which is where they should be focusing on. And so we feel like this additional support that they might have been providing to the high achieving students can go to the students who are struggling the most. And I'm going to turn it over to Scott to talk about our ask a little bit more and next steps.
Yeah, thank you, Chelsea. I think it's important to talk about what we want. Wow, you'd think I can do technology. What are we really asking for? I think there was some confusion that we wanted something implemented immediately in this school year. It was never the case. And I want to point out that none of the parents that you see here are actually ever going to be the beneficiaries of a middle school of choice. We recognize this problem. We're lucky to be here to have seen it, but our children are going to go to Loams, Laguna, private, whatever it may be. Our goal is to stop that bleeding. We want to keep them here. We want that enrollment to stay. We understand with the community funding, that's difficult. That doesn't necessarily help us. So we want to start the work on a formal plan. Believe it or not, the last year and a half, this work is to get you the concept and a vision and show you what's possible. And what we've been surprised is we've gotten help from our students, and they're just fourth graders. The second thing we've realized when we went back through the history of Teach, we found that Teach was at risk of being lost. Actually, Dr. Prater helped save it and find a home at its current location, which has been instrumental with partnerships with Cal Poly, exactly what you had hoped would occur. The catch, though, is there was an identical request made back in 2013 to the board at that time. And nothing ever happened. It didn't go anywhere. They asked for a work group, essentially. So what we're asking you for is to start that work, but have regular cadence and check-ins with you. As in, give us milestones, give the district milestones so that you're checking the progress to see if we're on track for a final proposal or not. You can't plan these things overnight. It takes a year. This is the rough timeline that we see, just so you're aware. There's no shovel in ground or implementation work. We have real problems that we don't understand yet. So we need to understand about the site, right? It has a leasing on it. We thought the classical academy was going to leave. That's not the case. That may be a thing that occurs next year and the year after that and the year after that. So at some point we have to figure out what we want to do to that site, and we have to figure out what the strategic value is. The other loss there is income. And so we have to kind of figure out where our community engagements are. How are we going to get funding? We don't expect to raise this alone. One of the things that we're very strong at in this school is fundraising. And we want to seek investment on specific programs, especially in social entrepreneurism, to get these kids involved, doing things in their community now, not just later. And we want those kids to return. Well, there's many other alumni that have gone to Teach that are here in our community that want to give back. They credit their time at an elementary school with having been important in their life. How many of us think about our alma maters, our universities, colleges that we've gone to? Well, to get there, we had to be successful in high school. And to get through high school, something had to happen that caught us. We didn't fall through the cracks. And that's what this is trying to prevent for those students. There's a lot of financial issues that we need to get into. We're pretty creative. We've got a lot of fundraising ideas, but most importantly, those portable classrooms that our kids are in now, those are luxurious if you're wanting to do a daycare or something else. And Cal Poly right across the street, that's a wonderful avenue. There's so many more things than that the group has thought through, but this is something we actually have to talk about and see, what are we allowed to do? What do we really want to get in the business of? What do we want to have for 10 years down the line? Same thing goes for what staffing might look like. we have a few highlights from the proposal. We won't go through all of this for you. You can take a look at these slides later, but everything that you've kind of seen here, all the questions, we've tried to put in that document for you. And I guess I'll leave you with what's possible. You know, we have a project-based curriculum, and it's integrated into everything that's done at that school. That's really unique, and it hasn't yet been replicated. In 43 years, we haven't found a way to replicate that in the other schools. So when Chelsea got up here and said that we're going to do this middle school, we're not looking to replicate what the middle schools are doing. We think that's a disservice. The goal is we have this gap, and we fell into it. We see it, we recognize it. Other parents have done it, and they didn't do anything. Their kids leave the district, they go elsewhere, or kids complain. We want to stop that bleeding. We think the district wants to solve this problem, and this is a really cost-effective tool to do so. But it needs exploration, and it needs your imagination. And so we're very excited to kind of see where this goes. In that spirit, Chelsea had this really great idea of something that we could pay forward. Yeah. I can go grab it.
We're done. Don't worry. So we have some seeds for you guys. And what we want to leave you with at the end of our presentation is that what we've given you in this proposal are seeds, they're ideas. And so we're really looking forward to continuing the discussion with this group on what to do with these ideas. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay. I think you have requests to speak?
Yes, I do.
Would you like public comment before your presentation or after?
Yeah. No.
Go ahead, Dr. Craig.
Sorry.
I think so, because I'm putting forward a recommendation then before.
Right, we were getting ahead of you.
Hey, before I move on, I just want to take a quick moment, acknowledge Heather, Vanessa, Nathan, and Chris. It's been a long day for everybody, but you know, I appreciate them coming here and presenting. And I really appreciate this teach exploration entrepreneurial team. I really do appreciate the energy and the framing of your interests. I do. In fact, I go back many years where I was having conversations with Darla Batistic, who is the principal at Teach. And we were having conversations at the time where we were seeing growth in our district. And she and I sat and talked about the possibilities of a middle school of choice actually being this Teach program. And so, but then way led on to way, and our circumstances changed. And so my recommendation before the board really has two options, but I just really think I want to expand on it just a little bit. The first option was to not move forward with a creation or extending the grades 7 and 8 at the Teach campus at this time. And I'm hearing that's the same interest from this group. And my reasons for that are outlined in the recommendation. The second one, of course, is do it. Ultimately, it's your call. Expand it, but then we would, as you can imagine, have to discover and find how to fund it and make it happen and manage some of the challenges that go with it. As Chelsea spoke to, the last numbers I saw were approximately 90 students who are coming from the coast that would probably stick around. And of course, that's my primary concern is what this might do to the Los Osos Middle School and Morro Bay High School. even if half of those students chose not to go back to their home coastal community to attend school, it would have an impact, a staffing impact. Now, with that in mind, within the recommended option that I put forward to you, option 1, I did leave room in that option, and I do hope you give it consideration for there. I didn't call it a working group with milestones, but I am of the opinion that our board is ready to explore the middle schools in their next iteration of the strategic direction. So we currently are at the tail end of the current 2021 to 2025 strategic direction for our programming, including middle grades education. Since you adopted that strategic direction, both middle schools, Laguna and Loams, have elevated their game. They're both now recognized as state and national middle school programs. Super proud of the work they've done. I happen to think intentionality delivers really good things when you put your mind to it. So with that, I think as we develop, with the help of Ms. Yamashita, who I would lean into to help develop this as our assistant superintendent services, to include the advocates for this middle school of choice concept and vision. When we do it, how we do it, if we do it, could really be explored and developed, because I hate to shut down a highly engaged and interested and entrepreneurial group. I have spent some time at Teach over the years, and I love the energy. I love the spirit. I don't know how this would all fan out, but I do think our 2 comprehensive middle schools would benefit from the engagement. I do think when you get willing and interested and motivated people around some middle school concepts and ideas, good things come out of it. My recommendation includes all that, is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing I heard tonight that I have a problem with. Personally, I think the day might come down the road for San Luis Coastal to have a middle school choice program. And I think that sounds really intriguing to me. May not be to you right now. I'm nervous about it for the many reasons that you've heard. But if you create the context or a working group within a strategic document like the strategic direction that we bring back to you with some of these concepts and ideas for a future board to consider, I think that's just good practice. So it's included in my recommendation to you tonight, option 1. So that's my 1134 recommendation to you at this point for your consideration.
Okay, well, let me go to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item?
Yes. We have some very patient people. Alyssa Buchholz, am I saying your last name correctly?
Yeah.
Followed by Scott Buchholz. And you'll have your 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Alyssa. I'm a 6th grader at Teach Elementary. I'm a 6th grader at Teach Elementary, and I would like Teach Elementary to have a middle school. I think Teach is really innovative. They have a whole innovation lab where you can build stuff and create a lot of things. And they even bring over Cal Poly students to come with us and innovate stuff. It's really fun. And I think they do amazing with 7th graders and 8th graders. And yeah, I think they do really great for all the upcoming students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that doesn't seem fair. It's good to see you again. My first time with Teach was a recommendation from a neighbor after we moved here, and things didn't work out. We went to another school in the district by surprise. It was called Bellevue. Great school. It just didn't work out for us. And then a year later, we discovered Teach, got on that lottery that you heard about, and of course lost. And so we're making preparations we're going to stick to this public school. That's my wife there. We're going to do this. We're going to do public school. We're not going to go back to private. And sure enough, the waiting list opened a couple days before school. Alyssa had just moved here. She was heartbroken, loved her old school up north. And then Astro Camp happened, which is a science camp. And I understand this is going to sound bad to some folks. You've got to understand, it's all funded by the parents, and every child goes. Does not matter if that child can afford it or not, or has no family. Everybody goes if they want to. And at Astro Camp, as a chaperone, I was exhausted because the kids are getting up every day at 6:30 in the morning, and they don't go to bed until 11. They have class until 10:30. It's unbelievable. The cliques disappeared. She met people. I saw all the kids that were on the side, the troublemakers or ones that were just a little too weird, and you just know where that goes. It all disappeared. They're working together. They're doing ropes courses. They're lifting their teacher in the air. They're learning about the electromagnetic spectrum, something I don't think I got to learn until college. Playing with all of the devices you can imagine, looking at the stars. That was my start to Teach. That wasn't just a field trip, and it lasted all week. And I asked the organizers at the facility, how many public schools get the chance to come? Long time ago it was quite a bit, maybe 50%. Today there's 3 public schools. We're one of 3 public schools that send their kids there. Everybody else is private. That's the type of education that is starting to get lost. The kids worked on that curriculum the entire time. It wasn't a one-time thing. That fed into their STEAM activities. Their lab is used all the time. They build things. There was then, at the second half of the year, a fuel cell challenge. And, they built with the help of Cal Poly's racing team. And those kids loved the little ones. What an amazing partnership to see and witness. Kind of at the tail end. The kids thought of them as heroes, and they're asking questions about college and university. What was that like? And those big kids, they love teaching the little kids. It kept them out of trouble too, kept them focused. This Teach thing is pretty special. And I think middle school takes it to the next level, but it doesn't require a ton of money or facilities.
Right. You have Valerie Baptista, followed by Becca Banfield.
Hello, my name is Valerie. I currently have a 5th grader, Camden, and at Teach, and an 8th grader who attended all 3 years at Teach. And I'm grateful to those before us, those parents before us that have fought for Teach. Let's remember that Teach did start over 40 years ago because parents, teachers, students, and the district saw a need to serve a niche of students who craved more from their education. There was, in 1981, an investment in the students, no matter what the situation was at that time. We are now seeing 2nd-generation students attend Teach Elementary because their parents gained so much from Teach. I was sharing with them when we were working on this presentation that my senior year in college, in business college, we had to create a business and products and sell them. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's what our Teach Mini Mall does. They're doing it in 4th grade, and I did it in my senior year in college. That's how innovative they are and how far ahead they are going to be when they get there. Just as the Teach Elementary culture, curriculum, and project-based style has not been able to be replicated at any other schools for over 40 years in our district, thus the need for Teach Elementary still. Teach Middle School will not be able to be replicated in our current middle schools. We are asking you to expand on what is already working, to ignite fires in our middle school students so that they continue their passion for learning and be around like-minded students who believe and value the same. Just as iron sharpens iron, students around students who build them up, challenge them, and help them to rise up to be the best they can be will go on to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here at this late hour to hear us. My name is Becca Banfield, and I'm a mother of 4 children, 2 of whom attend or have attended Teach Elementary School. I'm here today to encourage continued discussion about the potential of expanding Teach Elementary into a middle school. My 10-year-old son Parker attends Teach right now as a 4th grader, and he just came out of Teach's mini mall project. The mini mall project requires kids to work with a partner to come up with a business idea. They must present a prototype, decide on a price, create a flyer, poster, and a commercial with an original song, and generate at least 45 products to sell at the school's mini mall event where students and parents can shop. Parker and his friend created a Heart of a Tiger soap product with essential oils and a hidden jewel you can find, that's the heart of the tiger, inside the soap. I wanted to bring an example to pass out to you guys, but we use them all up in our house because we love them. Parker also started vacuuming cars to raise money for his Teach Camp experience and was so successful that he now plans to make business cards and continue the venture to earn money for college. He is so excited to do this. These are just a few of the experiences that make Teach the perfect fit for my son. What an opportunity this special school has given him and our family. I recognize the district is facing very difficult budget concerns as well as many other high priorities. My request is not to squeeze more from the district at a time or in a way that doesn't make sense or isn't fiscally responsible. This is not a request to rashly push through an idea at the expense of the greater good. But it is a request to explore options in a thoughtful, responsible way to build on something that already strengthens our district and serves students with a specific learning readiness and style. I believe that Teach is one of the jewels of our district. I am so proud of this school. Teach makes our district shine. It strengthens our students, who must always come first. It can strengthen the neighboring schools if we choose to learn from Teach's successes, and it strengthens our entire community at large. The students are begging for more of it. Alums are coming straight from their basketball games on a busy day to articulate something that matters to them, a future goal that won't even impact their own academic path. I don't see how their voices can be ignored. These are the kinds of kids Teach is cultivating. These are Teach kids, and they make our district shine. We're not asking for this to happen tomorrow. We can honor the budget and our children. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Please keep this door open.
Maisie DeGraw, and then Briella Banfield. Did I say that correctly? Brielle. Okay. So Maisie, then Brielle.
I love Teach. My name is Maisie DeGraw, and I'm a freshman at Mission Prep. I went to Teach Elementary 4th through 6th grade. My first year at Teach, I immediately felt a positive change within my education. Each student in my class wanted to be at school, and they wanted to learn. Each day, I became a better person and learned how to utilize my skills. Within our small project groups, I was comfortable and learned how to have confidence when sharing my ideas, versus my previous school experiences, where sometimes I was the only one contributing to our conversations, or I was too afraid of what others would think of me to where I wouldn't share, or when we did share, we argued whose idea was better and what one we would do. At Teach, the difference is that after everyone shares their own opinions, we worked together and realized that by contributing the best of each of our ideas, we were able to accomplish so much more and make something that we were really proud of to share with our teachers and other classmates. It is not only the projects we did together that made Teach such a great school. There is a culture that cannot be recreated at any other place. You will notice at several schools that tweens and teenagers are often comparing themselves to others and feel alone or secluded, which often is distracting to your studies and can make you feel really sad. At Teach, we lifted each other up, we respected one another, and made each other better. You might have noticed how I mentioned I was now attending private school. Although I left the school district, I would have stayed if Teach was an option as a middle school. Now at private school, I recognize several faces from Teach who transferred because the other public schools were not the right fit for them, and they missed what they experienced at Teach. Although extending the elementary school into a middle school would come with a cost, the loss of students in the district because they are looking for schools that better suit them would lead to a greater loss. I loved my teach experience, and I'm speaking to you right now because if teach was a middle school option for me, I would have been there, and I wish I had that opportunity. I know I'm not the only one who has shared this desire, and I want the privilege for anyone who loves teach to stay there for as long as they can. My teach experience was unforgettable, and I loved it so much. Thank you for your time.
Brielle, and then Jessica Buchholz.
Hi, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be here. My name is Brielle Banfield. I'm a freshman at Mission Prep High School. And I can say without hesitation that my experience at Teach Elementary School was one of the most wonderful school experiences of my life. And it's not just the unique, like, project-based learning, as Scott mentioned, that made it wonderful. It was because I was surrounded by an environment that loves to learn. And it was such a good fit for me because Teach offers us opportunities to those of us who are excited about learning and we're ready for a challenge and a faster pace. We love the hands-on activities. And it is so amazing that we have Loams and Laguna and these other options for kids whom that's not the fit. But for those of us who are excited and ready for these challenges, it gives us a place to grow and thrive and feel thrilled to go to school every day. And after leaving Teach, I could definitely notice a really big difference in just how there wasn't much expected of me, and I missed it a lot. And I wish I could have had an extended Teach experience through middle school because it is my Teach experience that ended in sixth grade that has been the real platform for me to jump into this really rigorous season as a ninth grader. And I feel ready for it because of Teach and what it gave me. And how much more ready would I've been if I'd been able to have a Teach experience all through middle school. I absolutely would have taken that option. If I'd had the option to go to Teach middle school in earlier years, I absolutely would have taken that option instead of moving to an out of district option. I think it would be a great idea for our district to take the time you need to address the pressing budget matters, absolutely, but to please still be open to creative ideas for expanding Teach once these pressing issues settle. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Hello, I'm Jessica Buchholz, and I'm sure you can tell that a parent of a student in this room. And I'm sure there's a lot of facts and figures and information that we could all provide to explain why we think this is a really good cause. But I just like to point out that the students that are here, really are the attestation of how good the programming is at Teach and how we wish that this would open up for further grades and become, school of choice for 7th and 8th. The students that we've met as now young adults outside of the current programming, when we meet them out in the public, every single time we've met someone, they have been someone in the community that, has come back because of their love for the school. Actually, just recently, we, as a family, were out horseback riding and never suspected that the gal that was taking us out was a student at Teach. And she credits her connection with her teacher and with the school for who she is today and for her successes and her, good outlook on her future. So we thank you for your time and really hope that we'll consider, working together to make this something that could be a possibility for Teach to be a school of choice in 7th and 8th grade. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak? And I don't see any raised hands on Zoom. Anyone on Zoom?
So then we'll bring it back to the board. And it-
I
Yeah,
can't hear.
yes, well, and the board reads everything we receive. Thanks. Thank you. She submitted.
Okay.
Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, I have a few comments and I guess just a few things I want to share. Personally, my 3 kids went to teach and I had fabulous experience for all 3. My 3 kids also went to Laguna and they had fabulous experiences at Laguna. So I understand the perspective of what you guys are asking. Part of the experience at Laguna was because of Mrs. Ahern, but uh, anyway. But so here's kind of what I wanted to dig into. So Scott, you mentioned that in 2013 there wasn't a structured process. There actually was. Dr. Prater created a cross-disciplinary committee of parents, teachers from local elementary schools, teachers from Teach, administrators, and I know because I was on it. It was actually my first real engagement with the school district. Later, I led the bond campaign and joined the school board. So watch out for what you get into. Here's my point, though. One thing that Dr. Prater did in 2013 that is different than you're asking, in the context then was Bishop's Peak was out of space. Teach didn't have a home. Teach might have closed. We had to find a home. We found the current home, and that was the output of that committee. But it wasn't a Teach committee. The committee was actually about how do we do accelerated learning in the elementary schools across the school district, and why that was important was because if you make it about Teach, then Teach is good, something else is bad, and that's not the case. I mean, my perspective is Laguna is a fabulous option, and Loams is too. Even though my kids didn't go there, I have really high esteem for both of them. But so here's the thing: I don't think that we should create a committee that's like, how do we expand Teach? I think we should create a committee that's how do we do middle school education well across the district, taking into account the things that Teach does great and the things that Laguna does great and the things that Loams does great, and how do we bring those together to a solution for our future vision that incorporates that and incorporates input from parents like you guys. And so I'm not sure if that aligns with what you're asking for, but based on my personal experience advocating for Teach as a 5th grade parent, it actually was a much more successful outcome than it would have been if it was just a find a new home for Teach committee. And so in short, I'll wrap it up. I like option 1. I think option 2 would be really messy right now. And so I don't like option 2 this year. And I think anyway, having administration input into this plan that you started is really important. So I like option 1. I think it should be broader though, and incorporate middle school. Hopefully every middle school student in our district benefits from this thought process would be my goal.
The other thing I would add is perhaps, you know, there was a comment made about Teach being for high achievers, so teachers could spend more time paying attention to the rest of the class, which leads me to feel that maybe there aren't high flyers at the other schools. And I think that's something that parents struggle with who choose not to send their kids to Teach, and for various reasons. So I would suggest also including parents of high achieving students who choose not to have their kids go to Teach, because I think their devotion to finding out why they choose to remain at their local school, which is a choice that I made, even though it was recommended that my kids go to Teach, but we loved our local school, and I am as connected to it as you are sound that you are to Teach. So I think that having a broader approach to why parents, just being a little more inclusive of parents who stay at their home school with any kid, why they choose to do that, not just high achieving, but Teach is the school of choice for any student from any school within the district who chooses to go there. So.
Okay, Mr. Unger.
Dr. Prater, thinking about what Brian and Ellen said, do you find that that's in alignment with your proposal?
The spirit of my proposal for option one is to engage with thought partners around middle grades education.
Mm-hmm.
And not to dismiss concepts, ideas that surprisingly might benefit a whole slew of kids. I've seen it in my life.
So
my response is I'd like to think I'm saying the same thing. It's the idea of a middle school option or parent choice for middle school, to me, could very likely come out of this discussion when the economics work, when the demographics work. It does make sense to me. Anyone who's been around or has had children in middle school knows it can be a bumpy ride. And we all love our children. We all want our kids to thrive and be successful. And I've seen it happen, to Ellen's point, in all of our schools in various ways. I'm super proud of our schools, in all of them. So thought partners are important. Making sure we're not in our silos or fixed in a certain mindset around middle grades education, and inviting in maybe a different perspective that honors parents' experiences with their own kids is, in my experience, of value. And I was hoping to capture that in option one as we redevelop and reconstitute the district's strategic direction for the next 5 years. That's my interest in number one. Maybe this is just sloppy language, but that's my intention.
Okay, so it sounds like your option number one would include Brian and Ellen's suggestions, moving forward on something like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's parents
and
that have
it's sort of an opus. You're looking at a sort of almost a talk about a reformation of our middle school programs and what process we would use to make that happen, using whatever available resources we have and whatever parent input we have. Is that pretty much what we're talking about?
Yeah, I have a unique perspective because I work with so many students in the student senate.
Right.
So I see all different kinds of kids, and they are spectacular. And I get to work with the teach students, sit next to the Hawthorne students, and it's a fascinating experience. So yeah, I would say there are parents and students that belong in that conversation around what middle grades education should look like. And with Nathan and Heather sitting in the back there, they know how I feel about middle grades education. It is a place where kids should thrive and bring out so much of that curiosity and enthusiasm for learning new things. And I don't want to stifle them. And so there are kiddos that are because of the age dynamic, there are kids that are ready to do more than others. And so the program has to be flexible in that way. So I'm excited to see where that goes, where Ms. Yamashita takes that with this group, this working group, if you would. And then, of course, the board keeps their hand on the rudder. We bring it back to you and discuss it and share our thinking. I think good things come from that. I really do. And I believe option one captures the spirit of what we heard tonight.
That's pretty much what I was thinking. I see Mr. Banfield has his light on as well, but after his comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Mr. Banfield.
From what I'm gathering,
then option one is a great possibility. I just don't want to close the door on what's been presented tonight. If we incorporate what they've said along with what we're saying here, I'm all in favor of that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be really clear though. This is a strategic direction.
Yep.
It's not what we're doing next year for Teach. This is strategic direction, which I think incorporates what I heard from Mr. Buchholz as a concept, the same idea of a working group with concept and vision, really looking at the developmental needs of kids at this age and how they learn, and really paying attention to that is of great interest to me. And I think that we are now in a position more so than ever before to have that conversation in a meaningful way than ever before. We've come a long way on a lot of programmatic and issues around the whole schools to watch piece is important to me because it really takes into consideration kids in such a meaningful way that other program models I haven't seen. But I really love this idea of exploring middle grades education outside of the norm. I love the entrepreneurial spirit. I love the things that Teach can do, and the replication of some of the things that they do are within our reach if that's what we choose to do in a bigger scale. There's so much potential, but that's past me. That thought partner work is something that is of great interest of mine. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Banfield. Okay.
Mrs. Baldonado.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone that we heard from tonight, our middle school principals and assistant principals and Teach families as well. So I'm looking at the district strategic direction from 2021 to 2025. And so what I'm understanding is that the idea is to incorporate some real focus on middle schools for the next strategic plan, 2026 to whatever it is. It's too late for me to do that math real fast. But I just need a little clarification because I'm also hearing working group, and I imagine that a strategic direction planning process, we're going to want to hear from a lot of different stakeholders. And so it wouldn't be just one working group driving the show, but one voice of many, or just a diversity of parents across. Can you just clarify for me how your vision fits in with the strategic planning process?
Yeah, so I've gotten a lot of traction in my career using the accordion model, where you I can envision working with a staff group and flexing back to a main group and then flexing out to a student group and then flexing back and going to a key group of parents from the Grow Teach initiative and get their insights. And I just think the accordion concept, the structure of that works for me. And that way you ensure you get a lot of touch points with a whole lot of different folks. Also, there's research out there that we would explore. Middle grades education, there's a whole lot of research out there right now for what kids need at that age. And you have an industrial model that we are trying desperately to kind of form into our own our current model. You can hear the presentations tonight from our two middle school principal teams that you can see that they're trying to bring energy and trying to bring inclusivity into the learning and the identity of the campuses. And that's not always been the case. It's always been hard to do because of the volume of kids. And then there are kiddos that I know that aren't ready for a comprehensive middle school setting. And yet they're 13 and they're 14 and they kind of go into a shell. And I know this because I know a number of kids that are flexing out into charter schools and in homeschools and things like that because they're just not ready for that environment. I think our strategic document needs to capture that and find a place for kids. I think if you're intentional about it, you can design it into it. I mean, we heard Nathan talk about the newcomer program and how intentional you were about making sure those kiddos, those 12 kids, are engaged and involved at the beginning. Well, that's the adult engineering that I'm talking about, right? And what I'm after in this process is to bring back to the board a well thought out, evolved document that really considers the middle grades education for our kids, which could include the following. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
That's what I'm after.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just say, just coincidentally, I spent several hours at a middle school today because I got to take part in the leading equitable schools process at Laguna Middle School. So I can just attest to the wonderful things that are going on there. And I know there's wonderful things going on at Teach. And as a parent, a current parent with kiddo in the district, who thrived at Laguna and would have also thrived at Teach, I look forward to that comprehensive and holistic strategic planning process.
Okay, Mr. Unger.
I move that we accept option 1 of the superintendent's recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by Mrs. Sheffer. Let's roll call vote. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltadano?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman? Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that passes 7-0. Okay. Item 10.4, the initial proposals for SLCTA and SEIU for negotiations.
Thank you. Sorry. No worries.
for negotiations.
Yes.
The district.
Earlier in this agenda, the Board of Education held a public hearing on SLCUSD Board of Education, SLT, and SEIU's initial proposals for negotiation. The board is asked to adopt the proposals at this time and provide Dr. Prater and Executive Cabinet by default the authority to bargain on your behalf.
Okay. It's late. It's really late. So is there anyone from the public who would like to discuss this?
They're scattering.
Okay, anyone on Zoom? Anyone on the board?
No.
I'm seeking a motion. I am seeking a motion to authorize to accept the proposals from SLCTA and SEIU and to authorize the district's negotiating team to engage in negotiations. The team comprised of individuals as selected by Dr. Prater. Seeking a motion, seeking.
I move.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Mr. Clausen, a second from Mr. Unger. It's a roll call vote. Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Unger, Mrs. Baltodano,
Yes.
Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman,
I'm here. Oh, yes.
and I'm a yes. That passes 7-0. Okay, we're moving on now to the consent agenda. Please let me know if you would like anything pulled. Item 11.1, the approval of purchase orders and CalCard purchases. 11.2, the approval of furniture and equipment requests. 11.3, the approval of warrants and payroll. 11.4, the approval of certificated and classified personnel items. 11.5, the approval of quarterly report on uniform complaint filings, the Williams settlement. 11.6, the approval of the 2024-25 LCAP federal addendum.
I move to approve the action consent agenda.
So I have a motion by Mrs. Sheffer, a second by Mr. Buckman to accept the action consent agenda in its entirety. Mrs. Sheffer,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman, Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mrs. Baltodano,
Yes.
Mr. Unger,
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Do we have any items for advanced agenda? Your lights on. Turn them off. Okay, seeing none. Are there reports by board members?
Teeny thing. One teeny thing.
Okay,
Clark
Mr. Banfield.
at Monarch Grove is as giddy as a kid in a candy store. He's so happy to be there. Our new principal.
Okay, and I was there right after you were there introducing myself, and I would agree that he is excited and enthusiastic.
He's just so,
Yeah.
he's so excited.
It's
great.
very fun to see that kind of enthusiasm. So, if there are no further board reports, then this meeting is adjourned.
I feel like I'm at the 24 hour.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys.